Up to the billing in his debut. Will his connection still be dancing after today's stakes debut? Scratch it. Went gate to wire at first, asking in the lawn for trainer Brad Cox. Can she up her game in today's stakes debut in the PG Johnson? Standing in her way, Time to Dream, who overcame trouble in her unveiling to win first time out. Now her Hall of Fame trainer takes the next logical step as Todd Pletcher eyes a big final weekend at Saratoga, including his classic contender Mind Frame. Can he best Sierra Leone once again? In Sunday's Jockey Club Gold Cup, we'll have a preview ahead as we get set to kick off this Wednesday card, approaching the 9-minute mark to post beautiful weather on this Wednesday afternoon. Kick things off with a rescheduled Grade 1 over the jumps, named after a legendary trainer who won at least one race here for 47 consecutive years. Pretty safe to say that is a record that I don't think will ever be broken. That'll be the Jonathan Shepard to come 2 3/8 miles over the jumps to kick off our card. Again, in just about 9 minutes. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I'm Greg Wolf. Again, beautiful Wednesday afternoon, and lock in for this final week of action. It's going to be fast and furious. 2-year-olds, of course, to come in the spin-away and the hopeful later this week. Jockey Club Gold Cup shaping up potentially as maybe the best race of the year. We'll talk plenty about that to come, but we have 3 stakes on our Wednesday card. Again, we'll begin over the jumps, funny side for 2-year-olds, and then the PG Johnson for 2-year-old fillies on the lawn a little bit later on this afternoon. That's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 begins in race 2, and the pick 6 begins in race 4. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, former champion jockey Richie Migliore, Liza Hendricks. Good to see you all. What a week we have lined up to close things out.
Yeah, it's been a lot of racing here. 34 days so far this meet. 4 before for 4th of July. Belmont Stakes feels like it's sort of the end of about a 3-month run here in Saratoga.
It almost feels as long as I was at Oaklawn Park. But I will say that this week is usually my favorite week. The weather kind of turns. Today, the weather could not be any better. Spectacular. And we still got great racing to deliver.
No, we've got a plethora. I think there'll be over 70 races run this final week and a lot of good stuff to come.
Including, this is a race that was canceled, Liza, rescheduled because of weather, so a Grade 1 to kick off this final week of action.
And I wasn't going to be here last week, so thanks for delaying it a week for me to be here. But yeah, a race named in honor of Jonathan Shepard, just an iconic trainer. And yeah, like you said, won 47 years in a row, at least one race here, and won this race, which was previously the Turf Riders, 15 times.
Yeah, he's obviously well known in the steeplechase world, but his prowess goes so far beyond that. And of course, he trained a horse named Stormcat.
Yes. Champions Forever Together, champion turf female 2008, informed decision, champion female sprinter in 09, trained 11 Eclipse Award winners who would win 15 championships. And as you mentioned, of course, National Steeplechase Association's all-time leading trainer by wins, and his horse has earned almost $25 million. Here's Forever Together, though, who was sensational on the grass.
He did so well, Rich, with these Augusta, with Augusta Stables horses, of which he was one of them. And I remember him winning with Sintra in the 1983 or 4 test over Wild Applause. And I believe in 83 and 84, at least one, if not both those years, he won the training title here in Saratoga.
I remember that early 80s. He was a force to be reckoned with for that training title because he was doing well on the flat as well as over the fences.
Great, great legendary trainer.
And we talk about the Dwayne Lucas tree. Jonathan Shepard with a pretty good training tree as well. Those who came up under him, Janet Elliott, first female to win a steeplechase training title and inducted into the Hall of Fame. Graham Motion, Leslie Young, who was a champion steeplechase trainer 2022, and even someone in this race, Kerry Bryant, who came up under him as well.
Yeah, no, his impact in the game was huge.
Here's the field that will line up in this Grade 1. Jonathan Shepard, 2 3/8 miles over the jumps. Liza, who do we start with in here?
Well, starting with Give Me 5. First run here from England, won 2 of his last 3 starts over in England. Tough to do fresh off the boat, though.
Think the one to beat, though, in this race?
I think so, yeah. Was the favorite, just switched to Jimmy P, but should be really competitive in here.
Here is the aforementioned Kerry Bryant with the Insider.
The Insider should be close to the pace, but needs to step up here.
9-2. This is who's counting. 4-time winner over the jumps.
Has some more back class, was 4th in the grade 1 last month. Sean McDermott, trainer and jockey. Very interesting.
To the 7, we jump. St. James the Great, Kerry Bryan as well.
Horse that was going to run in the allowance if it was today, but the Connections decided to take a shot here.
The 5 Quick Master went by.
Quick Master also stepping up in class, but leading steeplechase trainer and jockey.
Zarek the Brave at 8-1 right now.
A horse that needs to do a little bit better jumping, but came over from England last year in this race and should be competitive as well.
And Jimmy P. blinkers come off, another Kerry Bryan trainee.
Won this race last year, favored now, but needs to get back to his form of last year.
So let's start with this new face, Liza. Give me 5, and the positives for this 5-year-old.
Yeah, so I talked to his trainer, Cyril Murphy, this morning, and he said that they bought him privately in England, and Connections brought him over here in the beginning of June. Said that, you know, they gave him a week to acclimate, and it was actually during a time, because sometimes when horses come over from England, the heat can be a factor in the summer, but it was during a time when they were having a heat wave, so he just acclimated very easily and was schooling down in the mid-Atlantic region before he came up here, and Cyril said he's very high on him, and he's a trainer who always comes here with a shot.
We'll get to Zarek the Brave in a moment, and we're going to talk this forward too, but for Give Me 5, first time jumping here in the States, first time in the States. Is that difficult to get accustomed to how they run here?
It can be, yes, and we've seen very few horses come fresh off the boat and win. But he's a horse that was really, really competitive over there. The question mark might be a bit of the distance. The longest he's run was 2 miles and 1/8, and this is 2 miles and 3/8. So Cyril was a little bit concerned about the distance there.
And often the courses over in Europe be more demanding, though, than our courses, especially running in ovals here, so maybe that helps him get more distance?
Definitely, definitely. And yeah, just the configuration of being on the flat track and not going up and down hills can help that factor. And there shouldn't be too much of a pace. There's a couple horses that should be on the lead, but there shouldn't be too much of a pace, so that should help him with the distance as well.
I like the way he's handling himself. He looks like a pretty cool customer, classy individual.
He does, and I saw him in the paddock before as well, and looked very, very chilled out, and that definitely helps as well.
Well, we have the favorite from this race last year, and he's had issues over the jumps. We'll talk more about him in a moment. We also have the winner of this race last year, won by 34.5 lengths. Jimmy P. coming back for more at 3-1. Let's go to Acacia Clement for more.
Yeah, and as far as the number 9, Jimmy P, is concerned, Greg, like you said, trying to defend his title, but he has been a little bit off form since coming in here, but he is getting an equipment change with the blinkers coming off in here. And this is a horse who obviously does have an affinity for Saratoga, because he had a couple of okay efforts coming into this race last year and then did win this Jonathan Shepherd by 34.5 lengths in a dominant score. So Jimmy P, I liked the way that he looked and the way that he was acting in the preliminaries here. Very calm, cool, and collected. Very, very fit coming in as he does make the second start off a little bit of a freshening. Looking like he is primed to run one of his better efforts. The number 1, Give Me 5, as Liza touched on, he was very relaxed here in the paddock, and when they got out on the track, he did everything very well for a horse making its first start stateside. Does run with those cheek pieces on and has a lot of good weight and substance too. Always something I look at for foreign shippers, and looking like he's handled the travel very well as he finished 4th out of a group of 16 last time out. We'll see how his class does stack up. The number 4, Hidden Path, I really liked what I saw from him last time. Now he does come back in a relatively quick turnaround into this spot, but can certainly understand why, as he ran very well being last early and had all the momentum late. I thought that he jumped well and certainly won with a chance, as Ricky Hendricks looks to go 3 for 3 at this meet. But another horse out of that race is the 7, St. James the Great. I had commented last time out that he was a horse that was very good looking, just really over the top, really wound up as he does race with that hood on. He is so much more relaxed today. He finished 2nd last time to Hidden Path, and I think that there could be a chance for him to turn the tables today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard, 2 3/8 miles. Over the jumps, rescheduled from last Wednesday. And we get set to kick off our final week of action. 5-2 favorite. State's debut, Give Me 5, as they go to line up real quick. The problems with the jumps, Liza, with Zarek the Brave, it's been an issue.
It has been an issue, and we'll see if he can pull it together today. But it seems like every other race he has an issue with jumping and needs to be a little bit more consistent. I spoke to his trainer, Tom Gardner, who used to be a jockey and rode up here. He said he's been schooling well, so we'll see if that can carry over to the race.
Yeah, won this race 4 times as a jockey, now seeking his first win in this race as a trainer with the 8 Zarek the Brave.
I think they're getting ready to line up. I think they are.
It's a good group, though. Nobody's really getting out of line. Like, sometimes you see them get a little worked up. This is a classy group. They're all handling themselves
I think
well.
the word jinx is just about to come up.
Yeah, I hope not. I really hope not.
Frank Miramati to kick off his Wednesday card with a Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard.
Ready for the Jonathan Shepard momentarily. Field getting assembled. Starter yet to raise the flag. Grade 1 event, $150,000 purse. And they're off. Or are they? We're going to start that again. Let's go back down to Greg. Take 2 coming up.
All right, so we will try that again, try and get them lined up a little smoother for the start.
And
Sorry, guys.
I don't know if Frank knows, but that was Mick's fault.
Mick jinxed him.
Completely apologetic. I'm sorry.
I do not envy the starter his first year, doing a great job with everybody, but it's not easy.
Yeah, and we saw the 5 quick master there was just off to the side, and they try to get them lined up just so it's a very even start because they're not using that gate, so they do need them to go off at the same time. But the jockeys should just loop them around, get them back settled, and have a nice even beginning.
So hopefully a quick reassembling here, line back up. And ready to roll. Again, favoritism remains with this new face here in the States. Give Me 5. Off since May for Cyril Murphy. State's debut coming up, 5-2 on the board. Last year's dominant winner, but the form has gone south a bit. The 9, Jimmy P. Let's go back to Frank Miramati.
Getting ready for a start again. Once again, quick master. Yet to join the others. Check of the tote board. Give Me 5, 5-2. 3-1 for Jimmy P. They're off in the Jonathan Shepard. And who's counting is the first one to jump as they all get over there. Another 2 back to the insider, and Zarek the Brave is up and on the pace too. They are followed by St. James the Great, who's 4th, racing on the outside of Give Me 5. It is another 2 lengths back to Jimmy P, and Hidden Path is at the back of the field, and Quick Master is not with the group. So they come into the stretch for the first time, and it is the insider who has taken over, who's counting along the inside 2nd, a length and a half. Zarek the Brave with the orange colors in 3rd. Jimmy P is a comfortable 4th on the outside of St. James the Great, who's a close-up 5th. And in between those 2, Give Me 5 is pretty willing, wanting to get into the thick of it, 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 to stretch running Hidden Path. And so they amble by us, and it's the insider leading the way over Zarek the Brave, who is now in the 2nd spot, who's counting is 3rd. 2 lengths off the pace. They are followed by Give Me 5, who's getting a very nice trip early on, 4th and 5 lengths off the lead, just in front of St. James the Great. Jimmy P is now 2nd to last, and Hidden Path is the trailer. Onto the backstretch. and they're chasing the Insider. The Insider shows the way. Leads it by just about a half a length. Over Zarek the Brave, who continues to apply pressure, but is now a length and a half behind. It's 3 more, back to Give Me 5 in third. Give Me 5. That's Who's Counting in front of Give Me 5 at this point. And they're followed by St. James the Great, 5th and 5 lengths off them. Another 2 back to Jimmy P and Hidden Path. The lead belongs to the front-running The Insider. And it is The Insider by 2. Zarek the Brave, second almost every step of this journey. Who's Counting and Give Me 5 next to one another. Third and fourth, respectively. They're followed by Jimmy P on the outside of St. James the Great and Hidden Path. No change. It's still The Insider with a little more than a lap to go. The Insider, Zarek the Brave, with that cheek piece once again in second. Then comes Who's Counting along the inside. And Give Me 5 is under a very nice hold. Could not be traveling more kindly. Give Me 5 in fourth, just cruising up to them. And his main rival, at least from a tote perspective, Jimmy P is right next to him. As the Insider shows the way over Zarek the Brave. It's the Insider, Zarek the Brave, Who's Counting along the inside third. Give Me 5 is fourth, just 3.5 lengths off them. Then it's Jimmy P, St. James the Great. Hidden Path has trailed throughout, but this field is compact. It's the Insider who leads it by 2 lengths now over Zarek the Brave. They're starting to quicken. Who's Counting along the inside, matching strides at this stage with Give Me 5. Those two neck and neck. Both St. James the Great and Jimmy P are called on in a very, very compact group. And now a move is coming from Jimmy P and Zarek the Brave. Jimmy P a little bit awkward there as Zarek the Brave takes the lead. Jimmy P is on the outside and the Insider is next. Who's Counting has dropped out of it. Taking forward St. James the Great. Give Me 5 is suddenly coming up empty as they round the far turn. Zarek the Brave is the one to catch in the Jonathan Shepard, Jimmy P and St. James the Great revving up on the far outside. Zarek the Brave, the target, is confronted by Jimmy P. Jimmy P, Zarek the Brave are head and head coming toward the wire, and Jimmy P is up to take a narrow lead. Zarek the Brave, all heart, but it is Jimmy P just in front, and Jimmy P, Zarek the Brave, Jimmy P has repeated in the Jonathan Shepard. Zarek the Brave finished second. Hidden Path rallied into third, and then St. James the Great.
Little bit tougher test than when he won this race last year by 34.5 lengths. But Jimmy P back-to-back in a great stretch duel here was Zarek the Brave.
And you wouldn't have thought he was going to get up the way the rider was riding him around the half mile, Paul. I don't know, Liza. This horse has been under a drive for a long, long time.
Yeah, it was under a drive. Steven really had to put in some effort there, and Carrie Bryan's just been on fire as well. She won 4 races last Thursday, 2 races here and 2 at Colonial, and then another the next day. And yeah, like we talked about before, she came up under Jonathan Shepard, so I'm sure very meaningful race for her to win.
I think it's interesting also, and good because Madacat owns this horse, Saul Kuhlman and company. This horse was bred by Head of Plains partner in Madacap's. This horse is actually bred by Saul's ownership group. It's kind of interesting. So they've had this horse all along, and cool to see them get the win with a slumber. We love slumbers. Yeah.
And most of you probably saw that beginning. The 5 who was the reason for that restart then just sort of refused to go again. Let's take a look there in the background. Just standing there as the rest of the field moved on. There's an inquiry as a result of that refusing to go beginning from the 5 who would likely going to be declared a non-starter.
I don't know how these things work in these races. I don't know. It was the horse seemed to be given a fair chance, and the race just didn't seem to want to go.
It just, much like when a horse stands in the starting gate with nobody's fault, they just refuse. He just refused.
Yeah, and I mean, something that's important to remember, and I don't know the rules here. If they declare him a non-starter and he should have been a starter, everybody that bets gets a little less money. So they have to look at these things very seriously.
Jimmy P outduels Zarek the Brave. It goes back-to-back in the Grade 1. Jonathan Shepard.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard. Again, just like last year, but a little different than last year's edition. Goes to Jimmy P. Easily won that race. This one was a fight to the finish with Zarek the Brave.
Yeah, it was coming back gamely at the end. Quite a stretch battle. We should all remind people the 5 was declared that he was given a fair chance.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Just, yeah, sort of refused to go. But, yeah, unfortunately, if you had the 5, did not want to move. But you will not be collecting a wager. What do you think of this, Liza, this performance and sorts going forward, who puts himself in potentially now position for some year-end honors?
Definitely, and we'll see if he comes back in the next 2 grade 1s at the end of the year. But if he does win another one of those, he's ahead in the running for the Eclipse Award.
Yeah, game performance, too, from Zarek the Brave. I mean, he fought all the way down to the line. They put separation to the third-place finisher. And Zarek the Brave actually looked like he got to jumping better as the race went on. Early on, he almost looks a little tentative. He stutter steps at the fence. And then the last 2 fences, he actually took very well.
Definitely, and you can see him learning there on the fly. And I'm sure their schooling down in Maryland has helped him as well, but he's putting it together now.
That was a nice effort by him. Zarek was braver than St. James was great.
Yes.
Finished 4th.
well said.
Hidden path, finishing
and
3rd.
again, so 2 kind of big prizes left. I think we are showing both on our network, I believe, right?
We plan to. I believe they're being run at Aqueduct.
Next up is downstate.
Late
again.
in September.
Lonesome Glory at Aqueduct on September 18th, and then we'll have later in the year in October have the races at Far Hills. Great day of racing, and then the American Grand Nationals run there.
People
as
ask
well.
me why I don't go to Far Hills, and I said because Migliore would kill me if I took away his chip.
No,
you
it's fine.
love
No,
going there. No, you love going there.
It is quite a party,
You are,
isn't it?
It is fun for you.
It is beautiful. If the weather's good, a brilliant, fall day there, and the sport in its, like, purest form, train goes right there, right from the city,
Is that true?
It's true, yeah.
I didn't know
There's a
that.
stop right
Really?
there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No,
So,
it looks like great fun.
Incorporate
No,
it into
there's
the
no
team.
way that you're not going. No, that's your thing.
Race has become official, 9-8-4-7. Jimmy P back-to-back in the Grade 1, Jonathan Shepard. And again, one of those who came up under him, Terry Bryan. As Liza mentioned, has to be special to win this race. $8.70 for the victory. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Sal Kuman, co-owner of Jimmy P. Sal, we normally see you on the flat side, but here at Jumpers as well. And you said you even put the sport coat on. It was worth it.
Grade 1 had to put the sport coat on. It's coming off after this race, but that was great. That's obviously won this race last year, so 2 Grade 1s, and Kerry's done a great job with them. We've got great partners. This is sort of new for us. We have 4 or 5 jumpers, and we're having fun with them. Kerry's done a good job, and we bred this horse, so it's pretty cool to breed a 2-time Grade 1 winner, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it really is. And this horse, like you said, defending his title, seems like he loves Saratoga.
He loves it here. And I thought his last race here, he was a little out of it, and it was tough to close, but he did come running a little bit, and so it was nice to see today. Obviously did a great job and got him going at the right time.
Enjoying a Grade 1 win here. You've got plenty of action this week as well. I wanted to ask you in particular tomorrow in the With Anticipation, Dr. Agnew out of Lady Eli, who of course you were part of that journey with a remarkable mare. Has to be pretty exciting to get a chance to see him get on the grass.
Really excited. We were surprised he ran so well in the dirt first time. I was actually surprised Cherie kept him in, but we're looking forward to this race. I mean, it is a tough race. There's 3 or 4 really good horses in there, so we'll see what happens, but we're super excited.
As you should be. Well, congratulations here, back-to-back Grade 1s for this guy here in Saratoga.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Greg?
Yeah, Dr. Agnew with Anticipation. That is coming up tomorrow out of the great Lady Eli, who they wanted to get on the grass. They will get that chance tomorrow, but surprised and won on dirt in a race taken off the turf.
I agree. Obviously, we'll have to improve a lot on the turf, but with that pedigree, anything's possible.
That's another horse trained by Jonathan Shepard with Anticipation. And I rode 2 very nice horses for Jonathan over the years, Stormcat and With Anticipation. Rode them both once, won on them both. That was it.
And they became Grade 1 winners afterwards.
Well, if they won with me, you knew they probably had Grade 1s in their future.
I love Stormcat. You rode Stormcat, though, at the end,
No,
I thought, right?
his actual last
He
win.
only got 2, he only ran twice as a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
He had a lot of physical problems, but as a 2-year-old in the fall, he was tremendous.
Yeah.
Liza, thanks for being on. Good to see you as always.
Thank you so much.
We're going to set up our flat racing for the afternoon. Of course, race 2 will kick things off here in a moment. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day to be in things. In the funny side for New York bred, 6 furlongs, $150,000 purse. Jeremiah Engelhardt with a strong hand. Toga Twist wanted first asking as a favorite back on July 6th. And then a first-timer taking a lot of attention who actually was the 8-5 second choice in the morning line, 4th and 1.
Yeah, you've got a 2-headed monster from Jeremiah against Gary Cadets taking a shot. We appreciate him helping make the race go, and a minor inconvenience who has not won a scheduled dirt race.
Named after an absolute legend, one of the great New York breds, the great funny side, one of the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. We'll be back.
$1,600,000, thank you.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
And a Dare Manor will take the Clementine Hirsch.
Olympiad gets the gold.
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Sal Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program Trading and Naval Power. What a thriller! Photo! In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
Funny side under a drive, but he's now back third toward the inside. And the Cliffside just now fourth. And farther back, Evening Attire, he's still 6 lengths behind. Newfoundland comes off the turn with the lead. Newfoundland in front. But here comes the momentum of the Cliff's Edge on the outside. And Funny Side, who dropped back to third on the far turn, is coming again down to the final 16th. Newfoundland, Funny Side fights his way to the lead. The gutsy gelding, indeed. Funny Side has won with unwavering determination.
The gutsy gelding, what a call from the great Tom Durkin. 2004 Saratoga stable. Barkley Tag and Jose Santos and the New York bred taking the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown.
You can only think he'll be in the Hall of Fame next year now that horses that win 2/3 Triple Crown get in, because he did something that Smarty Jones never did. Not only did he run after the Belmont Stakes, he won a Grade 1.
Won a Grade 1. Actually, he then had a 5-year-old campaign. He was so tough. He
won with you.
He won with me in Canada. He dumped me 3 times on the way to the starting gate and still won, and then I couldn't pull him up. The Outrider caught me at the 5/8 pole, and we both went around, the Outrider and me, with him till the wire the second time.
I want to say you rode him for his last win. That was over Golden Roses for Tom Bush. Does that sound right?
Alan Garcia was on his last win.
Yeah, he won at Finger Lakes with Alan Garcia, but
well, you know, that was Finger Lakes. His last New York win, Naira win.
Well, his last Naira win was that race you're talking about, and Golden Roses got by him, and he fought back. I mean, he was tough. Had a little bit of mind of his own, could be a little cranky, but what a good horse.
And $3.5 million in earnings, 11-time winner in 38 starts.
And people loved him. That was the other thing that was so great about him. People loved coming to see him. And that's the neat thing about a horse like that, as a gelding, sticking around and racing. And it just brought so many fans out and so much fun. And I can just remember how he would just get big crowds here for his races, a 4-year-old later in his career, and that's a good thing.
Speaking of that race, we just showed him winning. It is coming up on Sunday, and it is shaping up potentially to be the race of the year. It's going to be part of Fox Saratoga Sunday, 1 Eastern start time. Jockey Club Gold Cup with Mind Frame. Sierra Leone, 1-2 finishers in the Stephen Foster. Of course, Sierra Leone, last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner, this year's Whitney winner, getting another crack at Mind Frame. An incredible supporting cast as well. But let's start with these two, who will tangle again after they were 1-2 at Churchill Downs.
I have no love Mind Frame. I think he's a super cool horse. Wins this race, a mile 16th, Grade 1. He won the Grade 1 at 7 furlongs. And for those that say he can't get a 1.25 miles, he almost won the Belmont Stakes, just his 3rd career start last year. Now, Sierra Leone, obviously, Richie, hampered by the lack of pace in here, which really helped Mind Frame, and it should be a more honest pace. But this is a real matchup for probably the leading 2 older horses right now.
I love this matchup, and Mind Frame maybe has a little bit of a tactical advantage because of his versatility and that he can lay up close. I'm assuming they're going to employ a pacemaker again.
But that doesn't negatively affect Mind Frame, and I know you agree with that.
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that it's all fair, and Mind Frame doesn't need the lead or anything.
He's not a speed horse. He's a horse that makes his own trip.
No, but he will get pace, is my point,
Right.
Sierra Leone.
Yeah.
But Mind Frame, to me, just because of how tactical he is, I think it's a great matchup. These 2 horses really, really kind of inspire me.
So Mind Frame worked August 24th, Oklahoma training track, 49-2. What'd you like about, or not like about the work? What'd you think?
Well, I liked everything about it. You know, it's less about times once they're fit. It's about maintaining that fitness level. And to me, he's just moving great. He does everything the rider wants him to do. You know, Todd likes to work his horses in company because it keeps them in the bridle. And he's just basically out for a high gallop here. This isn't anything fancy. They know he's fit. Just keep him where he's at. he's just wrapped up. He's not even, he's just in a high gallop. He's not doing anything.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing him run. You think about what he did, going to the Belmont Stakes in just his third start, and I completely dismissed him in there. I said that's going to be way too tough a task for him, and couldn't have been more wrong. He ran super. He did everything but finish first, basically.
Yeah, and listen, he was outside here. You could see the restraint he's under the gallop out. That's by design. Trainer has something specific. I don't want him to gallop out or do too much. And you could see the rider had him under stout restraint throughout the entirety of that work.
So exciting to see these two go at it again. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape and what they have done to this point this year. Pretty incredible resumes. And for Sierra Leone, knocking off another big, had never done it before, victory for Chad Brown in the Whitney.
No, winning the Whitney last time, obviously a terrific effort. Both he and Highland Falls, who ran second, ran super races there. Highland Falls, of course, won this Jockey Club last year. And, it is obviously the two big guns are obviously Mindframe and Sierra Leone, but don't fall asleep on this horse. This horse ran super in the Whitney, Richie.
You took the words out of my mouth. I said, don't sleep on Highland Falls, because this was some effort, and he fought all the way down to the finish.
Sierra Leone, though, it was his moment. Huge win, and the Breeders' Cup Classic winner finally getting his first win of the year.
And, he got an honest pace to run at. 47 flat, as Richie will agree with me. In the old days, that would have been Tom Durkin would have said that's a slow pace. But at least he got an honest pace to run at. And I don't think you can say that any horse was negatively affected. Frankly, if one of the first two finished, only horse you could say might have been a little negatively affected for Highland Falls, because he was a little closer to the pace, but Sierra Leone was able to best him here. And it's just an exciting matchup to see them running back.
So let me pose this to you guys. Obviously, a tour de force performance from Sovereignty in the Travers. What needs to happen this weekend to unseat Sovereignty as the Breeders' Cup Classic favorite?
Well, everything that happens in racing isn't speed figures, but they are a fair gauge. And the 115 buyer that Sovereignty got, the best figure in the Travers since Arrogate, is faster than any race that any of these horses have run from a buyer's figure. So you're going to have to see them start to get in the stratosphere and run a 114, 116, 117, maybe a couple of them close to the wire to say they're where Sovereignty is now, a horse who has even more upside than they do.
Well, yeah, because he still have some maturation to take place probably between now and the Breeders' Cup, much like he did for Sierra Leone last year, right? He got 109 in the Travers last year, and then he got 112 winning the Breeders' Cup Classic. So he got a 115. If he can move up 3 points, that's a quantum leap to 118.
He'll train up to the Breeders' Cup Classic, just as Fierceness and Sierra Leone did out of the Travers last year. But, yeah, we expect a horse who could maybe have his best of the year on that day. We've seen these horses quite a bit. And for Sierra Leone, it's only been done once to win back-to-back editions of a Breeders' Cup Classic. But he's coming in, form-wise at least, the right way right now.
Yeah, no, it's a huge task. Tisnow did it, obviously. Tisnow was a tremendous talent when he got going. He's got real challenges. He's got challenges this weekend. And both Mindframe and Highland Falls and others in that race, don't forget, it's a real challenge. But obviously, Sovereignty's going to pose an even bigger challenge going forward.
Well, yeah, he's got to take on older horses. And over the years, historically speaking, right, we saw Affirmed best spectacular bid when Affirmed was 4, bid was 3. Seattle Slew bested Affirmed when he was 4, Affirmed was 3. So it is another step up.
But what's nice, I think, about it, as opposed to last year when the 3-year-old just dominated the race, because they were good. I mean, I'm not sure. But they're also, the older division last year was just very weak. This year, you've got the cream of the crop coming back from last year, competing at a high level, along with one of the best 3-year-olds, wherever you want to rank them, we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I really believe that's what makes it so intriguing, because we've got a strong group of older horses, and I think a strong group of 3-year-olds, obviously led by Sovereignty.
Exciting. And journalism's out there, too, and I don't want to just forget about it.
Taking on Nysos in the Pacific Classic, and Fierceness, for that matter. As we get to the funny side, 2-year-olds, 6 furlongs for these New York breds. Let's go to Acacia.
And Jeremiah Engelhardt does hold a very strong hand with a 1-2 punch in here. Greg, as we'll start off with the one with experience, and that is the 2 Toga Twist, as this one did win first time out. I was glad I compared notes with Maggie Wolfendale as I wasn't in the paddock for his first race, and she had written down that he was very professional first time out. Not really the case today. He came in and has been quite studdish. It does seem like he has settled down a bit now that they've gotten the tack on him, but he was definitely a bit distracted. when he first came into the paddock and when they first put the tack on him, and he has been sharp. Now, that being said, he wasn't the quickest out on debut, and then soon was dueling with his foe, and they just went at it throughout the entirety of the rest of that race, and he was the gamer one to the wire. I watched his last workout on First TV back on August 17th when he was outside Insurmountable, who's a 3-year-old who was stakes placed last time out and is running on Saturday in Allowance Company. Always give 2-year-olds who work well with older and accomplished older horses a little bit of credit, and Toka Twist finished better in that workout. So he looks very fit, very athletic, and like I said, seems like now that they've finished saddling, he has settled down a bit, but I certainly will keep my eyes on him. His stablemate is a first-time starter, the number 3, 4th and 1, who was purchased as a yearling at the Phasig February sale. There is a little bit of pedigree in there. The dam was 0 for 3. She ran a couple times on the grass as well, and she's the sister to a horse who was multiple graded stakes place in England and in the UAE. One sibling was a winner. Also watched his last workout on First TV in blinkers. It looked like watching that, and he will debut with shortcut blinkers on as well. So he has been training in that equipment. Jeremiah has been very dangerous with his 2-year-old first-time starters, and I certainly understand taking a shot in this short field, and especially when he has the favorite. He is a very physically mature, good-looking individual. He's been sharp, but not over the top. I do think that maybe a race would help him kind of bring it all together from a physical perspective, but certainly one that looks like he is doing pretty well coming into this. We'll see if he is fit enough to get around his stablemate, Greg.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the post parade for the funny side when we come back. 4th and 1, first-time starter, 2 to 1 on the board. Riders up. We'll be back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. For more information on the New York thoroughbred breeding and development fun. Go to nybreds.com as we have a New York bred stakes race coming up the funny side here for 2-year-olds. We start with the even money favorite, Toga Twist, Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Very game on debut. Took a lot of money that day, so he obviously had been training well into the debut. Should be tough here.
His stablemate, 2-1 next door, 4th-1 debuts.
$240,000 yearling purchased from a hot young sire in Maxfield. He helps the race go, but his entry mate may be helping it go for him.
Rumble, Young Man Rumble, debuted on grass for Gary Contessa.
Yeah, great name, and it's going to have to improve getting onto dirt for the first time.
Minor Inconvenience race came off the turf start number 2 and won by 10.5 lengths.
But first time that he's ever been entered in a race scheduled to go on the dirt, and while he ran well last time, there was no real competition, and he also doesn't have the same kind of speed that Toga Twist has in this race, but obviously fast enough to say he is a contender.
Let's go back to the debut for Toga Twist, who is the even money favorite, was sent off the favorite, first time out, July 6th, Saratoga, and had to fight, but got the win.
Well, he got quite a challenge from Valentine Crusader, who came back for trainer John Ortiz, and while he lost a photo in his next start, he ran 21 buyer points faster, and they put a lot of separation in this field. I think he's probably the goods in here, Richie, and even money might even be the highest we see on him.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Listen, he was in a knockdown, drag-out battle. The other horse came back to run well. I guess the only horse that I think that he probably have to take a long look at is the other Maya Engelhardt, the first-time starter, who did get very high marks from the Daily Racing Form Clocker report, and that's something that I've used as a tool here this whole meet that has really pointed out horses that have worked well in the morning.
I'm going to guess the biggest challenge to Jeremiah is going to come from his other horse, the stablemate.
Well, here's the 5. Minor Inconvenience, debuted, as Andy said, sprinting on grass. Then race comes off the turf, muddy, sealed track, 7 furlongs, and dominates this group.
And I think this was one of the few days there was a little bit of a bias. Speed did pretty well throughout this card in a wet track. It doesn't always happen on wet tracks. It was a pretty uncompetitive field. The distant runner-up in here was heavily favored Rick Dutrow, but that horse just did no running. Having said that, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, pretty much the same figure the favorite ran. Just question whether or not this is really going to be a true dirt sprinter.
Yeah, I mean, he was very impressive in a field of horses that were all kind of looking to be on the grass. And also, it was a sealed sloppy track, and sometimes that helps horses that are more grass-bent because they run over the top of the ground.
Let's go back to Acacia.
And as far as Minor Inconvenience is concerned, I agree. I do think that this horse, you have to put a little bit of stock into the fact that he finished well, but how good was he really, given the fact that he was meant for turf, as were the company that he was facing that day, whereas while it's a compact field in here, he is facing dirt meant horses. I will say, he warmed up very well. Ricardo Santana took him right away from the pony. He's moving beautifully out there. Not really like you would expect sometimes with a turf horse that maybe they climb a little bit or don't look the most comfortable on the main track. I thought that he looked like he's maybe been a little bit of a work in progress and looks like he's doing exceptionally well, making his 3rd start for Amelia Green. As the number 4 Rumble, Young Man Rumble, gets on the dirt for the first time after debuting on the turf and doing no running that day. He is a big boy. There is a lot of him. Now, not an overly turf hoof in that it's kind of a flatter. It's not really built like that, but he is very light and angular in his hind end. As we often talk about, horses sometimes with that type of physicality have an easier time of it on the turf. He also looks like he's one that really wants more distance as he is so tall and leggy. The dam's only win was on the grass, but the second dam, while she was proficient on both turf and dirt, was a stakes winner on the main track and did run at one point a 106 buyer speed figure on the dirt. So there is pedigree for him to be able to handle the surface switch. I just felt, as the board reflects, he is an outlier against the other 3 that he will run against today, Greg.
Double-digit odds. You know, the other 3 all taking attention, that one being ignored a bit, but we've seen in pretty recent years past Gary Contessa strike when being ignored in some big races.
Yeah, he won some major races up here with horses that paid big prices. And
well, he won the Schuylerville with the first-time starter.
And the Telefella and the Hopeful, right? I mean, that comes to mind. I like the first-time starter.
Flat race of the afternoon. Go ahead.
By Maxfield. Maxfield's gotten off to a very hot start as a sire. It's his first crop, so 4th and 1 in football season starting. Come on, guys.
3 horse at 5 to 2.
You
The
love
stablemate
football.
to the odds-on favorite. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the funny side.
Minor Inconvenience will complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the funny side, and Toga Twist had a horrendous start. Minor Inconvenience and 4th and 1. These two speed away. Rumble, Young Man Rumble third, and Toga Twist, who was hopelessly left at the start. The odds-on favorite is the trailer. And 4th and 1 is in hand, tugging beautifully into the far turn. Ricardo Santana all over Minor Inconvenience, trying to stick with 4th and 1. Another 4-back Toga Twist trying to get into the race through a quarter in 23 seconds flat. And Rumble, Young Man Rumble is the trailer. They're coming to the quarter pole. It's 4th and 1 on the inside, and Minor Inconvenience. Minor Inconvenience is up to take a narrow lead. Toga Twist trying to come with a rally on the outside as they head to the 8th pole. And 4th and 1 has something left, fighting back inside Minor Inconvenience. And Toga Twist within 3 lengths of them. Minor Inconvenience with a 16th to go asserts his superiority, pulling away with a good-looking stride. Scores by 4 in the funny side. 4th and 1, Toga Twist and Rumble, Young Man Rumble.
There is Amelia Green, winning trainer. Minor Inconvenience got a major assist, though, from an awful beginning from Toga Twist.
All the credit to Minor Inconvenience for the win, but this was not the best horse in the race.
Keep your eyes on the 2 out of the gate.
Boy, he just kind of hesitated and then made a sharp left turn. And sometimes you get those young horses standing there for a little bit while the other 3 horses are being loaded, and they're already looking at that empty space thinking, I might go that direction. And it just, the fact that he even got back in the race at all, Andy, was a pretty miraculous performance.
Yeah, and he obviously would have won by 5 or more lengths in this race if he had had a clean break in here, and it's just one of those situations. I mean, we can show that head on again, guys. I don't know or believe necessarily that the starters influenced this. I think this horse just did this on his own, and that's the way the game goes. But obviously, if you bet on Toga Twist, you have every right to be frustrated because he was clearly the best horse in this race, but he did this to himself, Richie.
Yeah, this was his own doing. You can see clearly the starter has no hand on him whatsoever. And he just, not only did he duck in sharply, he hesitated severely the first stride.
Just stood there.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that severe left. Inquiry sign is up, involving his start out of the gate. He does wind up 3rd. But, wow, he ran on valiantly. Just an awful beginning. And for Amelia Green, Minor Inconvenience takes advantage. Her first stakes win. Congratulations.
Yeah, nice job by her. And Ricardo Santana, he's always aggressive. He rode his horse hard out of the gate to get his position. He forced 4th and 1 early and then had enough left to kick away from him. But Toga Twist was best.
By the way,
and unlucky.
the 4, by the way, slammed the 3 out of the gate.
The 5 was probably 3rd best in here. If we can show that head on at the start again, not only did the 2 have that preposterous break, but in watching that, we kind of missed what happened with the 3, who leapt up at the start and then got absolutely slouched by the number 4 horse. And if we can, after showing this, show the pan of the start so people can get an idea of how severely handicapped both of these runners were. He broke slow. The 4 came over a little, but it's his fault for breaking slow. But, I mean, it's amazing the number of events that just took place in this race. And can we show the pan of the start so people can see just how badly compromised these horses were?
Yeah, the 4 completely comes into the 3 and impacts that horse. But here's the pan view. And watch the 2 and the 3 here.
So the 3 breaks a good 3/4 of a length slow or something and does that and has to rush up in there. And the 2 was obviously disastrous for him. That was a calamitous beginning. But I don't think any of the gate crew had anything to do with it. I think all these horses just acted badly.
These were young horses that just made mistakes. And Toga Twist hesitated. I almost felt like he ducked away from the 3 because he saw him get knocked over towards him.
Good point.
By the way, let me clear it up for Amelia Green. First stakes win at Saratoga. So, congrats. Special to collect that here, no matter how you get it. And she'll take it with minor inconvenience. Ricardo Santana Jr. Terrific summer continues for him all meet long. We've been saying his name.
You know you're living right when you win races like that.
Yes.
He's ridden extremely well all meet. He's an aggressive rider that really puts him at a tactical advantage when some of his contemporaries are a little bit more reticent to be that aggressive. And PJ Campos done an amazing job. You know, so many agents got used to not being at the track during COVID, and they don't come. Saratoga's a different beast. You got to be here. And every time I look up, I see PJ Capo zipping around in a golf cart or running somebody down. You've got to be visible in Saratoga.
Great.
Minor inconvenience. It was a little bit more than that for the rivals here for the Jeremiah Engelhardt barn. But congrats to Amelia Green and Ricardo Santana Jr.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Looks like somebody's having a bachelorette party in the backyard. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In the funny side, minor inconvenience makes it 2 wins in a row. First Saratoga Stakes victory for trainer Amelia Green, who's joining me here. But Amelia, first of all, you're also co-owner of this horse. That has to make it doubly special to have this victory.
Yeah, it does. Like I said last time, me and Amanda, you know, we've had him since he was a baby, and he's the most spoiled horse you'll ever find. But I think after today, he deserves to be. We brought Upland Flats into him after his maiden win last time, so I'm happy for them to be involved in him too.
He warmed up exceptionally well today. It had to make you feel good to see that he really can handle both surfaces.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 3rd surface now. I mean, he ran turf, then he went slop, and now, you know, a fast dirt track. So it's nice to know, you know, you have a lot of options, especially with a New York bred. And Ricardo knows him so well. He came in the paddock. He was so confident. He said, we're winning this race. I said, I don't think I needed to give you instructions, right? He said, no. I said, okay. So, you know, credit to Ricardo. He rode him great. And, yeah, I'm very proud of the horse.
You certainly did. But you're not done yet. In the PG Johnson later, you have Devilish Grin, who's stretching out. What do you think about the added distance?
I love it. We've been trying to get her going long for, you know, since she came in. She's bred to go long. Her Grand Dam won the English Oaks going 1.5 miles. So, you know, it's in her pedigree to need more distance, so we're excited to get it today. Obviously, it's a tough task going in the stakes company as a maiden, but when it rained off last week, the maiden, I said, I think we take a chance. You know, everyone's kind of in the same boat. There's a couple that have won, but there's a couple that are still maidens, so I'm excited to see her going long today.
Well, best of luck with that one, but certainly big congratulations for the win with minor inconvenience. I'm sure he'll get lots of treats tonight.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Thank you.
Greg?
Something you always remember, I would think, as a trainer, your first stakes win at this historic racetrack. And she mentioned Devilish Grin later, PG Johnson. Interesting filly stretching out. And that second dam, yeah, Group 1 English Oaks winner. So pedigree to like going longer.
Yeah, I think she stated a good case there. Interesting that Minor Inconvenience, the winner of the funny side, was sold for $20,000 as a yearling just up the street in that October sale they have for New York breds, and just took down the lion's share of $150,000.
It's mostly weanlings, right?
Weanlings. It's a mixed bag. Weanlings, broodmares, and yearlings.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day goes to Minor Inconvenience in this funny side. 4th and 1 Toga Twist. Going to be circled on a lot of people's watch lists as ones to key in on next time out after those tough beginnings. Race 3, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the lawn. Allowance optional claiming field for New York breds. And right now, Vacation Dance. Brad Cox or Rod Ortiz Jr. opens as the favorite.
I agree. He's a very logical horse in this race. And the thing about this race, it's an odd turf sprint where there really isn't any speed, and that's where we are now. There's not even speed in turf sprints anymore. We'll see if I'm wide awake, how he takes the turf, the speed. But I like Clancy Fancy, who I think can be forward. I like the switch to Joel Rosario, who's having a tremendous meet up here this summer. Anyone's paying attention. I think this horse has run well enough in turf sprints to suggest he can be competitive. I think he can be forward. I thought he had a bit of a trip last time and actually ran pretty well in that race off a little bit of a freshening. And I like Clancy Fancy to be close to the pace, if not on it, and upset the third. So, to win.
Bankroll bet for Andy in this race coming up. Clancy Fancy. And yeah, big switch. Joel Rosario on board, taking over. And, you know, we've said it all along with Joel, Mig, quietly just producing and having a monster meet.
He's ridden very well this meet, and he's a tremendous rider. He's brilliant. Sometimes he's frustrating to me because he'll deliver some rides that are hard for me to understand, but I think he's been in great form this meeting.
I agree.
Later today, PG Johnson, 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th, and these runners, eyes on potentially getting to Del Mar on Halloween for the Breeders' Cup. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Big scratch, Blanchette coming out. Still a bit of a guessing game. What to do here? Time to Dream, Andy, for Todd Pletcher. Overcame a little trouble in that debut to win.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too caught up with you know, the buyer figures in two-turn turf races for 2-year-olds starting out in July. They're just not really ready for these races, and these routinely are numbers that you'll see improve dramatically. Source made a big run, closed in under 23 seconds flat for the final quarter mile to get it done. I thought it was a good effort, and there's two horses with a success going long on the turf. I stuck to them in here, Richie, with a scratch at Blanchette, and I prefer Time to Dream, who closed into a slow pace, over Scratch It, who won on top of a very slow pace.
I think it's a great point. One had everything her own way, and the other had to really finish to get it done. Time to Dream was good. Buy Not This Time, who is as hot a sire as there is out there right now.
Amazing. Yep.
Well, Brad Cox sent out a debut winner at this mile, a 16 distance, Scratch It. Manny Franco rode that day. Pratt will take over this afternoon. Did it on the front end, Andy, and you have some sprinters stretching out that makes it look like that might be difficult to do today.
Right, isn't that the other juxtaposition between the two? You know the Time to Dream can rate and be successful. You don't know that Scratch It can do it because it's hard to imagine in this field that this horse is in front.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the pedestrian fraction she got to set, too. Nearly 25 seconds, a half at 51. If she has any ability at all, she's supposed to finish the deal, which she did.
It's just hard to know who she is, right? Yep. I mean, maybe she is pretty good. I'm not trying to say she's not, but I just prefer the one that was able to finish than the one that had everything on the way in the front end.
Donora Tappet for Brad Cox. And that is to come later today. Race 8, PG Johnson. I think whenever people bring up that name, obviously you think 42-1. Valponi, Breeders' Cup Classic.
Valponi.
I rode Valponi in an allowance race here. He was very impressive. I was waiting for PG at the barn 5:30 the next morning and said, you got to run this horse in the Travers. Ultimately, he did. It didn't work out. And PG said, sure. You know, I listened to a jockey. I was just a year off. I was right.
First of all, you were right.
Yeah.
The horse ran a 1 1/8 race up here in the last race one day, won by over 10 lengths, and ran a 1:10 buyer.
Yeah.
You weren't wrong to take a shot in there. It didn't work out. If he hadn't run, they never would have known. And you were right. He ended up showing he belonged.
Right. Yeah, just a year later. I was a little short of time. And then I had one on a horse named Bowman's Band 3 in a row, and they both went to the Pegasus. And how do I take off a horse for John Kimmel, who I was riding all his horses at the time, Bowman's Band, even though I thought Volponi was a better horse, and that's how I lost him out on Volponi.
Well, Bowman's Band, when he won that race, was actually going out for the first time for the Chief. It was a trainer switch for Bowman's Band, and Dynaver was in that field as well. That was the next year, or the following year.
We're going to let them continue this during the break. We'll be back. More coming up. Torpedo Anna will look back at her gutsy performance in the personal incident. What is next on her road to November? Stay with us.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. Time for our Bullet Performance of the Week. Brought to you by Bullet Bourbon. Let the doing do the talking. With Bullet, Torpedo Anna holding off Darth Vader for yet another win in the personal ensign.
Forgetting about Torpedo Anna. It was a tremendous race, right? I mean, just forgetting the fact that it was Torpedo Anna in there. And also, you know, it was a very unlucky bob for the second place finisher, but Richie, I thought Torpedo Anna, and I'm taking nothing away from Darth Vader, I think ran very well.
Sure.
I thought Torpedo Anna ran the better race because she made the first wide move to sort of collapse the pace.
Well, she was involved in that pace, right? That two
destroyed the other
good
horses.
fillies, Randomize and Bernie Take Charge, nice New York bred. They finished last and second to last, and she continued and then took on the fresh challenge and fought it all the way to the wire. I thought this was as game a performance as she's ever
It's her
had.
best race since the Travers. I mean, I think it's the best race she's run since the Travers. And the first true indication this year that she can get back to her very best form. And I think you have to say at this point she is the horse to beat in the distaff, right?
I think no question.
Yeah.
And, you know, Kenny McPeak, I don't think people were thinking this was going to happen anyway, but he dispelled any of those theories. Won't be tackling Sovereignty and the older horses in the Classic. Going to have one more race, potentially before trying to repeat in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, either the Spinster at Keeneland or Mile and a Quarter Delaware Handicap.
Yeah, not sure why they moved that into the clogged fall already, but that's where we are right now. And you know what? Kenny can do what he wants. Kenny is ready for a challenge. He showed it last year with her, and he's handled her extremely well. And the fact that she's come back as well as she is when there were some questions, legit questions earlier, is a tribute to him and his crew. And Kenny owes nobody anything with this filly. He has managed her very well, and he has run her in big spots. And after the Travers last year, he hasn't apologized to anybody.
No, and honestly, her last work before the Personal Ensign had been her best work maybe this entire year from what I saw.
And also, Kenny's not going to throw her the wolves in the Classic, right, and make her look bad in her last career start if it ends up being.
Because I also think they shortened the Delaware Park handicap to a 1.8 miles.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Thank
10
God.
minutes away, race 3, 5.5 on the turf. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the number 5 Vacation Dance, as both he and Rusi come out of that July 24th race. And Vacation Dance is making his 3rd start in the Brad Cox barn, and he has been running well. He's been running fast figures recently since coming back this year, making now the 3rd start of his form cycle as a 5-year-old. And he finished behind Set, who wired the field and did look to be the class of that field last time, whereas Vacation Dance was off the pace and ran on 2nd best. I thought he ran exceptionally well that day. He is, as I've always talked about him, a very big horse that for his size is remarkably light on his feet. And despite his size, every time connections have tried to stretch him out, it does turn out to be that with his closing kick, he is a more potent turf sprinter. So that's what they keep him doing, looking yet again like he's doing well. I thought he had very good energy and was fit 2 back when I saw him first off the layoff, and looking like he's certainly primed and ready for his best start yet this year. But at a much bigger price, I think you have to give a little bit of credit to the 6 Rusi, who also came out of that race. He was making his first start off of the layoff, and he was one that broke well, but then kind of dropped back, was wide throughout, and ran on not quite enough to, and ended up finishing 3rd, but certainly ran like a horse that would benefit from getting a race under his belt. He looks fantastic. Now 2nd off the bench. It was good to see Jim Bond pick up the first win of the meet last week, and he said it's a shame that the meet is ending, as he feels like it's finally, the barn is finally starting to heat up. But this is a horse who looks very fit, great super coat on him, acting really professionally here in the paddock. I feel like now that he has a race under his belt, he has license to take a step forward in here today. The number 3, Bosun, is a horse that has been in very good form since moving to the turf for Joe Sharp, as he does now step up to the next level of competition, which certainly is a little bit of the challenge, as he faced some very good horses in his recent efforts. 2 back, he faced Waralo, who's just been a completely different horse since moving to the turf. 3 back, Friend of the Devil, who is fast and very, very talented for Carlos Martin. Then last time beat Courtly Banker, who would come back to win with an 88 Beyer speed figure. He's one that I've always felt he's so relaxed, so switched off, but once he gets out there on track, it's like flipping a switch. He just turns it on as he's even starting to get a little bit sharper as they head out. Again, stepping up from the first level allowance into this level of competition, and especially kind of being a younger, by comparison, more lightly raced horse, it is a tall task, but physically here in the paddock, Greg, he looks like he's up for it.
7 minutes away from this 3rd. Coming up as you get a look at Arad Ortiz Jr. clinging on to that lead, but with his brother heading to the dueling grounds, likely going to win a 4th straight riding title.
Yeah, as well as he had been doing, and I don't think he's riding any worse. I don't think, I think he's still riding well, but as well as he'd been doing early, his numbers have gone down dramatically. The regression of the mean remains undefeated, and his brother sort of elevated things, and so has Flavien Prat as well to move into 2nd. He was just so far behind early. It's still a great meet for Irad, but has not been a great, incredibly successful over the last couple of weeks.
No, I think that's fair, but
it's not his riding. He's riding great.
Hard to maintain the torrid pace that he was on.
You gotta be on the right horses. You gotta, I mean,
pace.
it's not. He was listen, he does as well as you could be expected and probably better with whomever he's riding in here. His numbers have just regressed a little bit. It's understandable. His number, he couldn't maintain that kind of results in this group.
It also makes what Ramon Dominguez record, what he did setting that record, puts it, I think, in proper context, right? Like just how difficult it's going to be for anybody to catch that.
Win 68
I
races.
think he's going to take a real run at it at some point.
I don't know. Not unless this colony gets less deep. This colony is so deep right now. The competition, even for the best riders, for the best horses, I think is as strong as it's been in a long, long time.
You know, people forget in the 80s when it was a 24-day meet, 20 wins could win the meet because it was spread out amongst so many good riders.
Yep. Very different story. And that's why, you know, taking nothing away from whether it's Jerry Baylor or John Velasquez, if Angel Cordero had ridden 40-day meets in Saratoga, the numbers he would have put up would have been remarkable.
Yeah.
Post parade coming up. And we'll start with the man who had a pretty good fastball.
I don't think he's the worst long shot in this race. He could be a little bit forward in here, and he didn't have the best of trips last time.
Ricardo Santana Jr. for Norm Cassidy. I'm wide awake.
I think he plays out to be the speed of the speed here, trying turf for the first time. Interesting that the mare, his dam, won one race on the turf, and none of her foals have tried it yet. This is the first time.
Here's Bosun coming off that big win at the meet.
The problem with Bosun is, A, this is a tougher field than last time, and B, he got a lot of pace to run at, and he may not get that pace today.
Here's Vacation Dance, Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Oh, Vacation. I'm sorry. I thought it was Clancy Fancy. Vacation Dance is a very logical favorite horse to beat. A little overbet with Irad, but very logical.
Russi Javier Castellano for the James Bond Barn.
Ran okay off the bench. In behind Vacation Dance. Could take a step forward.
Yarrow, second start back as a 7-year-old.
Always liked Yarrow, but he's going to have to run a lot better than he did that race when he came off the layoff. But Miguel has been having a magically good meet.
And somewhere out there
is Clancy
Fancy. Here, you're putting your $100 bet on.
Yes, I like Clancy Fancy here. I think he's very interesting. I like the rider switch, but I also think he's run well in his turf races, and he did not have the best of trips last time.
6-1.
Like
Clancy
to see him be
Fancy.
forward here.
Joel Rosario will hop aboard, trying to get his first win on the grass. There he is. Off since June 22nd, Belmont at Aqueduct.
Yeah, no, I thought he ran okay that day. He was in the rail in the backstretch for breaking well. He angled out 3 to 5 wide in the turn. I thought his effort was, you know, he finished just behind Vacation Dance in that race. Vacation Dance improved in his next start. Maybe he has more improvement in this one. There it is.
3 minutes to post. Coming up, 9 to 5 favoritism. Vacation Dance coming out of a race with Russi back on July 24th.
Don't you think, though, Russi could take a step forward, particularly with a race under his belt now, Andy?
Yeah, I don't think he's impossible in here. Russi, I mean, he's a little slower than some of the others, but I don't disagree. I mean, I'm not going to go wildly against anybody in this race. I mean, I think I'm wide awake wins. I'm going to get away from a horse like that. But after that, I think the 1, the 3, the 4, the 5, even the 6, all contenders here.
What would you think of Vacation Dance in this race?
I thought he ran well. I mean, I thought he had a good trip overall. But listen, he also lost a set. Set's running against tougher horses. Set was coming off a nose loss to Warolo in his last race. So these were pretty good horses. I mean, I think he's the worst to beat. I don't think there's a big argument against that.
But he did get a good trip, didn't he? He got to save ground and tip out when he needed to.
Yep.
I agree he's the horse to beat, but he got it. You can't expect him to get as good a trip this time.
I don't disagree, and that's why I'm trying to beat him in here. But I do think it's fair to say he's the horse to beat, and I think you agree.
And a big warm-up there under Irad Ortiz Jr. Vacation Dance. Back to Bosun. 2-1 second choice, and taking the next logical step up here off that win. It was a big win. New York bred A other than, now getting allowance optional claiming.
But I thought it was a pace that basically collapsed. And the second place finisher came back and improved the figure in winning. But he was also near the pace in this race. Now on the ledge, who finished third, came back and ran much worse in a subsequent start. So there's some good signs and bad signs. He got a solid figure in that race. But I think from a pace dynamic in here, it just comes up, not only is he moving up in class, but he's facing a much less favorable pace scenario. So while he can win, 2-1 doesn't do it for me.
I think you made a really solid point when we started talking about this race for a turf sprint, the lack of true pace in the air. And that's why I thought, I'm wide awake. You have to give him a little bit of a look if his speed will transfer to a different surface.
I agree, but I'm just not. Listen, he's 7-1. If people like him, they should bet him. But to me, he's been erratic lately, and I just am not inclined. I'm just more inclined to go the ones that have run. And if he had more turf pedigree, I would go for it. But you're right, the damn one on the turf.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the dam did win on the grass. The second dam was started just twice on synthetic in Europe, one of those being a win. But as Richie mentioned, none of the immediate siblings have tried the grass. So it is an interesting surface switch. And here he is by Lauban, whose progeny can handle the grass. He is a horse that I thought 2 and 3 back. 3 back, he did seem to kind of be a little bit of a standout as he was facing New York Bred Company for the first time in a long time. But then when I saw him 2 back, he just wasn't moving as fluidly, maybe looking like he regressed a little bit off that dominant big win, talking about the 2, I'm wide awake. Sorry there, guys, I went backwards. But as far as the 2 is concerned, he's a horse that could he handle the turf? A little bit. It just looks to me like they're searching a little bit. He does have a flatter hoof to him. He's had a very quiet warm-up, staying with the pony. I am wondering, though, but you will notice watching his recent workouts, he is outfitted with that cage bit yet again. He does have the propensity to get out, so watch how he is traveling throughout the running of that race. The 4, Clancy Fancy, though, back to him. He did have a big warm-up, as you saw. He has been sharp. I think he's going to be more forward in here. I know he was last early last time out, but he is one that did show some speed on the dirt in some of his prior efforts, and just his demeanor overall. He was even a little bit tricky getting the tack on, which he wasn't last time out, but they had to take him out and finish saddling him on the walk. He has been on it from the word go, and Joel Rosario gave him that big warm-up out on the track. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get him involved in the race a little bit more early on, and I definitely like that he's staying on the grass, Greg.
Post time coming up. Thank you, Acacia. Get involved. You can do so right there at NYRABets.com. SPA200, that code to use at sign up for new members, and get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus just for playing with Naira Bets. Pick 4 starts here. Pick 6 begins in the next race in the 4th. But first things first, 8-5 favorite, Vacation Dance, Brad Cox barn, who will send out a horse who won at first asking in that P.G. Johnson later today.
And, of course, Highland Falls later this week in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, which will be being drawn sometime later this afternoon. I hear it's a good field. You know, White Abarrio's in there as well. It's coming up a super tough race.
Field.
Yep.
Send it upstairs. Start of a pick 4. Frank Miramonte, the call.
Last few runners left to load. Here's Clancy Fancy with the pink silks going up. The gray is Vacation Dance. Rusi second to last. Yarrow will be the last one. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rusi is out very quickly. Seaver was not. I'm Wide Awake is quickest and takes over. So it's I'm Wide Awake in front. Bosun takes second. Vacation Dance now third. Clancy Fancy fourth. Rusi, who broke well, is toward the back of the field in the blue between horses. Yarrow is just outside of him. And it's another 3 to Seaver. And so it is I'm Wide Awake in control around the far turn. Bosun is a clear-cut second, chasing. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds flat. I'm Wide Awake over Bosun in second. Vacation Dance trying to make some headway in third. Yarrow hard-ridden fourth. And then it's Rusi in fifth. Seaver inches up on the outside of Clancy Fancy. They're at the top of the stretch. And Bosun is trying to get to I'm Wide Awake. I'm Wide Awake, and Ricardo Santana Jr. 2-length lead. Bosun on the outside. Vacation Dance is bearing down in third. Coming to the 16th pole. Vacation Dance on the outside. I'm Wide Awake at the rail. Bosun in between them. A driving finish. It's going to be close. It's going to be Bosun. He knows where the wire is, and he had it down when it counted. I'm Wide Awake and Vacation Dance, Yarrow fourth.
Bosun just up in time. Back-to-back wins now. Joe Sharp, Kendrick Carmouche, and Andy, you brought this up as we were watching this race. Very sharp ride from Kendrick Carmouche to put this horse in position early.
Right, he was the slowest horse in the race, and he finished second. He was sitting second, and frankly, and all the credit goes to Kendrick and the horse getting it done and Joe Sharp's great meet, but that's one of the reasons it's gotten very hard to handicap, because it's impossible to look at races on paper anymore and have an idea how they're going to be run. I have no idea what so many other riders were doing in this race, but give a lot of credit to Kendrick, and Kendrick got the job done because of the way he rode this horse.
Yeah, he put this horse in the game, in position, and I'm Wide Awake did take to the turf. His speed translated well, and if Kendrick's not in that position that he was in, he never runs down I'm Wide Awake.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
3-2-5-7 finish. Keep your eyes on the 3 and look at Kendrick Carmouche be aggressive from the outset.
No, Kendrick had a plan, and nobody else did, except for, I say, Ricardo Santana on I'm Wide Awake. There was a lot of sleeping going on. I don't know what was going on with Joel and the horse I rode, who he's got a tight hold on, who clearly could have been in front or sitting second. They went a slow first quarter. I don't know, but maybe that horse had an issue because he seemed to be well back during the race, but he had no interest whatsoever in being forward on the horse that should have been on top of the pace. I don't get it.
It is interesting, right? They ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Two most aggressive riders, two horses that showed the most speed, even though one you wouldn't anticipate with Bosun.
And how could you expect Vacation Dance to close into this slow pace as far back as he was? Decisions are being made before the races are run on where people want to play horses, race horses, as opposed to what you talk about, Richie, getting your position going forward. One guy did it here. Two guys, I should say. They ran 2-1.
Yeah. Bosun back-to-back at the meet for Joe Sharp. That first win, Jose Ortiz. This time, Kendrick Carmouche at 2-1 is the second choice on the board. Prices from this third. We'll set up the pick 6 when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we kick off our final week of this incredible meet here in Saratoga Springs. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Bosun, difference-making ride from Kendrick Carmouche, who's had a tremendous summer.
That's what we come to expect from Kendrick. He's aggressive. He's position conscious. He's, to me, a throwback kind of rider, a little bit old school. I really enjoy watching him ride, and Kendrick certainly made a big difference here.
I'm Wide Awake. They made the right move, putting this horse on the grass.
Yeah, big effort. I found it strange looking through the pedigrees, Greg. I'm Wide Awake's dam was successful on turf, and none of her foals tried grass until today. And I'm Wide Awake is a horse that wants to be on the lead. He was very game, but Bosun gets it done as your second choice.
$6.50 for the victory. Kendrick couple of grade ones. One of them at this meet, the other Belmont at Saratoga on Deterministic. Wins the 4-star Dave. That other one was the Manhattan back at Belmont at Saratoga, but just been a terrific summer for him.
Great summer riding here in Saratoga. Not too long ago, rode his 4,000th career victory. It's a huge number, and he's fun to watch, and he's always a good interview, too.
Phileas Fogg he'll have as well, I believe, in that Jockey Club Gold Cup off that Suburban victory. Yep. As you take a look at the canoe in the infield, and after that performance, 5th, I didn't realize it's 5th fastest Travers ever run by Sovereignty. Let's go to Acacia.
And happy to be joined by winning rider Kendrick Carmouche here as Bosun gets the win. Kendrick, I know you rode this horse 2 back. It seemed like having him be more forward today in this race made a world of difference for him.
Yeah, I think he likes Saratoga better than Aqueduct, you know, to be honest. Whenever he come run there with Joey Sharp off the layoff, he just hooked some fast paces coming with the new with the turf course in Aqueduct beginning of the year. I think that has more to do with it than anything, but today you can see they never had that much speed. I warmed him up good. I wanted to sit close, you know. I thought whoever was 1, 2, 3 was the winners in the race, and the last 16 you can see he covered a little ground and get there in time, you know. Just winning races at the spa.
Nothing wrong with that. And I mean, you kind of touched on it. You've done your homework. I know it's what all the top jockeys do, but how important is it to be aware of how that race might play out when you're handicapping just like we are?
I mean, if handicappers out there and they really looking at it, and you can see where Irad was the first quarter of a mile when his horse supposed to be 4 or 5 off of it. He's sitting 2.5 off of it. I'm sitting a length off of it. Those horses supposed to come from 4 or 5 lengths off of it. We both knew we had to do something different today to change the outcome of the race. And as you can see, you know, Santana was the only one in the lead, but never ran on the turf. We made up the ground, and my horse was the best horse at the end of the day. And you know, just looking at it like that, you can see what we do, our homework, you know. Santana had one job to do. I had another job to do. Irad had another job. You look at the first quarter of a mile, that's your race right there. Everybody else is running for 3rd and 4th.
You guys make it so much fun for us to watch as well. Congrats on another win, Kendrick.
Thank you, thank you. The boot, baby. We're back out. We're in the circle.
Picture time indeed. That's where you want to be in the winner's circle. What a summer for Kendrick Carmouche. Pick 6. Here we go on this Wednesday card. Mile on the inner turf to start it off, $40,000 claiming race. And Johnny's Fireball, interesting, opens his favorite here for Norm Cassie. But Ballooney has been in very sharp form.
He has. He's consistent. I mean, listen, Johnny's Fireball has some good races, and I can understand people liking him. I just wonder what happened to him last time. Honestly, I had a little trouble making Fredo. After that, I thought anyone could win.
Let's look ahead to the weekend coming up. And the Grade 2 Flower Bowl, mile and 3/8 on the grass. And La Mejana, Miguel Clement, trying to win a 3rd in a row.
And I think her biggest test may come from her stablemate, Beliza, a horse. La Mejana, I mean, ran huge, ran well enough to win a Breeders' Cup last time out, but it might have been the softer turf that really helped. Fortunately, not a lot of weather predicted this week, so that may hurt La Mejana, and I think it might help Beliza. I think that she has a chance to turn the tables on her.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point. Ground could be the great equalizer, and, you know, obviously trips. The one thing you can say with certainty, though, La Mejana is a horse that relishes every bit of the distance, and
she's been very good. Her race 2 back, there was no pace at all. She sat back in last, and just when Flavien asked her to run, she just rolled on by. So while the race didn't come up very fast from a speed figure standpoint, it was a very impressive win by her given the race dynamics. And here, I mean, obviously the ground played a big role. There was a lot of give in the ground, and she ran as well as she did. But she is really in great form for Miguel Clement.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Be Your Best, Grade 1 winner, 2 starts back out in Southern California in the Gamely for Staffy Joseph Jr. 6-time winner of over $1 million on the lawn.
Obviously, since switching to Saffy's Marne, she's completely turned her career around, culminating with this win in a race that should be downgraded to a Grade 2. But she's been good. But she's good when she's on the front end. And when she had to stalk a seemingly inferior horse last time in the Beverly D, she had no finish at all and finished a mediocre 3rd in a 5-horse field. And there are enough horses in this race, Richie, to appear to have speed that if she doesn't get her own way on the front end in this race going 1 mile and 3/8 against the La Mejanas of the world, she's in trouble.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point, and there is just enough speed sign on where it's not going to be a cakewalk if she does want
Doesn't
it.
seem
She's going to
like
have to work for it, right?
That's what I thought, but who knows? Around here.
One of the races we love each and every year at this meet, 2-year-old fillies in the main event. Grade 1 spin away, 7 furlongs. And we'll start with Mythical. She beats the boys in the Tremont. Wins the Adirondack, now going to try and add this grade 1 spin away.
She's got fast figs, and she's got the resume with 2 stakes wins, but she's going against maybe the most impressive 2-year-old filly debut winner of the meet.
Who we'll get to in a second.
Yeah.
And it's 7 furlongs also. Now, she did get 6.5 last time and opened up a insurmountable lead by mid-stretch, but I also thought she was a little weary late.
She was, but, you know, I think a lot of people wanted to sort of, you know, bet against her last time, and, you know, I want to see that effort again, and she still ran pretty well. She didn't duplicate her 93 figure from the race against the boys, but I thought she ran well, but, yeah, I mean, the going's going to get tougher. You got a couple of very impressive maiden winners in this race.
Including, yeah, the one you were alluding to for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy Joe, you know, she easily beat a horse that came back with an impressive win in her next start for trainer John Ortiz. And I don't know about you, Richie, but I was as impressed by this. This wasn't one of these run-off on the front end type of horses. No. She was not that kind of horse. She is the goods, man.
She is the goods. And look at the sire Into Mischief. She's like, he stamps his get. They all that white face, right? And they got that stride kind of, you know, reminiscent of AP Indy, that, you know, his horses, you could tell the way they ran, they were by AP Indy. It's the same with Into Mischief, the way they reach for ground. This was a very impressive. And then the fact that Tennessee Belle came back and won impressively in her second
But
start.
we do talk a lot about how often these fillies are impressive in their debuts. Think about the horse that lost the turf sprint recently for George Weaver, and sometimes they don't come back as running well. And that's the thing with Tommy Joe, and also the horse on the rail, Ornithalia. Is that horse going to be able to come? You should. It's a wine, right?
Yeah,
it's a very good wine.
Great Italian wine.
Is that horse going to run as well as she did in her debut in here, or can they improve?
A lot of questions with these ever-improving youngsters. And it will be, by the way, Kendrick Carmouche will have the mount on Tommy Joe.
Well, a lot of riders are away this weekend. They're going after the money down at Kentucky Downs, but Kendrick's here, and Kendrick may have himself one hell of a weekend. He's having one hell of a meet as well.
Indeed. Look forward to that coming up over the weekend. Look at our stakes schedule for the weekend. Saturday, Prioress, Flower Bowl, and Spinaways we just touched on. Going to be a lot of fun. And, of course, Sunday, that Jockey Club Gold Cup and the rematch of the Stephen Foster 1-2 finishers with Mindframe and Sierra Leone, the Whitney winner and last year's Classic winner. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pick 6 time when we return 15 minutes away.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Here we go, back on Saratoga Live. They are decked out and ready to roll. Final giveaway of the meet.
There it is. The quarter zipper, is that what it is? The quarter zipper thing? I like that. Do you think they're really watching a race? What do you think?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah. They're looking sharp. They got the glasses. You got the giveaway glasses.
Those two guys have done tremendous work for us all summer.
Yes, they have.
They have.
Yes, they have.
Absolutely. We were really blessed with a great crew all summer.
So that's coming
Present
up on
company
Sunday,
not
final
included.
giveaway of the meet. Well, do they have a modeling career in their future?
I see it. Maybe, Greg, we should sign them up. Start the racetrack modeling agency.
I wouldn't want to mess with those guys.
A little Secret Service vibe going on there.
They need like an earpiece, you know, to sort of pull the whole thing off.
Pick six starts here. That is Ballooney. I just love the fact how consistent he has been. He runs his race just about every single time.
I agree. And it's interesting looking at him. He doesn't have the same kind of betting resume as a lot of Chad Browns. He's got some short prices, but he's got some bigger prices as well. And he's a horse, as you say, 10 for 16 first or second, including 6 wins, no thirds.
Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there with the Chad Brown trainee, as this horse did win for $40,000 last time out when dropping in class. And Chad had said in the interview with me right after that, we'll probably bring him back in a comparable race the next time out. Unfortunately, given the fact that he is a stakes winner in the past, he's not eligible to run in a starter allowance. So it's either go back into the tougher company or stay here in the claiming ranks. He wasn't claimed last time. Wouldn't be surprised if that shift was different today. He looks great once again. He's not the biggest horse, but he's very strong, very solid. He was much sharper when he first came into the paddock today, kind of bobbing his head. And since then, once they got the tack on him, he's settled in. This is his 17th start. He knows the drill and looking like he is doing well. And once again, coming in to a logical spot for the form that he's currently in. The number 4, Johnny's Fireball, was taking that early money as he is taking a drop in class down to the 40,000 for the first time. I thought it was a little bit of an odd race at Churchill Downs last time out. He was kind of knocked a little bit at the start, but then went forward to press the pace setter. And then as 2 other horses kind of continued on, he got a little keen, like he wanted to continue on as well, and then was totally flat after that. So I wasn't really sure what to make of it, and clearly it seems Norton Cassie wasn't either, because we do see him drop in class. I haven't seen him since last summer, as he was a horse that he was one that was incredibly fit coming in here to Saratoga, didn't fire when running in the off the turf lure. He's very much a turf horse. He looks like he's handling himself very well coming here to Saratoga once again. And I do think, given the form that he's been in, this is the right spot for him, as he is now a 7-year-old as well. He's been one that's been kind of solid and consistent for many years too. Taking a look at the number 3, Irwin, as he's off the layoff. He too taking a drop in class down to the 40,000 as he ran in an allowance last time out behind Wonderful Justice, who does have some more recency. But we've seen Phil Antonacci, as we've talked about a lot, have tremendous success in this meet and has success with layoff runners as well, horses coming back. The thing about Irwin is that he is a bit of a sway back type, where he has that dip in his back, and so his belly kind of hangs down a little bit just naturally with the way that he is physically put together. So he's a little bit tough to kind of gauge with his physical makeup if he is fit, but he does have that line along the belly, kind of where you would anticipate being a 6-pack or washboard abs type of build. He is fit in there. He's never going to have much on his top line, but altogether, just with the way that he is put together, he does look like he is ready off the bench, and we'll see if he too finds himself in the right spot for a barn that's been having a tremendous meet, Greg.
Yeah, Phil Antonacci, trainer of the 3, Irwin, coming in off the bench. It has been a tremendous summer, 36%. And he's had some breakout performers. Probably the one that comes to mind first and most memorable then. Looks like he could be a stakes horse.
I agree. He's been very impressed in his 2 starts. He was powerful last week here winning, and got to think Phil's thinking stakes going forward. You're right. He hasn't run that many horses, and for the most part, they've all run.
Yeah, I like the pattern that I see, too. They train at Lindy Farm, their home base in Connecticut, but they'll ship in here and work on the turf, and they've been responding well. I mean, he's really good meat.
No, I agree. And listen, if you like him at 6-1, you should jump in. This is a tough field to come in off a near-year layoff, because there are some pretty decent horses in there. These are some hard-knocking horses, that are able to run good figures with much more recency, and I just think this is a super competitive race. But if you like them, you should bet them.
Post-parade coming up. Balloony for Chad Brown. They dropped this one in for 40. Won by 3/4 of a length. No one grabbed him out of there.
I think people are a little reticent to claim from Chad Brown. He's not the toughest trainer to claim from, but his horses come in good shape, and this guy's good when he shows up. He usually shows up and runs well, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. And two schools of thought with that, right? You're getting a horse out of the Chad Brown barn, and the horse has been well cared for, is in good shape, but also hard to improve on.
26 wins. Linda Rice, 4 back. Could we possibly see a repeat and her make that big run like she did a few summers ago?
Wasn't she down 5 early in the day on closing day, or 3 or something, and still tied Chad?
Yeah.
So,
very last race of the meet. Yeah, ended it.
Linda does not go away.
Here is Wonderful Justice, Joe Sharpa, Rad Ortiz Jr.
Bet this horse last time, thought the horse ran poorly. Perhaps he'll run better today.
Ruse at a big number, has some races that fit.
He has races to go back to that he could be competitive here. By War Dancer, just terrific New York sire by Warfront.
I have to lose a little money on him at 19-1.
Here's Phil Antonacci's Irwin off the bench.
He's got races that are fast enough to win. The tough race to come in off a layoff.
Norm Cassie Barn, Jose Lezcano, Johnny's Fireball.
A major player. His last race left something to be desired, but he's got several races previous to that would make him very tough to beat here.
Balloony for the meet's leading trainer, Chad Brown. He's won 2 of his last 3.
Just a horse to beat. He's a very logical horse.
Drop down in class, Son of a Birch, dangerous. Blinkers coming off.
I think the drop in class, I think he's well placed. You get Flavien Prat, too, which is never a bad thing.
I picked him. I think he's a decent price.
Touch Revenge, 13-time winner, over $900,000 in earnings.
And he looks like the speed in this race, and I imagine Ricardo, not a guy who looks to rate lone speeds, probably goes to the front. He's dangerous.
You broke my heart.
Fredo.
Poor Fredo.
He'd be a bit of a surprise here. He's going to have to find a race we haven't seen recently.
What's neat about him is really consistently good. He runs similar races. They're just a little bit slower than these. Not that much slower, just a little slower. This is a super competitive race.
Very tough, 40 claiming race.
Roos at 18-1. I have to lose a few dollars on him at that price. I like the 6. I'll use the 2 or the 5 and 6 in this race, but I mean, Bruce has got races that put him in the mix. He ran okay last time. He lost to a pretty good horse, and it's not a bad rider switch.
Dylan Davis, tremendous here last summer. In the irons on an 18-1 chop, but the 8-5 favorite. So Balloony dropped in for $40,000 last time out and able to hold off Zverev, who actually came back and impressed.
Yeah, I don't have a knock on him. I think he's just very logical, Richie. Zverev won off the claim for Mike Maker stretching out, going long in a blanket photo, I believe.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? He's your favorite, and probably rightfully so. But he's the horse that took the drop last time and got it done. Now you got some others doing what he did into the last race. And I thought that at better prices, there was some interest there.
You surprised that he's this short, Andy, at 9-5? Against a pretty
little
competitive
bit.
field?
I don't think it's a race for anybody who should be under 5-2 or 3-1. I think Balloony's the horse to beat, but I don't think there's anybody who has a demonstrative edge. It's that open. I mean, look at Son of a Birch, who I picked in this race, okay? Tom stretched him out to a mile last time for the first time, and he actually ran one of his decent races. Donegal Momentum, who finished second there, of course, came back after that with that win in the Kelso. He's running a Bernard Baruch here on Saturday's card. Why does Son of a Birch not fit in this race with Flavien Prat taking over? 5-1 now?
With that drop too, Mig, not really taking any money.
Yeah, I think it's surprising as well.
But he gets claimed.
Here's a horse that was purely sprinting for the majority of his career, and then he stretched the mile, and that was a good effort. And I actually thought he was a little further back than he needed to be, on the stretch out.
I agree. They just dropped him right out of the race. Yeah. Flavien will probably look to be a little bit more forward here. He normally does.
Meanwhile, back to Johnny's Fireball, 4-1 here. Jose Lezcano, Norm Cassie, 5-time winner on the lawn, and we'll go back to May 10th. 2 starts back.
I guess, listen, this race is good enough to win this race. Second to Corruption, who's obviously got some talent. My question to you, Richie, is he better with a little more distance? Is the mile a little short for him? He could win this race in 4-1. I think he's a very fair price.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, though. Might it be just a bit sharp for him? Because he does seem to have been more successful going a little bit further. Don't you think, too, though, that last time that subpar effort gave them the license to drop in for the 40?
I think so. On the other hand, listen, he's a 7-year-old gelding. Yeah. You know, what are they supposed to do? But the last effort is the reason he's 4-1 in here, because he did not run well last time out. But listen, there are plenty of races he's got that make him a winner in this race. So I'm not gonna argue with somebody who wants to bet him in here.
Meanwhile, the old veteran, 9 years old, and he has won way more than anyone in this field, over $900,000 in earnings. That's a 7, Tuts Revenge. Let's go to Acacia for more.
He is a pretty cool horse that it feels like he's been probably ready to run for a while. He was scratched twice, one listed as being an illness-related issue, and then the other one with a race coming in off the turf. So great to see him back in the starting gate in here today. So I imagine it's been a little bit tricky, as is often the case sometimes with turf horses. You are a victim of Mother Nature, but he looks great. He's not the biggest. There's not much of him. There never has been, but he had a spirited solo warm-up out there on the track and had great energy out there, and in doing so, and looking like Ricardo Santana is planning to use that early speed that he does possess. In his last race at Churchill, which was back in May, he was pressing early and then he was wide. Looked like he was actually in the chance to get a win that day until being swallowed up by the closers. I think that he makes a lot of sense in this spot, and I liked him even more when he got out there onto the racetrack. As far as the 6, Son of a Birch, who Andy likes, he's also taking that drop in class. This horse, you can see his dapples so clearly. Look at them. He looks like he's doing exceptionally well from an overall health and fitness perspective. He, too, getting the drop in class. He was a late scratch back on July 19th. He's warming up well today, though, as I was watching him out there, looking like he's doing well, as I mentioned, and I do think that the drop in class certainly does make sense for him. I do wonder if the late scratch is why he is a little bit more of a price, but I think he makes a lot of sense given what he has been facing on the turf recently. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. 5-1. Son of a Birch, big drop down. Tom Morley barn gets Flavian Pratt. Let's see what happens here. Coming up, very competitive, $40,000 claiming race.
I had a lot of trouble with this race, and when you have a lot of trouble with a race, you probably end up wanting to try to beat the favorite, and I put Belluni second for that reason. I think he makes perfect sense. I have no argument with him, but I wanted to try somebody else. I landed on Son of a Birch, but honestly, Richie, I'm not sure I couldn't have thrown him up in the air like Jax and taken the one that landed first.
Yeah, I mean, really, a handicapping conundrum. I landed on the 7, Tuts Revenge. I think the drop in class, he's got races certainly that would make him competitive here. And we saw, Jay Provenzano's Flying Peace stable make a run at leading owner. He's still in contention.
He's dropping a lot of horses this week. He's behind one from Rapoli and Klarovich. So we'll see what happens this week and see how their runners do this week. And Jay's going to try to get it done. Much more competitive owner's title without anybody winning an excessive number of races, at least so far.
Looking ahead to the pick 6. It is tough to narrow things down, isn't it?
I agree. I think you've got a lot of open races going forward. I don't think there's a stick-out short price the rest of the way at all. It's a tough sequence. Tough sequence to put a ticket together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just, I don't know how I would play it.
Good luck to anyone going after it.
I got to bet a few bucks on Roos, Greg. 21-1. How do you not bet a few dollars full around with him?
9-5 favorite, Belluni. Looking to go back-to-back at this level for Chad Brown. Manny Franco on board last start. He's back aboard today. Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
That pool just about to go over 100,000 as Tuts Revenge goes up. And Fredo. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tuts, Revenge, and Fredo, the first 2 out. Wonderful Justice comes away in 3rd. Johnny's Fireball between horses 4th. Son of a Birch is next, followed by Ruse, Irwin, and Belluni. into the first turn, and Fredo the leader. A little bit of trouble for Tut's Revenge as Fredo crosses over and leads it by 2 lengths. Tut's Revenge is in second. And then it's Wonderful Justice. Johnny's Fireball on the outside. Ruse secures a spot on the rail 4 lengths off the leader. Followed by Son of a Birch, Irwin, and Balloony was throwing his head around and is calming down now. They're onto the backstretch behind Fredo, who leads it by a neck through a quarter that went in 24 1/5 seconds. Tut's Revenge keeping the pressure on Fredo. Wonderful Justice is 2 off them in third, and Johnny's Fireball fourth. Ruse, Son of a Birch, then Irwin and Balloony. 8 lengths covers the field. Fredo the leader, the half in 48. Around the far turn, Tut's Revenge within a neck of Fredo. Wonderful Justice has had a good enough trip just behind them in third. Johnny's Fireball in fourth. And now Manny Franco motivating Balloony. Red Cap far outside, circling the field at the top of the stretch. It's Fredo on the inside and Tut's Revenge. Fredo digging in, Tut's Revenge. Balloony in the center of the course continues to make headway, just needs to straighten up. And on the inside, Wonderful Justice. Fredo, Tut's Revenge. On the inside, Ruse is also there with Wonderful Justice. Fredo broke all their hearts. Ruse, a giant second. Wonderful Justice ran a big one too.
Fredo, a shocker here in the fourth, just did not back up. But, Mig, what's going to happen here?
Well, he crossed over pretty sharply into the first turn and caused the 7, Tut's Revenge, to check pretty dramatically. We'll get a better look at it. I saw it only once in real time.
Right.
It's a very game effort by Fredo. He kept finding, but I do think there's something to look at into the first turn.
And I hope there is, because I bet Ruse, who finished second at $1,000,000 in this race, and we said how wide open the race was, and the entire field was there at the wire. I mean, this was such a competitive race. 5 compromised by the lack of pace. The favorite back further. The 2, Ruse, 24-1, 21-1 over 24-1 right now. I'm obviously hoping that there's some sort of inquiry here. I hate to root for that. If you bet the 8 21-1, I can't really root against somebody who bets a horse like that. And we have to see what happened. But give Christopher Elliott credit. The fact that he was able to get to the front in a slow pace here and thus win the race.
Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye most on the 8 and the 7. The 6 ducks in. There's some contact there.
Yep.
They straighten up. Now, Ricardo's being aggressive on Tut's Revenge, the 7 in the pink silks. And now as they get closer to the turn, Christopher Elliott starts angling over with Fredo. And from what I saw, it wasn't quite clear. And then right there,
well, I'd like to know, without seeing how much better or worse this was than the takedown in the Hall of Fame, where a similar thing happened going to the turn, right? I don't know, and I can't really tell from that angle what happened. Maybe we could see the pan. Even maybe the pan could tell us something. I don't know if they even have the drone shot. So far, nobody's claiming anything.
8-2-1-7 unofficially. But yeah, certainly did get tight going into that first turn.
I think the pan shot might give us a little better perspective, or the drone would definitely give us
everything.
The best perspective.
Ask and you shall receive.
Here. Let's take a look and see what went on here with the drone.
So keep your eyes on the outside horse.
The 2 outside horses, actually.
Yeah.
7's gotten in, established inside position.
Now the outside horse starts to angle over, not quite clear yet. He's still like in the spot. And right there, I mean, he
clearly fouled this horse.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
he
surprised they're not at
definitely
least
came in and
looking
took
at
his
this
ground.
one. I'm not saying he should come down. You bet on the 8. I know. There we go. There is an inquiry and objection.
Yeah, I mean, he did take his ground going into the first turn. He wasn't quite clear. If he had gone forward just a little more, he would have cleared him, but he didn't quite get there.
And it was Ricardo that claimed here.
So inquiry and objection. Ricardo Santana Jr., jockey claim a foul against Christopher Elliott on your eventual winner, Fredo, for that incident we just showed you.
And the thing is, it's such a tough spot for the rider on the inside. It's a dangerous position to be in, and the only person that can relieve that pressure is the outside horse who's forcing him in.
And isn't there also an argument to be made that in doing this, he took away his forward position? And the forward position proved to be extremely helpful and valuable in this race. And it's one thing to go faster than him and clear. It's another thing to go faster and not really clear.
Well, he never did quite clear him. It was, he needed to go forward a bit more.
I'm going to also say I'm biased. I bet a little bit on the 2, who's second at 24-1. So I'm a little biased here, and I could I'm not saying this is disqualified. I'm not really sure. But
Sure.
I guess here's my question for you, Richie, because you know, right or wrong, you were much more in agreement with the disqualification of the Hall of Fame than a lot of people.
Yes.
And you know how much I respect your opinion. Do you think this is a similar type situation? If they took that one down, that this one should come down?
Well, I think the precedent's been set that very well could play a factor into this, that this should come down, because to me, this is even more cut and dry.
This was worse than what you saw in the
I
Hall
won't
of
say
Fame.
it was worse, but it's clearer. Meaning, I think that the damage that was done in the Hall of Fame, you know, people were confused. Was it completely the outside horse's fault? Was it the horse in the middle's fault? This one, although I don't think it was as severe a foul, is clear cut. There's only one horse that could be responsible for it. You understand
But
what I'm
it's
saying?
enough to make a change, you think? Severe enough of a foul?
Yes, in my mind, yes.
Let's go to Acacia.
Get a chance to just catch up with jockey Christopher Elliott, who was aboard the 8, the unofficial winner in Fredo. He said that his horse has a pretty sensitive mouth. So he said, I tried to keep him outside as long as I possibly could and felt him starting to lean in. And he said, as I was gradually going over towards the rail, I corrected him as soon as I possibly could. So he said that he did everything in his power in that point, but did feel that his horse was leaning in a little bit at that moment when moving over to the rail to establish his position.
You know, a friend of mine just texted me a very good point. You can absolutely argue here that this cost the 7 a placing.
Sure.
It was a blanket finish at the wire, and I don't know how you can argue it didn't. How's that, Richie?
Well, and that was the next point I was going to bring up. He
Sure
was
it
in a blanket finish for, you know, the minor awards.
For the whole race.
Well, exactly. So, you know, if we're going by that, did it cost the horse a placing? You'd have to believe he was cost a placing.
It also took away a potential tactical advantage, not fairly. And Christopher, I'm not saying, I don't think anybody thinks Christopher was out to do, you know, he's not a rider we've seen not be safe out there, but he did foul the horse, whether it's his fault or not.
Let me play devil's advocate, as you see right there. Did he ever really hamper his stride, the 7?
For sure. Right
Oh,
there.
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, Greg, for sure.
Yeah,
watch here.
absolutely.
Right there. He's throwing his head. No question. Can we show the pan, Josh, so we can take a look at that?
And I'll fold this
I'd like to
into
see
it.
that.
As tight as it may look on camera, I promise you, when you're out there, it's much tighter.
Certainly. We'll take your word for that, Richie. You are usually the guy that went down in these situations.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got checked out of that spot. I would have wound up on my
You'd
head.
end up in the lake.
I tried to stay in those spots. That's what's the problem.
I just right. You had too much nerve, among other things, and bad luck. Let's watch this, because Greg, I think this might give a better view of what you were talking about.
All right, so Mig, talk us through here.
Yeah, so you can see the outside horse, Fredo's trying to clear. He's not quite clear, and the drone really showed that. And then right there, look how he had it checked.
For
He see
sure.
that, and twice. I mean, and he bounced off the saddle twice. And Ricardo's not a guy that cries wolf. I mean, he was in a very tough, difficult position.
All right, so as we already brought up, that DQ with Zulu Kingdom in the Hall of Fame, you feel this is similar or more severe?
Similar. Similar.
And there has been a disqualification. Change made, ruse put up at 24-1. So new order of finish. It was 8-2-1-7. 2-1-7-8. The eventual winner placed 4th behind the 7, where he caused that interference with.
And Richie, you commented to us in the set the second this happened about this. You were right on top of this.
Yeah,
So
I
good
mean,
call
thank
by
you. I
You
really
were.
thought that it was severe enough when I watched it live the first time. Now, sometimes you go back and watch something several times, and you come away with a different opinion. I never came away with a different opinion. I felt like he took that horse's ground. He put him in a very difficult and precarious position. And honestly, our stewards have been very consistent with the way they've called the game here. And I know people will be upset if they had Fredo, but at the end of the day, this is how they've been calling it pretty much the whole meet.
Listen, I mean, I got a little lucky here with the 2, and I'm not going to argue that. Having said that, I do feel bad for people to bet the 8.
Sure,
because he
of
ran
course.
very well, and you know, we've all been disqualified, and it's painful. You know, it's one thing when you know you're 2-1 or something. This horse is 21-1.
Sure.
You bet the 8. That's just a lousy. I mean, I think they made the right call, but I can understand being extremely frustrated.
What place did that take place, that DQ in the Hall of Fame with Zulu Kingdom? Was that around the turn
very
as well?
similar.
Almost the same exact
Oh,
spot.
yeah, very similar, Greg.
The thing you got to remember, too, guys, and let's set aside, and I'm not minimizing the importance. I mean, the wagering dollars, the gamblers are the lifeblood of this game. So I'm not trying to belittle that in any way. But when you're going into a turn, there's one person that has most control of the situation, and it's the horse on the outside, the rider on the outside. And if you put other riders and horses in a dangerous or precarious situation, to me, that warrants a disqualification more than anything else. And again, I don't want anybody to take what I'm saying the wrong way. As a former rider, I'm first about horse and jockey safety. And to me, this was definitely a justifiable DQ.
Change made, 24-1 shot put up. We saw a similar DQ. Zulu Kingdom, Hall of Fame. Happens here again with Fredo taken down, and as a result, Ruse $51 winner here in the fourth.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to four-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Enjoy Fan Appreciation Week specials at the spa this Wednesday through Labor Day. Plus, secure summer's final premium giveaway this Sunday, a Saratoga quarter-zip sweatshirt free with paid admission while supplies last. Visit Naira.com/fans for details.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back here on Saratoga Live as we kick off our final week of action at the premier meet in the country. Brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets Drama. First leg of this pick six. And there's the horse who gets put up to victory. You like this horse a little bit here, Andy, but let's go back to that decision again.
Well,
Hall of Fame, Zulu Kingdom, you were vehemently against that.
Well, to be fair, after speaking to Richie and listening to Stewart's, I said, while I disagreed with it, I could see the case better. And after I spoke to Richie, and Richie offers perspective, listen, I'm going to listen to Richie on these things as much, if not more than anybody, and that includes the stewards, because you have a different perspective, and you and I have talked about a lot of these things. I still didn't like it. I thought the difference between that race and today's was that you could argue that one of the horses was already leaning on another horse going in the first turn. So there was sort of already a situation happening in anticipation of Flavien coming over, which he did. So I thought it was a slightly different situation here. I also could argue that when somebody says to me, I think I got robbed here, I can understand their frustration. But I think you have to say in this case, well, the other thing is, Zulu Kingdom won by 3 lengths or 2.5 lengths. This horse, this was a blanket finish. Yeah. And it's a lot easier to argue that they were cost placings.
Drama to kick off a pick six. And now we move on to the late pick 5. Starts 6.5 furlongs, $100,000 maiden claiming event. 3-year-olds and up. And a first-time starter just was a favorite just moments ago, and then odds changed, but plenty of attention to Bill Mott's grand gesture debuting in this spot.
I guess. I'm never going to really take first-time stars in these races. I'm going to gravitate to horses if I think there's somebody interesting, but not going to say grand gestures. I have to fold to Damon's Mound. Can't win this race.
You're going to make a play here. What's it going to be?
I'm going to bet on the Solutions, Honk with Donk. You know, the Jet season's coming up. Dave's had some winners lately. I'm with my man Dave Donk here. I think this horse has a lot of speed. We'll see how much speed Irrelevant, I love that name, outside of him has. But I thought his one dirt race, he actually ran pretty well. Hot first-time starter, the duel with him, a Mike Rapoli horse that ran a huge pace in there. Thought he ran well against them. They tried to go long on the turf the next time. This is what he needs to do, and I like the 5 Solutions in this race. But this is a fun race.
It is a fun race.
And a tough one to start off the late pick 5. We're going to hear from Mig and his ride of the week. It's been a popular choice. Flavian Pratt earns it again. You'll see why next.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Horses in the paddock and getting saddled for race 5, which is a maiden claiming race, $100,000 maiden claiming race, sprinting, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. We'll take a look at a couple of lightly raced horses, starting off with the number 6, Irrelevant. I really like the name, as he's only making his second start, going turf to dirt as well. A horse that actually does have some pedigree, kind of for either surface, as he is the half-brother to stakes winner Know-It-All Audrey, who is a dirt sprinter. The other 2 foals winless thus far. He's been sharp since coming in here. Very stout, compact, very powerful. He does have a bit of a turf hoof. In fact, there is a 2-year-old sibling in the family of George Weaver's who started out on the main track with disappointing as well. So I can understand why the family kind of leaning in either direction. But that being said, he's very strong and well built, leading me to believe that he should be able to handle the surface switch just fine. He does get blinkers on, just a shortcut blinker going on for his second start. And I don't mind the surface switch also getting a slight drop in class after he was braking awkwardly last time out. Now the number 5, Solutions, also lightly raced, just making his third start and also going turf to dirt. First time out, I thought he ran exceptionally well on the main track when he was part of a 3-horse early pace and then dueling, and then was just kind of flattening down to third as both of those horses got run down late. Thought that he really did a lot of the dirty work. He does have pedigree in the second generation to say turf, so I can understand why they made that change and why they went longer too, because he is a big, tall, and leggy individual. But that being said, well, he does have a little bit of a flatter hoof to him in his body and in his frame. He's built more like a dirt horse. I like the surface switch back to the main track for him, and he is sharp in here, looking incredibly fit and beautifully turned out for Dave Donk, who's looking for another win as he had a big price upset on Sunday. The number 2, Grand Gesture, is a first-time starter, as Party with Smarty the 4 acting up, saddling, but the 2, Grand Gesture, first-time starter by Gervin and the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner Damon's Mound, who was very precocious, winning the first couple starts of his career early on, and is now in training with Bill Mott as well. That horse is far more smaller, compact, athletic looking than this horse is. It's interesting that he does debut for a claiming tag, albeit a high-priced one given the pedigree, but looking at him, he doesn't look like he's overly quick looking. He is a little bit more leggy than his half-brother. He's definitely far quieter in the preliminaries as well. I'll keep watching him. He did come in with a training saddle on, hasn't done anything naughty. In fact, he's just now kind of perked his ears up, but he's a horse that I do wonder if maybe needing a race or two to kind of bring it together or get that light bulb to click on a bit.
Flavien, this week I chose you once again for Ride of the Week for your ride on Gallant Greta, who had a tough beginning. She stumbled, got squeezed back, but I thought every move you made after that absolutely made the difference in winning and losing.
No, thank you, Richie. Yeah, no, it was not the best start, but end well.
Okay, so you're drawn inside, you're post 2, and she's just going to lose her footing at the break. And then, of course, the horses come together and kind of took you out of position.
Yeah, yeah. She like you said, she lost her footing, and then I got squeezed, but because I broke slow. I wanted to be in a race. I thought there could be some pace, so you know I wanted to be close, but I figured that I probably was going to be a mid-pack. But obviously, you know, once she broke like this. We went to Plan B, and so I mean, I'm further back than I want to. Pace was good. I think pace helped my case quite a bit. It wasn't crazy fast, but it was just fair enough where I was able to make a run. You know.
But after a stumbling beginning like that, it almost kind of simplifies things in the sense that you know you have to save as much ground as possible.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah. After that, there's no option. Basically, you have to. Yeah, I mean, I got to give her a chance to, you know, regroup, and just, you know, you already overcome a bad break, so it's hard to, you know, then go around. I mean, I've done it a few times. You make a good run, but most of the time you get beaten. So yeah, I mean, it was great that I was able to save ground with a good draw, even though she broke slow.
And now it just worked out perfectly here because they opened that pocket for you. Now you have decisions to make, but you said, well, there's my live cover and I can find the split.
Yeah, when I've seen Joel, you know, was able to get through and he had enough horse, I thought, okay, that's the horse to follow, and from there I was able to get her outside of Joel, and she made a good run. Yeah.
It was just such a flawless ride after a tough beginning. And I also love the way, Flavien, that you give yourself options. I never see you overcommit to one spot. It's so reminiscent of Jerry Bailey to me, always giving yourself some kind of an out if things didn't open up.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you know, it's not always the case, but it's always good to have a second option, or at least in the back of your mind, you know, say, okay, I'm here, but I could do that or do something else. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, from a rocky beginning to a beautiful ending.
Yeah.
Once again, you're my two-time Ride of the Week.
Thank you, Richie.
Pretty incredible rider, and now he's won this award 2 of the last 3 weeks as you look at the Ride of the Week winners, Mick.
And honestly, it's very difficult to pick out the Ride of the Week because we're blessed with a tremendous jockey colony. So many good riders here, Andy. But I really thought that one displayed all of Flavion's immense skills.
I agree. His patience, I mean, I'd given up on her, basically, to be honest with you. I mean, she was obviously the favorite and the horse to beat. Given up on her, and when I saw her bursting through on the inside, I was stunned, and that was just a great ride.
Let's go to Acacia with a special guest.
That's right, Greg. I'm very pleased to be joined by Jerry McNamara, head coach of the Siena men's basketball team. Jerry, we spoke last year when you were here at the track. It was your first year taking over as coach. So how was the year, and how excited are you for the team coming up?
Oh, we can't wait. You know, I said to you last year, there's worse ways to spend a day than being here. But, you know, this is my first real summer getting a chance to experience this area, and really excited about what we're going to bring back this year. We had a lot of retention in terms of our players, and the next 48 hours, we'll get my guys back on campus and get to it, but I think this is going to be hopefully a big year for the Saints.
Well, we're certainly very excited for all of you. You were part of an autograph signing today at the track, and there really is such a great sense of community in upstate New York in this area.
It's incredible. You know, we were standing there for an hour. There wasn't a minute that went by that someone didn't stop over and get a chance to speak to us. And, you know, I'm really grateful. I've been a part of the Syracuse community. I've been a part of the Siena community, and talk about great fan bases. And, you know, for me to get a chance to experience both of those scenarios, I mean, I'm pretty blessed. It's pretty special. I actually have my wife and kids here today, which I didn't get the opportunity to do last year. So just really grateful. I'm really grateful to be the coach at Siena, and very, very happy I get the support I get.
Well, we're really excited for you, as mentioned. Best of luck with the season coming up, and thanks for spending some time with us here at the track today.
My pleasure. Thanks again.
Greg?
He was so much fun to watch play, helped lead the Orange 2 National Championship 2003, hit 6 3-pointers in the first half of that championship game against Kansas.
Wow.
Discotheque starts off the post parade. Mike Maker.
Not without a chance. This race has run some reasonable races on the dirt. I preferred others, but it's a player.
First-time starter, Bill Mott with Junior Alvarado, grand gesture.
Full brother to Damon's Mound. The mare is a producer, 2 winners from 3 starters. And this horse has some fast works, and Bill Mott does not work his horses fast, so he must be doing it the right way.
Damon's Mound graded stakes winner as a 2-year-old at this meet. Fiddling Felix monster race 2 back.
Fernando Abreu may have brought this horse back too quickly, just 13 days after that huge number. Now with 4 weeks since the last race, maybe he runs closer to his race 2 back, and if he does that, winner.
Son of Smarty Jones here, the 4, who's 0 for 19.
Yeah, he would be a bit of a surprise in here. He's going to have to find a faster race than we've seen recently.
Here's Solutions, David Donk.
Made my case for this horse. I'm hoping he can wire the field with my man, Manny Franco.
Joe Sharp debuted irrelevant on the grass.
Yeah, and there's no turf pedigree on the female side of this horse's pedigree, and had a sharp gate work before debut.
And very cold on the board. First-time starter for Chad Brown, Cultivate.
Yeah, he's not really taking any money, this horse, a practical joke. Chad does not run too many maiden claimings on dirt sprints and all. He's 0 for 1 at Saratoga the last 5 years, 5th at 7 to 1. Obviously, the signs, the price, not very optimistic.
There's Flavian Pratt riding for Chad Brown on that 7-1 shot outside. Well, irrelevant, the 1 to beat on the board. What do you think, guys, off that turf debut?
I'm not going to... I think he's a bad favorite at 2 to 1. I think he can win. I understand the thinking. Gave him a race first time out. Now he's got the speed. He's going on a dirt race. He gets IRAD. He's got the fast work on July 10th before his debut. Having said all of that, 2 to 1, Richie? And this is not an easy field. I mean, the 3 has run a fast race. I think the 5 is interesting. The 1 has run okay. You got a Mott horse taking money, a firster.
Yep.
This does not look like a bad field.
No, I think probably on the strength of the Daily Racing Form Cockers report before his debut, he got a B+ for that 46-3 gate work. Clovis Crane, who was a terrific rider, breaks and trains a lot of his young horses before they head to the track, and I just believe this was probably getting to the proper surface, but this is no layup. This is a tough race.
I have no argument with anything you said, and I can understand, but 2-1? And the other thing is, it is IRAD money, and IRAD's not winning the way he was winning early in the meet, and I mean, probably a 3-1 shot or 7-2 shot.
Fiddling Felix. Let's get back to this one for Fernando Abreu. Faced Chancer McPatrick, who he ran 4th to in the second start of his career. 2 starts back, 20 maiden claiming race. A race that probably beats everyone in here.
Oh, it's almost definitely beats everyone in here. Now, it was a $20,000 claimer. Whit Beckman dropped the horse, and Fernando claimed. He came back just 13 days later. Now, you know, we can argue about bounce and regression all you want, but I think one thing we probably agree on, the better a horse, the less likely they are to bounce. One of the things that differentiates the good horses is they show up with their A efforts. The lower the level gets, the less reliable they are. And to run that kind of effort and then come back, and he ran that race, Richie, 20 days after his prior start at Churchill. Then he comes back 13 days later. I don't think it's that shocking he regressed. Now he's had 4 weeks since the last race, 27 days. We'll see if it's enough. 28 days, exactly, because it was 31 days in July. 4 weeks, maybe he comes back and runs a little closer to his race 2 back. He does that. Feels in trouble.
Well, and adding to the fact that was 3 starts after a layoff, 3 starts in basically a month.
So you can make a case, and he's 5-1 today. He was 2-1 last time, 8-5, 2 back. Everybody's jumped off the bandwagon.
Let's go to Acacia.
Unfortunately, I've jumped off the bandwagon as well with Fiddling Felix. I mean, if he runs back to that race, he certainly could take a step forward. It just felt like that race was maybe a little bit fast, given the horses that were running in there for 20,000 that day. Now, taking a look at a first-time starter to the outside in the 7 Cultivate, this one coming in from Chad Brown's Monmouth string. And as we've discussed quite a bit throughout the summer, his Monmouth team has been doing an exceptional job, particularly with horses off big layoffs, I've noticed. Obviously, a first-time starter is the ultimate layoff, but looking at him, he does look like he might benefit from a start. Unfortunately, given that he's been based at Monmouth, I can't watch any of his workouts or anything coming in, but he did sell as a 2-year-old back in 2024, where he worked 10-1. He was a little bit high-headed early and took a little bit of time to kind of level out his stride, but it was a decent workout, and he sold for $170,000 as a 2-year-old. He's been very professional overall, but like I said, maybe just one that might need a start. Maybe he's just finding himself in the right place. Now, the number 1, Discotheque, I think that this is a horse who ran very well last time. V Cruiser was a first-time starter who got the win that day. They tried him on the turf. He faced Spiced Up, who's very, very good. He's also run against some good horses on every surface. Last time he did stumble pretty significantly at the start, though his momentum was going forward with that stumble, but still, it's not ideal for a horse that's breaking from an outside. He's got the inside post today. I think that Ricardo Santana is going to be aggressive with him early to put him in the races. He does have a little bit of natural speed at his disposal, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Here we go. Loading up. Pick 5 starts here. Difficult one to start it off, and it's a horse who debuted on grass, switching to dirt. Who's the 5-2 favorite?
Yeah. And listen, I think the 5 and 6 are probably the 2 most forward horses. I'm obviously hoping my horse, the 5, will back and control the pace. 7-2, I was hoping for a slightly better price. I didn't think he was as sexy as a 7-2 shot in here, but there are a lot of horses at a lot of the field is Richie's at a very similar price here.
Yeah, I think it speaks to just how competitive and challenging this race is.
Makes for good racing, competitive racing.
Fiddling Felix stepping in. Huge effort, 2 back. As Andy said, now a little more time off that monster effort. It came back in just 13 days. See if he can make more of an impact here. What a tough group he's going against. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call. First leg of this late pick 5.
Here's Cultivate to the outside to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Cultivate Irrelevant has plenty of early speed too, and those two hook up with Discotheque, 2 off them in third, Solutions 3 off the pace in fourth. Then comes Fiddling Felix, along with Party with Smarty, and a little bit of a hesitation at the start has Grand Gesture trailing. Irrelevant takes him to the half-mile pole in hand, almost 2 lengths suddenly over Cultivate through a quarter that went in 21 and 4. Discotheque along the rail in third. And then it's Solutions in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead, gets a little nudge. Fiddling Felix is next, and Grand Gesture continues to trail. It's Irrelevant a half length in front of Cultivate, who's coming after him now. And Cultivate on the outside is up to put his head in front. Irrelevant battling with him. Discotheque will angle off the fence and try to come after them. 3 wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Fiddling Felix is just behind them down at the rail in fourth. 1 furlong left for Cultivate, who's the new leader. Fiddling Felix moving up in between horses. Discotheque on the outside. 16th pole. Cultivate. Fiddling Felix is going to split rivals and come with 1 late surge, but it will be Cultivate. And then a very close photo between Discotheque and Fiddling Felix.
Cultivate ignored on the board. Wins first time out. Chad Brown, Flavien Prat.
And you wouldn't have thought he would be the one that was forcing the fast pace either, right? And they were moving up front, a pace that took a toll in the 6. My Horse Solutions had absolutely nothing stalking. But this horse, I mean, I know it was close to the end. I think he was much the best.
Well, he was attending. He was right on top of an extremely fast pace that saw your favorite, the 6 Irrelevant, wilt, and he was able to hold off the closers. And I'm laughing at myself right now because I have one comment next to his line. First time stutter, mare hasn't produced.
Well, she ran 2 -0 buyers in 2 starts, and she produced 2 foals that couldn't beat you and I in a horse suit. So you're right. But this one, they paid a lot of money as a 2-year-old, ran a little cheaper first time out. I doubt anyone claimed. But this one, Chad Brown gets the money with Flavien Prat 7-1.
7-1-3-2 finish. Discotheque trying to run this one down, unable to. And to win it first asking against this group with this experience at 6.5 as well. Impressive. Yeah. Rare that this barn escapes unknown like this.
No, I agree. And this one gets the money as like the 6th choice in the race, I think. If you're alive in the pick 6, good luck. Tough start, to say the least.
2 horse didn't break very well. The first of Vermont wound on okay to be 4th, but
you know what? This feels to me like a race I don't want anybody out of because this horse was clearly best in a blanket finish, and Fiddling Felix ran better, Discotheque ran fine, but they had very good trips behind this horse. I mean, Discotheque, Ricardo gave the horse a perfect ride, and so did Joel Rosario, cutting the corner on the 3. This horse was bad. It was close, but he was the best horse. He would have been an unlucky loser if they caught him at the end.
The 6 Irrelevant, who went off favorite, claimed out of this race for the 100,000. But it's Cultivate who gets the win. 7-1-3-2. First time starter. It's 7-1 to start this late pick 5. So 2 legs in, looking at a carryover potentially.
But I tell you what, it ain't easy to get a carryover here. You're going to need another decent price in the sequence to make it happen, or just a whole slew of like 5 or 6 to 1 shots because they're putting money into it and people are hitting them. I think we've only had 2 carryovers, maybe the whole meet. Wow.
Cultivate kicks things off in the late pick 5. PG Johnson still to come. That looks like a wide open addition for these 2-year-old fillies, going a mile and a 16th on the lawn.
I agree. I went to the logicals that ran the distance, but we'll see.
For Todd Pletcher, your selection, right?
Yes, the 2.
What'd you think?
I agree. I like Todd's horse. I also liked one of Mark Cassie's. Excuse me, I'll grab it real quick. I loved her work on the turf. I happened to be out that morning. Tis in Sight by Tiz the Law, who has thrown some nice turf runners.
He's terrific as a turf stallion.
And I thought her turf work was tremendous.
That's to come with the next crew. They are taking over after a break. Lafitte and Company right after this with the PG Johnson and the late pick 4. First time starter, Chad Brown barn. It's Cultivate with Prat aboard.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. South Cordovan will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Mona!
In Italian to win it.
Starlust! Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road. It will be McCulloch.
Gunite to the outside. Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth. Then the chosen run. Elite Power. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second. But Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching Saratoga Live as the first-time starter gets the win in race 5. It's Cultivate with the victory, ridden to victory by Flavien Prat, who's joining me here. Flavien, he was on top of a fast pace, really dug in nicely for you there in the stretch too.
Yeah, he shows some early speed. You know, you never know first time out against horses that already run, but no, he was very efficient.
And especially for an inexperienced horse, how important is it to kind of put him in the game like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always better. Obviously, I had a good draw and I was able to keep his face clean, so it was a plus as well.
You have a busy schedule coming up. You said Kentucky Downs after the meet, but you're going out to Del Mar this week. What are you most looking forward to out there?
Yeah, I'm very excited to get back on nice horse, and it's going to be a tough race. It's a good field, and very excited to see what we can do.
He seems like he has the opportunity to kind of stamp himself as one of the big older horses.
Yeah, it could be. Obviously, you know, it's a first time going a mile and quarter. Never know, but yeah, it seems like he could be a top older horse.
Oh, can't wait to watch it, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you very much.
Flavien Prat with it, the victory on first-time starter Cultivate, getting the win here. Two-time Ride of the Week winner, Flavien Prat, as well. As we see that photo, as he said, showed a little bit of guts there, digging in on the inside over Discotheque, who fought hard, and Fiddling Felix, $16.80 winner for Cultivate. Chad Brown's Monmouth team getting the win. We turn the page, get ready for race 6. We're back on the turf, a mile and a 16th, and a maiden claiming for $50,000 and a pretty wide open board. Right now it is the entry at 5-2 with Prove and Battle Drum taking most of the money at 5-2. Noguchi 5-2 as well. Wide open 6th race coming up after this. We'll say hello to Lafitte Pinkai and the rest of the crew as Saratoga Live continues.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Yeah, he's had another good summer. That's day 34. Can you believe it? Closing week, right on cue. Favorite in the feature can flat out close. Time to dream. What will she do? In the PG Johnson, the race named in honor of the trainer who engineered one of the biggest upsets in Breeders' Cup history, Valponi. Shocker. 0-2, a Breeders' Cup Classic. All goes by so fast. Look at that. Shot postcard kind of afternoon in upstate New York. Great to have you with us. Fox Sports 2. This is Saratoga Live. Winding things down this summer, but we're not done yet. Very good final week of this 162nd season at Saratoga. From the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You think back to the first week we were here, going back to the Belmont Stakes in early June, and in so much that's happened since the first ever 4th of July at Saratoga, and now closing week of the traditional Saratoga Summer Meet. But here's the thing about closing week, and while it's always sad when you know you're going to be saying goodbye, it's all about the future. It's all about two-year-olds, and it starts this afternoon with the two-year-old fillies in the PG Johnson in what could be a stepping stone to much bigger and better. There's the field. Freshman fillies, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Number 2, Time to Dream, 2-1. Morning line favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, he's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, the intrigue of this PG Johnson, aside from who it's named after, PG Johnson, who, of course, engineered that massive upset with Valponi in the Breeders' Cup Classic, JK. But the fillies running in this race, those that run well, like where could this all be headed?
Oh, the runs that run well could end up in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies. The one that wins will be one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies. So that's the exciting part. We have to see what comes from Europe. But to me, Time to Dream is a greatly named horse, right? Time to dream. In this moment right now, dream of the things that could come. This horse I thought ran extremely well last time, and I'm looking forward to see what happens today leading into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Fillies.
Yeah, but that's not why she's favored, Paul. It's a great name and all, but yeah, why is she on paper the horse to beat? Why is she the favorite?
I thought she was really good first time out, and I think the other part about it is she won going long. When you're going to see a lot of these horses, there's one other horse in here, Scratch It, the other filly, that won long, and she did it with a little bit of trouble, and then she just went on with it. Now, a lot of people will look at a 57 buyer and go, well, that's kind of light. Well, that's what 2-year-olds run this time of year, and you got to go with optics, and I just love the way she did it.
It was a 57 buyer, but it was in a slow-paced race. Think about it. If Usain Bolt walks out of the gate and then runs the best 90 meters of his life, he's never going to break his own record. The final time can only be so fast because you can only go the last part of the race so fast. The same happens in these races. When the paces are very slow, the final time can only be so fast. So while the figure feels light, the internal fractions of the race don't feel that light. This horse ran extremely well.
Where's Andy? Can you hear me? She passed the eyeball test. She passed the eyeball test in her
texting
debut.
him right now.
Time to Dream, the favorite. Then you have Scratch It. This was her unveiling about 4 weeks ago. Right here, Jonathan, a Scratch It wire to wire at this mile and a 16th PG Johnson distance.
Now, the difference is her figure wasn't all that fast either, but she found herself on the front end. So she was in the advantageous place of that race where she was setting those slow fractions. Now, she can certainly improve. Maybe if they go faster, she'll be better. Maybe she's better if she comes from out of it. When these horses win first time out, they're yelling at us that they have talent. We'll see if she can figure it out. To me, still, I prefer out of these horses that have run one time, the 2, Time to Dream.
Another layer to the story. Like Time to Dream last summer, she was purchased across the street, Phasic, tipped in Saratoga Sale, Paul. It's always fun. It's exciting watching, from one side of Union Avenue to the other, watching these young prospects come full circle.
Yeah, it really is. And she was good first time out. Now, when I look at the optics, like I said, the 5 did it a lot easier in her debut, or Time to Dream did. But you can't argue with a filly that went gate to wire, and it was slow fractions, like Jonathan said. And you can tell she was running most of the way. She kind of had her ears pinned back. But it's Brad Cox and Flavien Prat. They're hard to throw out.
PG Johnson, race number 8, post time around 5:07 Eastern. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 4 on tap. Starts in the 6th, 15 minutes out. As mentioned, the 8th, PG Johnson. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 78 degrees. Closing week Saratoga, but the invite still stands. Sign up today at NyraBets.com. When you do so, you know You know the drill. Use that promo code SPA200 and enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now. NyraBets.com. Late pick 4 on tap. 14 minutes out, the 6th race. We'll say hello to Maggie Wolfendale. We'll get a paddock report. Riders up in the post parade. There is Prove, part of the favorite entry, 5-2. Late pick 4. Next from Saratoga. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from Alaska first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Final Wednesday of the meet, a gorgeous one. You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NyraBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Updated odds, race 6, start of the late pick 4, $50,000 maiden claimers, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. The entry favored, 5-2, Prove and Battle Drum. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by right behind us in the paddock. Maggie, we saw Prove going to break. You've had your eyes on him since. What can you tell us?
Well, Liffey, it's only his second start, and they get their wish. They wanted him to be on the turf first time out. That did not come to fruition, but today he gets to try it. He is a son of Motown, who is okay with his turf runners, but better when they're going a little bit shorter. And if you do some digging in the pedigree, the Dam is a full sister to Desert Code, who, of course, if you have been watching the show all day, our good friend Richard Migliori, I believe, rode Desert Code in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint win. So there's some turf if you go back a generation. Now, honestly, looking at him here in the paddock, at first, okay, here's the tidbit. They had bell boots on, and I was like, I don't know. And then now that they've taken them off, I do see that there is a massive turf hoof hiding beneath those bell boots. So definitely a little bit more positivity with looking at Prove, getting to this surface. He's a tall glass of water. He is just all legs overall. He was fairly laid back until they went to put the tack on him, where he gave them a little bit of a buck, but since has calmed right back down, looks incredibly fit here. He is quite interesting getting to this surface. I also think number 3, Noguchi, is interesting, stretching out. As you go back to his first start, which was a turf sprint, that race predominantly featured
horses on the rail, or I should say that day on that outer turf course, saving ground was at a premium, and it really was a disadvantage to be in the 2, 3, 4 path, which Noguchi was. And I just thought that he broke okay. He was not the quickest away per se, but he kept moving forward steadily, kind of indicating that there isn't this explosive turn of foot, but there's a nice steady grinding type of running style to him, which I think translates well to getting more ground. And he's certainly built that way too. He has a little bit of an awkward top line where he's a little bit roach backed, so he kind of has that spine that is a little bit not concave. It's a little bit the other way around. So looking at him here, I really think as though more ground should be beneficial to him. And furthermore, he was definitely flattered when Spiced Up, who won that debut turf sprint, came back and upset the field in the Mahoney, earning a 93 Beyer speed figure. Next, we'll move on to number 8, Captcha, for Phil Antonacci. I know his 2 races haven't been the fastest to date, but one was on the synthetic in the beginning of the year at Gulfstream, and the next, I thought, when he came back off the layoff, he went to go forward at the start, but then he got steadied back, and he wasn't happy about it. He was throwing his head about, so I think fighting the rider a bit more than was necessary, expending a lot more energy than was necessary. He comes back in here, he looks incredibly fit. He's that striking liver chestnut that I tend to love. He is sharp, too, so I'm wondering if now that Jose Lescano climbs aboard, he'll just put his hands down and kind of let him be forward here. So I think that's what this horse naturally wants to do and should give him his best chance of winning. And I'm sure that a start under his belt will move him forward, giving him a bit more fitness overall, Lafitte.
Yeah, a really good meet, as you mentioned, Maggie. Phil Antonacci, Captcha, 10-1. Final Wednesday of the meet. One last chance to take advantage of this. This is why we let Jonathan read the promos around here. You can earn $10 just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $50 each on Saratoga and Delaware Park today and get $10. Win or lose, opt in now at NairaBets.com. Getting ready for a post parade here. But first, let's check the chase for an Alan Jerkins training title and the trainer standings with Chad Brown, 7-time Saratoga champion trainer, with a cushion. But as we learned a few years ago, when Linda Rice is hot on your heels, like no lead is safe.
No, I mean, and look, it's all about intent, right? If Linda wants to be aggressive to try to catch Chad, her owners want to be aggressive, and then there'll be it could get close. But I think if things just go as they are, Chad will be a likely winner of winning this title again. The owner's title, I think, is probably a little bit more interesting at this point, but it means a lot to these guys. Not even just them, more their team. Chad will tell you, I'm sure Linda will tell you the same thing. It's less about them and more about the people that work for them. You know, those guys are on the backside, guys and girls on the backside. It's a nice badge of honor when they see their peers to say that we were the ones that won the meet.
Another strong meet. Paul Chad Brown, as expected, a first Whitney Sierra Leone. We'll see Sierra Leone on Sunday in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. You'll see Mind Frame in those colors as well for the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And the bar is so high for Brown. It's like anything shy of a training title is somehow considered like massive disappointment.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, the Ortiz brothers are the exacta when it comes to here, the Saratoga. And the trifecta is usually Linda, Chad, and Todd. And that's the way it's played out. Usually when there's more rain, Linda will have more horses on dirt, and she'll be a little bit more effective. And Todd's always the steady one, right?
Flying P, Jay Provenzano, they will empty the chamber the last few days as that heats up the chase for an owner crown here at Saratoga. Post-parade, there's another look at Prove. A second start, turf debut. Ricardo Santana takes over.
You know it's a big horse when I can tell, because normally I'm just making sure they got 4 legs and a tail.
Battle Drum, second in 4 of his 9 lifetime races.
Yeah, this one's probably the more likely. Has a little bit more established form. A little disappointed at the 3 races for $50,000.
Extra Sensory, Vinny Viola, West Point Thoroughbred debuting colt.
Started his training at Churchill Downs and has come up here and will debut with Lasix.
Complex Agenda who you like today?
Yeah, a horse that I know JK likes, and just a brutal trip last time from the 11 hole, and I think should be better today.
No Gucci, high-profile connections, first turf route.
My wife would Wouldn't like the name of that horse.
Got Stripes. John Gunther's homebred. Joel Rosario takes over.
Yeah, I thought a colt that might improve today. Second time going here in a distance to ground at Saratoga.
The Hero Code ran second at this level at 20-1 late June.
Yeah, I mean, the horse ran well that day. The only problem is the pace was pretty quick. A little bit of a setup.
Ratico, Travers winning jockey Junior Alvarado.
A pretty honest horse for Tom Morley and might cut out the fractions in here.
Dark Devil, sure a 14-race maiden, but just his second start on grass.
Yeah, the grass race wasn't bad. The pace wasn't that quick. The horse was forward in there, so I didn't love it, but maybe another shot.
Kapska to the outside, Jose Lascano currently 10-1.
Yeah, put blinkers on. Last time was 8-1. 3-0 gelding by Authentic. Kind of an outsider, but when you look at Phil Antonacci, he's having a really good meet, so you throw the horse out at your own peril.
Late pick 4 begins here. Who will knock down that first career win? Post time, 4 minutes. Circling back to complex agenda. Why might today be the day, Jonathan?
Well, just getting with your friends, you know, or with his friends. You know, a lot of times with these horses, you'll look through the past performances and you'll see they've had opportunities to run for claiming tags, maiden claiming, meaning they were for sale in their races, so they weren't protected. You'll see horses that have run in those races and still were unsuccessful. Those horses start to really lose my trust. I'm looking for horses that have been protected, and now they get their first opportunity to run with horses that are for sale.
Part of the entry, extra sensory, complex agenda, 2 for 1. You're getting 5-1. Paul got Stripes. Why might he graduate today in his 4th career start?
I kind of landed on this horse. You know, I'm with JK. I was between the 2 and the 4. I do think the entry can win the 1-2 as well. I landed on this colt thinking he's a big old colt, and he's had trouble getting out of the gate. And in his last event, he kind of just lost, I guess, touch with the field and dropped way back 12 lengths behind, then kind of mid-rallied. Maybe it'll be a bit better today. And Joel gets aboard. This is his 3rd different rider.
John Gunther, homebred, just like Triple Crown winner Justified, got Stripes. Right back to Maggie trackside.
Taking a look here at one of 2 Todd Pletcher horses. Weird that they are part of separate entries, but they still both come out of his barn as Complex Agenda. He's one that I actually haven't seen before, and watching his last race at Monmouth Park, you know, it was kind of one of those races where he was blocked at the head of the stretch, and then the rider was just like, well, I'm probably not going to win this. I'll just kind of let him go to the wire. He was running forwardly under his own accord, I thought, and boy, he's one of the ones that when they first walked into the paddock really caught my eyes. We see and heard from Jonathan and why he likes him. I think this is a horse that should be feared in here. Obviously, entries, they're not the greatest proposition in the world, but I do like what I'm seeing from Complex Agenda as an individual based upon his efforts previously, and I think he's a major player in here. I couldn't resist Noguchi because I feel like physically this is exactly what he wants to do, and I thought he was against the racetrack in that lone turf start first time out. But this is an interesting race. I felt as though there are many ways one could go, Lafitte.
Competitive. First leg of this late pick 4, these $50,000 maiden claimers, mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. No Gucci there. Flavian Pratt aboard. Favorite entry, Prove and Battle Drum 2-1, and a salute to these incredible fans. Nothing like the Saratoga fan base. Paulie, over 1 million that visit and attend every summer, that the difference they make to the atmosphere. Case in point, what it felt like last Saturday here, Travers Day at Saratoga.
There wasn't 1 million here on Saturday? Oh, my God. It took me like 40 minutes to get out of the parking lot.
That was
but
good.
You know what? It's actually, it's so beautiful today. Like, the weather's down to 70 degrees, and a lot of people are like, where did the summer go? But it's just gorgeous out. I know JK likes it in this kind of weather.
It's a beautiful Wednesday. I mean, when
weather.
I look, when I look over my shoulder, I would, if I was a gambling man, which so happens that I am. This is like, I would say this is definitely this is a top two Wednesday in attendance. It's busier than it normally is on a Wednesday.
Yeah. Knowing that the circus, knowing that we're going to be leaving town before long, headed back downstate, everybody Gonna want to visit at least once more. Oh, jockey's off the 7 and just landed hard and bounced right back up. That was Romero Mirage on Dark Devil. I mean, bounced and bounced right back up.
That's why his nick. Maybe that's the horse. Why they named the horse Dark Devil. Maybe he has a little bit of.
Wow, big smile. I would not be smiling.
Unbelievable.
Big smile on his face.
This horse has got 7 seconds in 14 starts. Maybe he saw the wire.
Romero, a former high-level soccer player, I'd imagine he's hit the deck a few times.
I mean,
hopefully not in the way where he's down there flouncing around.
Breaking of his fall. He like landed on his side and then he was on his feet again.
Yeah, see, that's what people don't realize. This isn't the WWE. There's actually ground here. There's no cushion. And by the way, Rajiv, his cousin, came by the set.
So good to see him.
So good to see Rajiv. And then Romero gets bounced, and yeah, he's going to get back on, I think.
I'm sure Rajiv got a kick out of that as long as his cousin, handsome cousin's okay.
Rajiv let us know he's going to be riding here on Sunday, he said, which is exciting. And he's doing really well at Gulfstream, so we're very happy for him as well.
Take another look at this. Moments ago, Dark Devil starts to act up.
Suplex.
Look at, bang.
Wow.
And he's up. Yeah, that didn't look like a lot of fun for Romero, Maggie, but yeah, not shaken in the least.
His boots don't look that great, Lafitte, as I think he was trying to adjust something with his saddle, or adjust his irons, so he was standing up, and a lot of times when you ride, you want to stand up, so your weight is distributed into your heels, into your irons, and Dark Devil seized the opportunity to do a little duck and dive, and landed Romero on his feet. But you know what? Guess who was the first person I saw when I drove in today? Romero Mirage and that bum cousin of his, Rajiv Mirage. I kid. Lafitte.
The Mirages, many of them.
Junior was laughing at him. They were having a laugh.
Let's get this funny. At 17-1, Dark Devil, Romero Mirage, as they file in the entry, Prove and Battle Drum. 2-1. Time for the late pick 4. On this Wednesday from Saratoga, Frank Mirmati standing by with the call.
Complex Agenda will be the last one to load, Lafitte. We're still waiting on the gray, the hero code. He's in now. And Complex Agenda. They're in the gate. And they're off. Battle Drum, here's Complex Agenda sprinting up on the outside, and Prove is also very quick. So Prove is intent on being in front. Complex Agenda, those two ensuring a lively early tempo as they round the first turn. Battle Drum is over on the inside now in third, and then it's Noguchi fourth with 4 lengths to make up, followed by Got Stripes, and Dark Devil is next, 8 lengths off this leader. Then comes the hero code. Captcha is toward the back of the field with 2 behind him that are Retico and Extra Sensory. 23-1 for Prove, and it is Prove showing the way. Has an uncontested 2.5, 3-length lead. On Complex Agenda in second, and Battle Drum along the rail is third. Another 2 lengths back comes Noguchi, still in fourth, the half in 47-3. Got Stripes pushed along. Dark Devil asked for more. And a 3-wide Captcha goes by that pair. They are followed by the Hero Code and Retico. It's a half dozen back to Extra Sensory. Prove has been left alone throughout. Still has the lead. Entry mate Battle Drum is coming after him now, angling to the 2-path, and Noguchi, called on by Pratt, swings into action on the outside in third. They're at the top of the stretch behind them. Captcha is racing a joint fourth, 1 furlong left. Battle Drum and Prove head to head. It's all orange and blue coming for the wire. Then it's Retico on the outside. Down at the rail comes Complex Agenda. Prove is so tough under Santana, and Prove would not be denied. Battle Drum did his best, but had to settle for second. 3-way photo for third among Retico, Noguchi, and Complex Agenda.
Prove graduates, and for trainer Amelia Green, a second win on the afternoon here at Saratoga.
I got to tell you, this is I'm disappointed in myself. Maggie would have been proud of me. I recognized how big this horse was. I was like, this horse is monstrous, but I didn't know if it mattered because I'm just new to the this horse is big game. I mean, he is so much bigger than his stablemate, and that was fun to watch. Ricardo making all the right decisions.
Yeah, just cut to the front end, and you could see the physicality. He was a lot bigger, but Ricardo cut all the fractions, and my God, the entry mates just, not the entry mates, the 1 and the 1A, the Amelia Green runner gets the best of the Ty Pletcher runner, but they ran away from this group and just destroyed him at 2-1. But this, I would say this colt's got some growing up to do and is going to be a lot better. This horse got some potential.
Students colt, in this case, gets the best of former teachers, runner and battle drum, just like the Belmont Stakes a few years ago with Mo Donegal and Nest, except we're in a different racetrack and a different surface.
Yeah,
Amelia likes that. She's like,
different.
Yeah,
I think the race you were talking about was a Grade 1 classic.
Yes.
Yeah, just totally different.
Aside from that, it's like watching it all over again.
Same thing.
And Ricardo continues, continues.
Mike Rapoli runners running 1-2. Prove the big, massive colt digs in, turns back, battle drum. 1-1A, 6-3, 2B in the 6th race at Saratoga. For trainer Amelia Green, the first win at Saratoga, first stakes win at Saratoga earlier in the funny side. Another tally here with Prove. Onward and upward for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, you know, you have these horses, you run them where they can win. If someone decides they want to take them, you wish them the best of luck. If they come back to your barn, then you know you can have some fun with them. Now qualified for starter allowances, and you can just kind of see where they fit. And who knows? This is the Prove's first time to run on the grass.
Yeah,
don't get me wrong.
Better.
There's been horses that have won for maiden 20 that have gone on and been stakes types.
I'm with you.
Man, he's big, Jonathan.
Thanks.
And here's a horse probably how big he is. When we come back,
I can't even
bonus
respond to that.
closing week card talk. Because, of course, with these guys, who's better than them? Team Bookham Dano, at least part of Team Bookham Dano. This New Jersey story just keeps getting better. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Back at Saratoga, where the Mike Rapoli runners run 1-2. Prove Battle Drum. Prove trained by Amelia Green. Not only her second win in the afternoon, both ridden by Ricardo Santana. Prove, Paulie, the favorite in the end, returning $6.10 for your would-be $2 investment.
And this is the rare time, if you're new to the game, whenever the entry runs 1-2, they swallow up a lot of the place pool goes to them, and that's why you get $7 to place that pick 5, $6,700, but Prove much the best.
Winning trainer Amelia Green with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, and proves Amelia right, as getting to the turf was the maiden breaker.
Yeah, I breezed him on the turf here. I was on him myself before the meet started, and he breezed so good on the turf. Last time, I mean, he breezes very good on the dirt too, so that's why I wasn't scared last time, but when it was on turf today, I was pretty confident going in.
Massive turf hoof on him, and if you do some digging in the pedigree, it's the dam a full sister to Desert Code, so I'm sure instilling some confidence too there.
Yeah, exactly, and Motowns, they can do anything, but they run very good on the turf, so yeah, definitely pedigree-wise suggested he'd like it.
And sometimes we see this, student beating the teacher, as you defeated Todd Fletcher, who was also your entry mate with this Rapoli entry.
Yeah, I think that's the first time I beat him in a race. I keep, every time up to now, I'm last and he's first or something, so I'm glad to finally beat him in a race.
Feels nice to have a 2-winner day as well, including the stake earlier on the funny side.
Yeah, it does. It's very exciting. First year here in Saratoga to have 2 winners in the same day.
Well, excellent. As you're checking out Minor Inconvenience, this one's special though because you own half of him.
Yeah, we bought Upland Flats in. I sold a little piece of him after the last race, so I was happy for them to get in and him win a stake and reward them straight away. So that was cool. But yeah, very exciting horse, and to have a 2-year-old stakes winner, obviously even more exciting.
Absolutely. Well done you two and your team, and Prove Maiden No More.
Thank you very much.
All right, Amelia Green knocking in the winners here on this Wednesday afternoon as Prove breaks his maiden front-running style. Lafitte?
The Todd Fletcher angle has to be so satisfying, but at the same time, the one who's probably most satisfied or most excited about is probably Todd Fletcher, knowing how much he thinks of Amelia Green.
I would think so. It's got to be cool, right? It's just like anything else. And then if you have a mentor or somebody you mentored as a kid, I remember when I was in the Dodgers organization, at one time in AAA was David Ross. We had Martin, the other catcher. Russell Martin, Geronimo Gil. We had literally everybody in the minor leagues. And I took pride in that when all those guys got the biggest. Me and Russell were really good friends, and we were kind of the same player. If you think about it, he played a lot longer than me. So it's cool to see guys that you play against or that you mentor, or not really mentor. You don't want to give all the secrets. I'm like Todd, don't want to give all the secrets to Amelia. So that's pretty cool.
It's an interesting phone call, though, for Todd. He doesn't have to worry about calling Rapoli and being like, sorry, my old assistant beat us. Rapoli will be just fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's good, yeah.
All works out for Rapoli running 1-2, race number 6. We turn the page, race number 7, late pick 3. Looks like that with another good betting race and another favorite entry, a Barn of Sealand Freedom Trail, 5-2, just a $17,500 claiming event. Non-winners 3 lifetime, about 20 minutes out. Not the easiest segue from that race to last Saturday's Grade 1 Forego, but here we are. Last Saturday, Travers Day, sure, we saw one terrific performance after the next, but it wasn't just about the brilliance or the talent of the horses. It was about their popularity as well, from Sovereignty winning the Travers or watching Torpedo Anna do her thing in the personal instant. Same can be said for Bookham Dano, that win in the Forego. He is the best sprinter in training, among the best stories in racing. Part of the Bookham Dano team with JK on Kart Talk.
So we're not quite a full Atlantic 6. We're like a 3.5, right? Where did you find this horse, Bookham Dano?
I found him at Chris Gracie's in Virginia. We like to race in restricted company, Jersey breds, New York breds. Bookham Dano was the one he recommended and liked, and then we bought him as a yearling. At no time did anyone think he was this kind of horse, as a young horse.
Derek, when you look at him, does he look like a Jersey bred?
He's look at him, you'd never think he's as good as he is. He's not a pretty mover. He wings his left front, right front. I mean, when you gallop him, you can see, when he turns his foot up, you can see his shoe. I was like, whoa.
Where did you guys come up with the name?
Mark is our our owner from Panama, you know, when you use the first name and the dam's name with Bucaro, so we kind of threw the blending out the window, and he came up with, how about Bookham Dano?
I liked Bookham Dano. I picked him, but about the 3/8 pole, I almost felt like it was a foregone conclusion he wasn't going to fire. Were you nervous at any point?
No. If he's that close, I know he'll fire.
I was. I was nervous all week, and about the quarter pole, you know, he was kind of in a little pocket in between horses, and I was like, he doesn't look like he's got his run today. And then, you know, once he turned for home, he did what he always does. He wears them down. He just brings his race every time. It's incredible.
When we were back at the barn, you got the Forgo blanket draped over the rail. It's a big race to win.
I think for us, it's like a dream come true.
I've seen some fun videos of you guys celebrating. Who's the loudest rooter on the team?
The one that blew out my eardrum, Paul Morgano.
Well, really, this cart talk was all a farce. I really just wanted to get you on here where you were stuck and try to understand why in the heck we wouldn't go to Del Mar as the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
We got to understand we're a gelding, too. Breeders and geldings.
I think we want to take a step back, see how he is, and go over him with like a fine-tooth comb. We're fortunate, blessed, lucky we have this horse. We're kind of his steward in a way, so I want to try to do the right thing by him and make decisions that he is a gelding, and hopefully he'll last a couple of years and we'll be back here next year.
Just for all of us racing fans who love the horse, just tell us there's a chance.
There's a chance. There's always a chance. I mean, I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of heat when we get out of this golf cart.
Not from us.
No, you can't rule it out. I mean, it is what it is.
Derek, you said you almost made a killing last year betting the sprint. You could probably make a killing this year winning it.
This is true. This is true.
Cart Talk, Jonathan Kinchin, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Jonathan, I'm not like a fortune teller or anything, but I'm really not feeling good about that maybe there's a chance thing from Derek Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I look, I've never owned one that good, so I'll never ever tell someone what to do with their good horse. If that's a decision that they make, the trainer feels like it's the best decision. I think these animals are best cared for when the people who are around them all the time make decisions. It's not about me, however. I want to see him run there. It'll be the favorite.
Selfishly, we're racing fans. Of course we want to see it. But, Paulie, with Derek Ryan, who's campaigned Bookham Dano magnificently, haven't we reached the point to kind of expect the unconventional from him?
Yeah, I just think that Derek's probably thinking, okay, if I ship this horse all the way out to the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, it's kind of the end of the season, right? And he's thinking maybe a little bit more. And I get it where they're going because the horse is a gelding. You chase the money, right? Because there's really going to be no money after the horse is retired. And, this horse can run to 6 or 7. It's just hard to keep sprinters, that good for that long. But they're unconventional. That's just the way he is. And I think the only reason why he went on with a horse like Musket Man, because he was still a colt, trying to get a deal. When that horse just missing the Carter at grade 1, it's different. This horse probably wouldn't be on the racetrack if he was not a gelding. I don't care who he's by, Vaquero or not. I just think that he's a gelding. They're going to chase the money.
As racing fans, that's the good news. Gelding, we get to see more of him. Maggie, and you were right there with him after the Forgo win in Paco Lopez. What was your biggest takeaway from Saturday's Forgo? Another grade 1 win for Bookham Dano.
That Bookham Dano just has what we all desire to see in racehorses, and that is just a big heart. Doesn't matter where you come from. That's the most brilliant thing about this game, that you can come from anywhere and be someone, and that's exactly what Bookham Dano is, and he digs down deep, and Paco was joking because I'm glad that Derek Ryan, his trainer, said it. He's not the prettiest to watch move. It is true. And Paco Lopez really knows him well and gives him a big warm-up. And he was joking with me after the race for that winning horseback interview. He said, man, they didn't give me enough time to warm him up today. I thought I wasn't going to get there. So he likes to have his big warm-ups. But just such a cool horse. To think back, I remember seeing this guy at Aqueduct as a 2-year-old. And what he's gone on and accomplished for such a fun group of guys that own him, and Derek Ryan, and such a fun character as well. He's everything that's good about racing is Bookham Dano Lafitte.
Yeah, I don't know what's more fun. It's again, watching Bookham Dano sprint or watching them watch Bookham Dano sprint.
They're both fun, you know, but I tell you what, he's a cool horse because he looked like, the other day, he looked like he was in trouble. Like he was in a tough spot. I watch a lot of racing. We all like to watch a lot of racing. You know, having a short price horse like that, you wouldn't have felt great about it in that moment. But that's who he is. He's just tough, man. He just shows up, keeps coming, keeps running, and we'll see what they decide to do. If they decide they want to tackle some races in the desert in the spring and early summer, excuse me, so be it. I'd hope to see him run the Breeders' Cup.
He almost beat the horse that many would argue probably should have won the Kentucky Derby in Forever Young at a mile in Saudi Arabia, Paulie, and now Bookham Dano, not only a two-time New Jersey bred horse of the year, the richest all-time New Jersey bred.
He's turned into a scary sprinter, and I think you make a good point. I think ever since he's been around that 6 to 7 furlongs, he's a monster, and he's the best sprinter in all America, at least North America. And, you know, Lafitte mentions to a mile. I think he could be dangerous going a mile, but they don't need to chase them at mile. They don't need to chase those races because you're going to be facing some serious horses. He's a serious horse, though.
So much fun to watch, and this story to follow as it continues. The pride of New Jersey, Bookham Dano. Another win, another grade 1 win here at Saratoga. Updated odds for the 7th late pick 3 coming up. The entry still favored Baron of Sealand Freedom Trail at 2-1. Right back to Maggie for this race 7 paddock report.
And they are a duo of drop-down horses. As we'll take a look, though, at Freedom Trail. I think, you know, he maybe has the most questions to answer because he's predominantly been on the turf. 12 of his lifetime starts have been on that surface, just 1 on the dirt, but it was a grade 2. Now, I will say this, horses that want the turf find Churchill Downs' surface a lot easier than, let's say, all of our tracks here at Naira. They're not as glib, they're much deeper and tiring and taxing types of racetracks. So it does concern me a little bit that that lone dirt start was at Churchill. But looking at him physically, he looks incredibly well muscled and fit, coming back off a little bit of a layoff. I honestly like the fact that this race is a mile as opposed to, you know, a 2-turn 9 furlongs for him, especially. I wouldn't want him on the dirt going much farther than this, and he might be a little bit more turf meant, but overall, I think he should be able to handle it. Possibly, but taking a short price on him just does not seem like a way to make money at the racetrack, because obviously there are some questions he has to answer of why his form has not rebounded here in 2025, as he does add a pair of very short Cheater Cup blinkers. Number 5 is Funny Uncle. I haven't seen him since his last start, which was way back in January at Oaklawn Park, where he just never picked up from behind. Broke at the back, stayed at the back. Looks fantastic here, though, for Mike Maker, as this is yet again another Flying P drop-down horse. This is what he does. There's nothing to kind of question about this, because Jay Provenzano, Flying P, really wants to be a major player in the owner's title. Rightfully so. This is how you play the game. I will say, Funny Uncle, he looks fit, he looks strong, happy, healthy looking horse here. I like his disposition, came in with his ears up, forward energy, so I think he's a player, especially at this level, Lafitte.
Likes what she sees, does Maggie? Funny Uncle? Yeah, Jay Provenzano, he'll be emptying the chamber over the next few days. Closing week from Saratoga. Riders up, post-parade the 7th in 10 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth. dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. South Cornerback will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Mona! In Italian to win it. Starlust! Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Gorgeous aerials and scenics. Overhead look. Beautiful. Saratoga paddock, riders up, post parade, and one final giveaway. Check out these quarter zips, Paulie. These have been highly anticipated. Perhaps saving the very best for last this Sunday, the last giveaway of the summer.
Yeah, we need to give one to Derek Ryan. And he can zip it right up. See, Derek wears it. It's two different styles. Derek wears it to the guy to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need. Have we given away a visor?
I don't know, but our models are tremendous. They work out of the truck if you guys want to get any of their information.
The man on the left's got some. He's got some. The guy on the left got some aura, doesn't he?
Yeah.
So
Boy,
he's
the guy on the right is an Arizona State graduate.
Staring right through your soul, brother.
Wow.
Colin and Brady. Looking good in their three-quarter zip. Sunday. Also have added Fox broadcast on Sunday. Fox Saratoga Sunday with the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Keep prep leading up to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone, Whitney winner, Mind Control. Mike Rapoli with both coasts covered. Fierceness out west for the Pacific Classic. Mind Control here.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing those horses. Sierra Leone, obviously, Mind Frame got them last time, but I think that, look, it is what it is. Different circumstances, different distance, different racetrack. We'll see what happens here.
That's Sunday. Right here, right now, late pick 3, called to post. Baron of Sealand, pictured with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, a horse that I didn't love the way he ran last time, but earlier this spring, he had a couple of races that could be competitive.
Freedom Trail, as Maggie mentioned, 12 of 13 starts on grass.
Yeah, it just feels like let's give it a shot here. This horse has been running on the grass, now ends up on the dirt.
Cardo Santana looking for a third on the afternoon, then masterwork and 5th straight start at the level.
Yeah, this one goes out for Dalton Brown and Norman Follett, who has a win at this meet. This would be a big surprise.
Number 3 is Lou, just plain old Lou, claimed from Linda by Joe at 5-1.
Doesn't break great either. So Madonna, the one-word name thing, might
First
not work.
name only, rock star status. Solo Empire, a second at the level in his last pair, running farther, however.
Yeah, a mile and an eighth was going out to him, was opening up some leads. Of course, going to cut back in distance today.
Maggie liked what she saw. Funny Uncle, idle since late January, class drop.
This is when you have to understand trainer, owner intent. Claim for 50, protected. Last week of the meet, drops for 17.
Hours in a day, you just saw, owned and trained by Linda Rice. Then As You Chase Me, Manny Franco aboard at 10-1.
As You Chase Me. Skip the 6th, that's right, yes, As You Chase Me. Yeah, this one hasn't done any running really for 30.
They go quickly.
They do.
Sometimes, Jonathan, difficult to keep up with.
I just got here.
Mugatu, owned and trained by Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, this horse won for the 20 non-2, got raised up for the allowance non-3, and didn't run well at Ellis Park, now ships in here.
Runners in the 7th, 4 minutes out, $17,500 claimers. A mile out of the Wilson Chute, Baron of Sealand. This was his last victory. Look at that. 2 starts back, mid-February, Aqueduct. Winter Wonderland, Paulie, Baron of Sealand, battles and just won't be denied by other horses or the elements.
Yeah, and when you got Kendrick Carmouche, it doesn't matter if it's snowing. Louisiana always in the house. Does it snow in Louisiana? I don't think so. Maybe.
Occasionally. Not like that. Not very often.
But yeah, Kendrick's ridden this horse a couple times. And both starts have been good. Now the complete drop. And this is kind of one of those things where you wonder, Are they playing the game here, JK? Or are they going for the W, which I think they're going for the W, but it's a tough sell at 2-1.
Well, I'll say this much. One thing that I know for sure is that the weather that day will not be present here today. It was a little cold.
Jarring contrast, isn't it? Paul, you're going with a 9-1 shot. Pictured here. Give us a sales pitch on Mugatu.
I've seen this horse before. He's a big old horse, and he has not done much in the Fergus Bogle barn. He didn't do much in the Jeff Engler barn. He kind of sits back and doesn't make that many runs. He ran 14 times last year. My goodness, give the horse a little bit of a rest. He needs a nap.
He didn't on that day. In the slop, look at him uncork that furious rally in the stretch after being far back early.
It was a good race. Now, he's going to have to repeat that kind of effort. 78 Buyer would probably put him right in the mix here or be one of the horses. I just think in Steve's care, this horse will win a lot better. Joel gets aboard.
At a price, Paul going with Mugatu. Overlaid, 9-2 on the morning line, 9-1. For you, Jonathan, 5-horse Funny Uncle, 3-1. A little bit more confident. Maggie really liked what she saw.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be my theme this week when I see these silks and I see horses dropping.
Mm-hmm.
No, and they're not all going to win, right? I mean, they're going to, some of them are going to drop and get beat. But, I think Jay has his mindset on trying to win this meet. He's got a lot of horses that he's going to try to throw at trying to do that. And, I feel like these are the types that he's going to aggressively spot to give himself the best shot. And it's part of the game.
Funny Uncle for Jonathan, Mugatu, Paul, Maggie. You're going with Hours in a Day.
I am. And I nearly took Funny Uncle because for what Jonathan said, he looks sensational. But the one problem I have with Funny Uncle is what I generally have with many races is his lack of speed. And I think that does hurt him here. So I am going to take a horse that isn't dropping like he, might be a little bit on the cheaper side overall, but at least, should show some speed because when he's gone longer distances, especially, for Linda, Hours in a Day has been forward. And I think that was his problem last time with going the 7 furlongs off the layoff in which he was protected. She protects him again. And often trainers do that because they feel as though horses will need a start and they don't want, to prep them, get that race into them, and then somebody else take them and reap the benefits of their next start where they are 100% fit. I love the way that Hours in a Day has been warming up. Jose Lascano keeping him moving, indicating to me he should be aggressive. He's been on the muscle. I mean, he framed himself up beautifully when he hit the racetrack. So I thought he looked fairly fit in that race coming back, but he's just so much more lively today. He was incredibly quiet last time out. So I like the fact that Jose keeping him moving as well here for Linda Rice, as we'll move on to the plain one, Baron of Sealand. And I agree, his last race wasn't great, but it could have been the wet track because he is quite a big, heavy horse. It also could have been the 9 furlongs too. So I'm going to bank on it being the fact that it was the surface because he didn't look happy at all. He was in between horses. He was taking kickback. He was not enjoying himself. He just looked uncomfortable throughout the entire running. And so it led to him not running very well. But he's in a very attainable level for him. And he's been energetic. He's been forward in the paddock. And I think he is a logical contender. If anything, I feel safer taking him as the favored part of the entry as opposed to Freedom Trail. Levine?
Baron of Sealand, the 4 starts, 2 wins, both with Kendrick Carmouche. Carmouche back aboard today. From the start, pace, who figures to provide the early pace? Where's the speed coming from?
Yeah, I think the 4 is probably loose in here. Solo Empire, if they want it, and a comfortable loose, too. It doesn't seem like it's going to be that quick. The biggest question mark would be the 1, Baron of Sealand, to see if that horse wants to be aggressively sent away from there and be forward. But to me, the 4 will find the front.
I think the 2 can throw token speed, but I'm with JK. I think Flavian will probably put Dalton Brown to bed early, at least on the front end, and see where you can go from there. And again, coming out of this chute, the break is very important.
Out of the Wilson chute, filing in, Baron of Sealand, Freedom Trail, The entry favored 2-1 at post time on this gorgeous final Wednesday of the meet. Turn things over to Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 7 from the Spa live on FS2.
Mugatu will follow Solo Empire. One more. Mugatu going in. Those are the colors of Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, winning his trainer. All set. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a fast start for Solo Empire. Masterwork along the inside, matches strides through the opening furlong. And in between horses, Baron of Sealand, As You Chase Me, Purple Silks, now inches up and takes second as they swing onto the backstretch. It's another 3 lengths back. Funny Uncle is racing on the inside, some 7 or 8 lengths off the pace. He's just inside Hours in a Day. Another 4 back to Lou. Lou, Freedom Trail, Mugatu is at the back of the field. The quarter went in 24-2, and Solo Empire has the lead 1.5 lengths. As You Chase Me is second, similar margin. Then it's Baron of Sealand racing in third. Now it's a clear-cut third as Masterwork is losing ground fourth. Another couple of lengths, Hours in a Day is racing on the outside of Funny Uncle. Those two are 3 lengths clear of Freedom Trail, who went by Lou. And 4 more. Mugatu still trails 47-2. As You Chase Me puts his white blinkers in front of Solo Empire. These two arrive at the top of the stretch together. 3.5 lengths back. Baron of Sealand is in third. Freedom Trail is widest of all, trying to launch a bid. Lou has 7 lengths to make up with 1 furlong to go. Manny Franco asking As You Chase Me to go. 3.5 length lead. It's been a sustained bid for Baron of Sealand. On the outside, Lou has surfaced in the final stages and Solo Empire, but As You Chase Me will win it by 2.5. Mugatu unleashed a furious bid to snatch second in the last couple of jumps. And then it was Baron of Sealand third.
If you happen to catch the pregame show, Talking Horses this morning, Andy Serling, Sarah El Badwi both like As You Chase Me, who strikes at a price in the neighborhood of 13-1. As You Chase Me made it look rather convincing.
Yeah, had a couple opportunities for 30,000 and was beaten 10-7. And then comes in here, gets a little bit of class relief, getting down to the 17.5, and that was all the difference that he needed.
Yeah, and you could see the 8 was in dead last, run second in here. So the 7 really ran a bang-up race because the 1's trying to get Chase in here, puts the 4 away. You can see Mugatu starts moving here late, but no doubt about the winner here. And Manny Franco staying strong left-handed, gets the job done. Good pick there by Sarah and Andy.
As Baron of Sealand makes the late run, but no closing the gap. Manny Franco, As You Chase Me, 13-1. 7, 8, 1, 4. What happened at the start here, Paulie? Looking at the 1 in Baron of Sealand.
Yeah, the 1 just breaks slow, and you know when you have this Wilson shoot, that's the thing, especially the inside. And Flavian was able to control the race with the 4, but just had nothing. And watch when they get to the turn here. You try to light up the 1 now, and now he's ignited, and that's what ended up happening. Nothing, no punch towards the end.
Turning for home, you could tell, Jonathan, watching just body language on Manny Franco, what he was doing aboard As You Chase Me. Now he's getting into him, but coming off the far turn, the others were encouraging. He was pretty still.
Yeah, he was pretty comfortable, and then you get one of the best, most athletic finishers in the game in Manny Franco to help As You Chase Me kind of pull away there towards the end.
My Purple Haze stable, winning owners, upset here. In the 7th, 7, 8, 1, 4, Chris Engelhart, winning trainer, As You Chase Me. In this 7th at Saratoga, we'll have much more results reaction after this 13-1 shot comes through. Here in the 7th of 9 on this Wednesday at the Spa. Will that trend of long shots, an outsider in that one, continue? We'll find out with the feature on tap. Time for the Wednesday feature. 2-year-old fillies on their way over, including Time to Dream. Troubled debut, handled it all beautifully. What will she do today in the PG Johnson? That's next.
as they say.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
If you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back at Saratoga. Postcard kind of afternoon, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway, power, passion, performance, and moments ago an upset. As You Chase Me. Paul, you like the runner-up at a price. Mugatu, solid effort, solid pick.
Just too much to do, and you see Ricardo taking a look at the board. Or no, excuse me, Manny Franco looking at the board. It's As You Chase Me, gets the job done, and kind of never looked like the loser in the race, right?
Yeah. They were dirty, he was clean. And for trainer Chris Engelhart, had As You Chase Me ready to rock and roll. 29.60 in the end. Engelhart with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Add an overlay to a 13-1 As You Chase Me, Chris. I thought he had credentials to be a shorter price, but I felt like he kind of got lost in the wagering a bit.
Yeah, me too. I think Danny's entry dropping down like that. I thought when I entered him, I'd be very live in here, and then after looking at it, I said, well, it looks like everybody else has got the same idea to drop down, you know. So.
Right, you from the 30, and he was a horse that, you know, I think this the main players lacked a bit of early pace, and he was able to sit right close to the pace.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. That was the closest he's ever laid for me, and Manny wasn't asking him, so I said, it doesn't look too bad from here, and he went on and did what he was supposed to do. So, yeah.
Well, tomorrow you'll send out two-year-old fillies, one a second-time starter, one was supposed to be a second-time starter. What's her name? Banco di Sicilia. I'm bad with my foreign languages, so we saw it. We saw Lane Leslie. She dropped him. He was so angry about it. Talk about your feelings when that happens with a young horse.
Well, obviously, you know, that's the one thing you really can't school for is when they come on. It wasn't the pony, it was the crowd that Lane said that seemed to get her upset. And I didn't know if he was upset with me or upset with the horse or himself or
He said himself, to be fair.
Yeah. So hopefully tomorrow I'll get permission from the stewards to get excused from the post parade and just let her gallop off for her first, you know, just try to get a race into her successfully anyway. So.
And I think your MO too is kind of just get them started and build from there. Is that what kind of back to Cali, hoping for a better effort this time around?
Yeah, Flavian said she was pretty green last time, and I don't have the knack of my son Jeremiah. That's for sure. I don't get him ready like he does. I wish I did, but he's very good at it. And
You're so wonderfully humble, and I love it. And you spread the wealth among your family as far as the compliments go. Best of luck with them. Congratulations here, Chris.
thanks a lot. And I want to congratulate my owner, Wanda Policini, too. Okay?
Well done, well said, enjoy it. And as you chase me, victorious today.
Yeah, and for Manny Franco, winning pilot, I think he'd be the first to tell you that he higher expectations coming into the meet here this summer at Saratoga, JK, but not the meet he wanted, but important to finish strong.
Yeah, but, you know, Manny's had enough successful meets and years to not worry about where he is established. Obviously, you still want to finish on a high note here. But he is one of those guys, I think, that he's probably immune to a cold summer affecting his career.
Good place to be.
It's just something that's just going to, you know, he didn't have a great meet. Yeah. That's fine. But he'll come right out of here, and next thing you know, he'll have 5 wins when we get downstate, and everything will be just fine.
He's got a ton of seconds and thirds. Yeah. He's been a little unlucky, too. But he's piled up a lot of seconds and thirds, so I think he's had quietly a better meet than it looks on paper.
But when you have the Ricardos and the Kendricks performing at a high level, when you're not in that Flavian, Irad, Jose, you know, that getting that much business, they're all fighting for the rest of it now, where it's going to be, and just those other guys were grabbing some of those wins.
Only so much to go around. A nice win there on an outsider in race number 7. Picture perfect afternoon in upstate New York. What we've seen thus far in the late pick 5. Well, it's been tricky.
Yeah,
Cultivate 1680.
Yeah, don't forget the pick 6 started with a $50-something horse. So if you're a pick 6 player too, that looks like a carryover, and this pick 5 is paying nice.
Perhaps trending in that direction. Turning the page to the featured event, the P.G. Johnson 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th early wagering. Wow, 2 to 5. Time to dream, gentlemen. Bankroll plays for both. We'll start with you, Paulie.
Well, I think this horse will end up going off for like 4 to 5 or even money. I think the 7 will take a little bit of money, but I do like the 2, Time to Dream. I just think she was giant first time out. I think she sits a very good trip in here, and you get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. And I'm going to go with Tom's horse in the last, Rebel Toast. A horse that was not really fancied last time out. Lane Leslie was aboard. Lane gave this horse a tremendous ride. They've given this horse a work over the turf, reportedly a very good work, so I think the speed will be there. You're going to have to contend with the 9 in that last race, but I'll go with the 2-6 Cold Double.
Yeah, I got one too. I'm going to bet Time to Dream to win. I hope the price comes up a little bit. He was 2 to 1 on the morning line. I knew he would go off shorter than that. I was hoping maybe 4 to 5 even money, but it's Wednesday. We got a long weekend, right? We have a long weekend, so I'm good with the 200 to win on Time to Dream. I thought this horse ran superb last time.
Lots riding on Time to Dream. Currently, odds-on favorite, upcoming P.G. Johnson, 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th on grass. Yeah, as J.K. mentioned, just getting started. This 6-day closing week and the Week 8 highlights stack up as follows with anticipation tomorrow afternoon, the male equivalent to the P.G. Johnson, 11 total stakes races, 3 of the Grade 1 variety, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Spinaway, and closing day hopeful. We have the Spinaway field on Saturday. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. It's the signature race for 2-year-old fillies every summer here. 7/8 of a mile, 10 strong. Paul, let's start with Mythical. 5 to 2, second choice. This was the Adirondack. Mythical defeats Merengue to remain undefeated. That is one fast filly.
Yeah, she's really fast. And this one for Jorge Delgado and Arundel. And I got a sneaky little text from somebody from that barn saying this horse is a real runner. And I would think probably going to go off as your favorite, 5 to 2 on the morning line. And Delgado's brought a couple horses in here in the past that can run. This one's been training at Monmouth. Really impressive in 3 starts.
3 wins by 15+ lengths combined, all in wire-to-wire fashion. How good is she?
I think she's really good. I think she's really good. The problem is there might be someone in here who's very good, and that would be the only issue I have with Mythical. I thought her performances so far have been sensational. She's had a couple of opportunities. She's run 3 times. So we kind of know who she is at this point of her career. There's some other horses in here that have some pretty spectacular debut races that we're still trying to figure out how good they were.
Arundel Homebred Mythical. Can she maintain her perfect status? Tommy Joe, her first outing, Jim Dandy Day, JK. Not favored, 2-1, but not favored. Spendthrift Homebred in a statement performance.
Yeah, she was sensational. And, you know, you got the pedigree there with Into Mischief out of Mother Mother. You've got the Todd Pletcher aspect to the party as well. I just feel like this horse is really, really good. And the big thing, I think, is being drawn outside of Mythical probably helps quite a bit, too. They're both going to be forward types, and when they're still young horses, still trying to figure it out, I think Tommy Joe is in a perfect position sitting right outside of Mythical.
She's talented. I mean, the way she ran down that field. Now, you got to give credit to Mythical because she's beaten winners before, but I do think Tommy Joe, like JK said, I also think Meringue in there is a horse that second time out kind of could have won the Adirondack and now gets Louis Rivera from Flavien Prat. So those 2 fillies look tough. It looks like a cold 4-7, 7-4. It really does.
Pathway to a potential title. It all starts here, as it did a season ago with the Spinaway winner, eventually winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Not 4-7, 4-8, yeah.
A championship. PG Johnson here, 2-year-old fillies on grass. Time to dream. How good is she? $750,000 purchase, second career start, odds-on favorite in the PG Johnson next on Saratoga Live.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 not a minute, $1,600,000 bid now, bid now, $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000 not anybody else won, $650,000 not a minute, $1,650,000 not a half, $1,600,000, thank you.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
And Volpone comes charging on through as the field turns for home. Volpone on the inside has taken over. The leader at the top of the stretch is leading Medallion d'Oro behind in second. And War Emblem is spent. And farther back, it is Milwaukee Brew who's now third, followed by Macho Uno fourth. They're coming down to the finish, and it's going to be a huge upset. 40-1 on the wire. Volpone scores in the Classic.
Wasn't like it was 6 of them trying to get their nose down at the wire in a blanket finish. He won by daylight with authority and conviction. Valponi, trained by Hall of Famer P.G. Johnson, 43-1 with Jose Santos in a Breeders' Cup Classic shocker.
The son of Crypto Clarence. His prep race was at the Meadowlands. He won that race, came and he snuck up the rail and destroyed him with Jose Santos aboard. And if you remember correctly, some boys got in some big trouble that were punching tickets.
Yeah, things worked out almost too well that afternoon.
Yeah.
In the end. And today we honor and remember the late, great Hall of Fame trainer P.G. Johnson, engineering that massive upset. If she wins, it will not be a massive upset. You're looking at the odds-on favorite, Time to Dream, 1-2, Maggie, for this P.G. Johnson. But let's start with Tiz in Sight, getting ready for her turf debut.
Right, both of Mark Cassie's runners Lafitte are trying the turf for the first time. And while I wholeheartedly think that Time to Dream is much the horse to beat, we'll take a look at Tiz in Sight, who is by Tiz the Law, whom I think is very good with his turf runners. Now, looking at her here in the paddock, just a difference from first time I saw her, which was in her second start in the Adirondack, to today. She does have a little bout of skin disease going on. As I often say, it could mean absolutely nothing. It could mean something. But looking at her overall and what is on the bottom side of her pedigree, the dam, she didn't really like the turf, and this is her first full. I do see a bit of a slacker pattern to her overall, and a bit more of just an angular type of foot and hind end. The thing is, though, I'm not totally sold on her, getting more ground per se. She just feels like, or at least at this moment, looks more like a sprinter, whereas her stablemate in here, number 8, Vernon Valley, she is quite tall. It definitely wants a bit more ground to work with, which she does get here at 1.16 miles. And she's by Fagoma, who his progeny seem to handle the turf quite well. And she really does look as though she'll appreciate the switch to the surface. And she is, twice the price nearly, as her uncoupled stablemate. So I just thought, given the conditions of the race between the two Mark Cassie horses, Lafitte, I do prefer the higher price of them in Vernon Valley.
14-1 Vernon Valley. Decade ago, Mark Cassie finally captured his first ever Breeders' Cup win with Catch a Glimpse in the Juvenile Fillies turf at Keeneland. To Vernon Valley's inside that filly in Scratch It, 4-1. Revisit her debut. The same distance, 1.16 miles, early August. She's 12-1. Jonathan makes the lead, does Scratch It, and won't give it back.
No, the pace wasn't that quick, but she's still, it's still, these young horses, there's still something about the fact that she found herself on the front end. She had horses running at her, and she did not let them go by her. There's still a lot to be said. You can also distill it down to the fact that the pace wasn't all that quick, so it makes a little sense that she had some energy left, and you can also knock the performance. The problem is that with young horses that only have small sample sizes of races to understand how good they are, a race like that could be misleading to whether it's good or bad. Because if, say she was a super horse, how much really faster would she have run after running slow early? Maybe she is that. I just prefer the way the two ran, but I wouldn't talk anyone off at the price differential.
Scratch It. And in this P.G. Johnson, Maggie, for her, no easy task.
No, not necessarily. It does feel as though there might be some horses to give her some company up front, whereas last time there was not, and she did get to dictate things. But the fact of the matter is, she was a filly here on debut that just looked ready, looked a little bit more advanced mentally and physically than her counterparts in that affair. And so Scratch It, I think, makes a good deal of sense. Look, both her and your favorite Time to Dream made favorable impressions first time out. They look the same here today. In fact, there's even a, level of improvement physically where they both look a bit stronger having those races under their belts. Now moving on to a long shot, that's number 5, Sushi, and maybe she just doesn't class up with this field, and that could be entirely true here. But I would be remiss to say that to me, she looks more like a turf horse. I know the only time she tried it was over a course with some Given It going the flat 5 at Monmouth Park. she wants distance, as she showed in winning that New York bred, albeit off the turf event, going 7 furlongs. She's tall, she's lanky, she looks like a turf horse, she looks like a distance turf horse. So maybe could get a nibble of this at a big price, Lafitte.
21-1. Maggie, Sushi. Riders up for this PG Johnson. Only 6 days left, but you see how good these 6 days of racing will be. The 11 stakes races, the 3 Grade 1 events. Get involved if you haven't. Sign up, NyraBets.com. When you do so, you'll use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NyraBets.com. Very top of the show, Jonathan, we discussed why the intrigue regarding this particular race, and for those who perform well, what this could be leading to.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you win this race, you're likely going to have another start, whether it be downstate and
Miss Grillo,
or if you decide to go to the Jessamine, I can say the Bourbon Jessamine. They all get mixed up to me. Whether you go to Aqueduct or Keeneland, how about that? You'll have a great chance of being in the gate for the Breeders' Cup. In fact, just a win here is probably enough to get you in the Breeders' Cup.
PG Johnson coming up. We check in with Maggie.
Here with Hall of Famer Mark Cassidy. It's okay. You were talking to your owner. I forgive you for that. As Tiz in sight, will try the turf. She has been working on it in the morning. What do you see, honestly, from both of your fillies here?
I think they both, we worked them over the turf, and they liked it. Tiz the Law. They're, he's by constitution. They like the grass. And then, I have Vixen, the Vacoma filly. The Vacomas like the grass, too, as we've seen. So we're going to see. I could have ran the one filly in the New York bred race on the dirt, but I kind of wanted to run her on the turf and see. Hopefully I'm not wrong.
And put the blinkers on as well.
Yeah, we want her. She doesn't focus. If you watched her races, it's not been pretty. So we're going to see if she'll focus a little.
Well, wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
I think he has the leeway to run horses on whatever surface he feels like, after doing what he did with Nitrogen in the Alabama, does trainer Mark Cassidy.
Oh, it doesn't stop there. War of Will.
That's right.
Tepin, he won with on the dirt as well. She won a race over at Royal Ascot on the grass. He's got the keys to that car if he wants.
He does. PG Johnson, meet the field. There's the favorite. Time to Dream.
Yeah, the horse to beat.
And then a long shot, you saw Bayou Bridget.
Yeah, gonna have to get faster.
Tiz inside Dylan Davis.
I thought an interesting horse for Mark, obviously being by Tiz the Law. Should like to stretch out.
You heard Maggie discussing Sushi, maybe, to outrun her odds, possibly. Long gap in between 2-year-old fillies. She's currently 20-1. The New York bred graduated in the mud last month, and there she is behind the umbrellas.
Sushi. Sounds delicious. She's just not fast enough. I mean, she's going to have to get much faster. Her dirt race, she ran well on the dirt, wire to wire, but the figure was very slow.
Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. Longest shot on the board. And then Devilish Grin, still a maiden second in her first pair.
Yeah, I think a horse at 9-1 that you can play after 2 sprints. And Amelia Green has already got 2 winners on the day.
Number 7, Scratch It, wire to wire, first out winner.
Yeah, I mean, look, did it the right way. The pace wasn't all that quick, but you never know how good she might actually be.
Heard Mark Cassidy discussing Vernon Valley. Here she is, exits the Astoria Belmont Week turf debut.
Yeah, and you can see Mark Cassidy's assistant leading that one out. Maybe a one that can be a problem every once in a while, but Ricardo Santana looking for a hat trick on the day as they put blinkers on this Vacoma filly.
2-year-old fillies, PG Johnson, mile and a 16th on the inner turf course. There's the favorite. And Arado Ortiz, Time to Dream. To revisit her first appearance, right here, July 25th, mile distance that day, Paul. She encountered some trouble going into the far turn, and then watch her turn it on late.
Yeah, she really did. Now, she won at a mile where Scratch It won at a mile and 16th. The internal fraction of that race, JK and I, we've talked about this, was 113 and change, or 113, and this horse blasted home, where Scratch It went 115. So there could be, obviously, the pace, but this was a very good effort from off the pace, switching to the other lead there late, telling you that she's still got a lot left.
Trained by Todd Pletcher. Time to Dream. JK, there he is, the 14-time Saratoga champion trainer, and this big meet this summer, not surprising whatsoever, and the damage he's done with his young prospects.
Yeah, I mean, look, Todd, Chad, Brad, a lot of them, they get really good 2-year-olds. And you got to have a little racing luck because that's what it comes down to here, whether it comes to weather or whether it comes to, whatever it might be. It's not the easiest situation to get these horses ready to run. Obviously you've got some injuries can happen, sicknesses can happen. And so all the stars aligned this summer for Todd, but not surprising.
Previewed the spin-away earlier. Pletcher has Tommy Joe, 2-1 morning line favorite. Saturday, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 2-year-old fillies, and you all believe in Time to Dream.
It's Time to Dream, like JK said. I tell you what, you got to throw Tom Amos in that little small ball of guys that have rolled out 2-year-olds. My goodness, he's probably rolled out the best one, but remains to be seen. We'll see that. But yeah, Tom's had some good horses, but we're all riding with this horse, Time to Dream. I think she draws the rail. She gets a good spot. I thought last time she learned a lot. She'll be able to rate from the inside.
Time to Dream. Some of the others, Maggie, starting with Devilish Grin, still a maiden, but trained by Amelia Green, having a big afternoon here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it would be a sensational afternoon if she was able to take down yet the other stake on the card as she won the funny side earlier with minor inconvenience. As number 6, Devilish Grin, yes, I am well versed in her appearance and her demeanor prior to her races. Today, whereas opposed to last time, she was a bit fizzy in the paddock, just a little bit nervous. So second time here at Saratoga, much more relaxed, knowing the surroundings a bit better and the energy that is fed off by the crowd. And furthermore, she just continues to strengthen and fill out. Now, she's going to have to stretch out in distance here, which I'll be honest, I'm not totally in love with, but she is out of a See the Stars mare. So at least there's some pedigree for her to handle it. And this is by far the best she's looked and the best she's acted prior to a start. And I completely forgot to mention, if it's a point worth making at all with regards to the 7 in here, Scratch It. Her last work was with Fionn, Grade 1 winner and defeater of Nitrogen this year, their last workout on the turf. So Brad Cox seeing fit to stick her with some pretty nice company in the morning. Guys?
That seems noteworthy, I would say.
Yeah, that is. I mean, sometimes you want to use a younger horse. You don't want to take a younger horse and use her as a target, so that's a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think it says a lot about who people work their horses with, because you don't want to discourage, right? So you don't want to put a really good one with a really not so good one, and then you've kind of discouraged. You want to try to match them evenly.
She's good enough to spar with her.
It says a lot. It says a lot. So I would definitely take that as a sign of them liking the horse. But also, you can keep in mind that they're all trying to figure it out too. These trainers don't have all the answers. Yeah. So sometimes when they match them up, they learn a little bit more when they're trying to figure a little bit out.
And I also think the 7, she's not going to go gate to wire again. I don't think she needs the lead to win. She's probably going to have to learn how to rate off horses.
But that's the key. It's a completely different
it's
race
be a different
shape on
ballgame,
paper.
yeah. But I think
how much more heat on paper than when she was able to leisurely go out there and dictate things in her debut?
Well, the 5 and the 6 alone, and the 4. One of those 3 horses, or 2 of those 3 horses, are coming out of sprint races. 2 of them have shown speed on the turf. Now, the 5 Sushi had a brutal trip on the turf. So I think that she'll be a part of the factor in here, an early factor along with the 6. So the 7 and the 2 are going to be behind horses today. But the 2 has done it before. The 7 has it. But that's not saying the 7 can't do it.
Just an intriguing subplot we touched on at the top of the broadcast, that Time to Dream was purchased last summer right across the street. Fasig-Tipton September sale, $750,000. The Tis in Sight, or correction, Scratch, purchased right across the street just last summer. And here they are on this side of Union Avenue about to run in a stakes race.
Well, I think if you were to tell those people when they signed the ticket that they would be 3-5 or 5-2 in this race, I think they would be, really? Okay, great, let's do it.
Sign me up. 2009, I believe. Tappett's Fly won this P.G. Johnson and eventually wound up a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner out west for Dale Romans. How productive will this year's edition be? Only time will tell. Post time for the Wednesday feature. P.G. Johnson, final check of the toe board, reading 3-5 on Time to Dream. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 2025 P.G. Johnson Live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Tis in Sight going in. Sushi will be next. The last two to load. Scratch It. One of several who have broken their maiden for Brad Cox this meet. Vernon Valley to the outside. And Vernon Valley is quite a distance from the starting gate. She is being turned around. And will join the rest of the field for the 21st running of the P.G. Johnson. The other youngsters are very well behaved inside the starting gate. Assistant started just doing a tiny bit of work with Scratch It right now. She's all set. Vernon Valley will join her and the rest. They're in the gate. And they're off in the P.G. Johnson, presented by Snap-on. Tis Inside and Sushi sprint out of the gate. And here's Vernon Valley, who is headstrong. Keyed up is Vernon Valley. And Vernon Valley, Ricardo Santana has no choice but to let her rip on the outside. And there goes Vernon Valley very quickly into the first turn. Tis in Sight is now relegated to second. 2 lengths back to Sushi in third. Devilish Grin along the inside fourth, 5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Scratch It. Time to Dream settles very nicely. And Bayou Bridget is just outside of her. 24 seconds flat for Vernon Valley, who leads the way by a length. Tis in Sight is a clear-cut second down the back stretch. Then it's Sushi in third, followed by Scratch It fourth, 4 to make up. Another length and a half. Bayou Bridget on the outside of Time to Dream. Devilish Grin is just inside of that pair. No more than 5 lengths covers them. The half in 49-1. For Vernon Valley, the controlling speed over Tis in Sight and Sushi on the rail in third. Then it's Scratch It fourth, still 4 lengths to make up for her. Down at the rail, Devilish Grin, Time to Dream, now getting a little bit of breathing room, and she's starting to pick it up now. Orange Cap, far outside. Time to Dream has a clear shot as they reach the top of the stretch, and she is accelerating in fine fashion. Here comes Time to Dream. What an athletic burst to the front. Opening up 3. Now it's 4. Time to Dream. She is ultra talented. Streaking home to win by 6 lengths in the P.G. Johnson. Scratch It was second. Devilish Grin third. And fourth went to Vernon Valley. A wow performance for Time to Dream.
Wow, performance is right, Frank. Acceleration that jumps off the screen. Turning for home, we had a horse race. Jonathan, a tap on the shoulder. A few strides later, it was over. Time to Dream in the P.G. Johnson.
Yeah, it was a sensational name, right? I mean, when they signed the ticket across the street for this horse, yeah, they were dreaming for a moment like this. And I bet you tonight, Mike Rapoli will put his head on his pillow and Todd Pletcher, and they'll be dreaming about what this filly is going to do out of Del Mar in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. That was very impressive.
Yeah, she just inhaled these horses. You see Todd going down to the winner's circle with his beautiful wife. Just absolutely inhaled these horses. You could see that Irad was following Scratch It and Flavian Pratt. Flavian tried to move, and this horse in a blink of an eye. This is the one you say you feel cozy, warm and fuzzy inside the top of the lane, JK?
Oh, yeah. Warm and fuzzy for sure.
Todd Pletcher told the Daily Racing Form, I mean, they thought originally that, you know, dirt. Trained on dirt, just okay, just average, and then improved on grass. He said it worked with Up to the Mark. Up to the Mark was by Not This Time. This filly by Not This Time improved on grass, and we're seeing the beginning of a very promising career and an exciting filly in Time to Dream.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you win like that by open lengths, you know, whether it's especially in a grass race, you have to get excited. The pace wasn't all that fast. She closed into it. Now, you know, you don't know who she necessarily beat the first time out, but now you know she beat another horse in Scratch It who won impressively in her first start. So you start to feel a little bit more confident about who she is and how good she might be. It was a very impressive performance.
Time to Dream. Owner Mike Rapoli, trainer Todd Pletcher, and all that damage over the years, and this summer with 2-year-olds. Tommy Joe, the favorite. He'll unleash on Saturday in the Grade 1 Spinaway. She's the 2-to-1 morning line favorite. They're going to enjoy this for now. But a filly who has that ability to turn it on, the turn of foot, the acceleration on display here at Saratoga once again. Time to Dream. Aptly named filly. Rolls in the PG Johnson. 2-7-6-8. Chalk does not disappoint. Time to Dream by many in the Wednesday feature at Saratoga.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale, Adelapa. Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event, and nominate your star today. That's a star in the making. Time to Dream in this picturesque Wednesday afternoon in Saratoga, entering the Winner's Circle. The debut win, impressive, going away. The P.G. Johnson win, impressive, going away.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, you got to be dreaming with a filly like this. The way that she ran, the way she won, impressively. Turn of foot is paramount for these types of horses, these types of races, and she showed that here today. You know, I got to imagine, we'll see where she shows up next, but another performance like that, and you'll start talking about her being the favorite for the juvenile fillies turf.
Yeah, they'll be like, we don't know whether it's the Miss Grillo in New York. Likely, we're guessing her next start, the Jessamine, the at Keeneland, the Surfer Girl out west, the Europeans. You have no idea what the competition is going to look like, but they have to feel pretty good right now about where they're situated with this filly.
Yeah, there's going to be airplanes and trains and automobiles that will be in the mix, but they feel good about the one they're going to be bringing over there because she ran extremely well.
I would think Todd would go to Keeneland, but let's see what Maggie says.
Pletcher, who's won 3 Breeders' Cup races with 2-year-olds on grass, and standing by live with Maggie.
Yeah, I think he might have the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf at this point in time. It's time to dream. She is doing that right now. She's very impressive, Todd.
She really is. I mean, I was really proud of the way she came over today in her second start, handled herself great in the paddock. You know, had to stand in the gate for quite a while, took that well. And I kind of asked Irad, I said, I thought you were getting shuffled back a little bit down the backside. And he said, well, you told me to ride her like a good horse, and so I did. So it worked out well.
And she is a good horse because she has that, you know, that thing that those good horses do, and that is an explosive turn of foot.
She really does. She can accelerate in a hurry, and it seems like when she made the lead, she still had a little something left. So fingers crossed, things are going well so far for her.
Now that I have you captive, I must ask you about the spin away as Tommy Joe morning line favorite. I mean, she has a turn of foot on dirt.
She does. Yeah, she really accelerated around the turn in her debut, and very classy filly and trained really well, so we're excited about her also.
As you should be. Congratulations with this P.T. Johnson win.
Thank you.
All right, Todd Fletcher, time to dream. I'm sure her connections are doing that. She has been so good in her 2 starts, Lafitte.
Just, yeah, you watch her turn it on. Irad Ortiz was told to ride the filly like she's a good horse, Paulie. He said he did. Kept her out in the clear, gave her cue, and she responded in a big way.
I would say she's a pretty good horse there, and her ears went up at the end of that race, and she's just looking around, looking at everybody at the 1863 clubs, thinking that she belongs there. But time to dream, yeah. This is a nice filly. Congratulations to the Rapoli callers and Michael Poli.
Pletcher, those Breeders' Cup wins on grass, it was more than real. Bobby Flay owned more than real, I believe. Juvenile Fillies Turf, Bulletin Turf Sprint, Juvenile Turf Sprint, and Pluck about 15 years ago in the Juvenile Turf at Churchill Downs. And yeah, this one will be exciting to see what she does next. Again, we're guessing here, and it's just her. She's only raced twice. But you said maybe the Jessamine at Keeneland or the Miss Grillo in New York, one way or the other. She looks like to be of the caliber and quality to compete out west in the Breeders' Cup.
She does. She seems like she's going to be in one of those spots, right? I mean, based off of that performance, and she seems to be that caliber, right? And so we'll see where she ends up, but at least tonight they'll go to bed knowing they got a good one.
Yeah. Late pick 5 thus far, where there's been a couple bumps in the road. Chalk players, not in this one. Time to dream. 3:30 in the end. The favorite delivers in the 8th of 9. Here on the final Wednesday of the meet at Saratoga. 9th race, turn the page, 22 minutes out. Maiden special weight, more 2-year-old fillies sprinting on turf this time. Rebel Toast, Paulie, the 2-to-1 favorite early on. Who did you have graduating?
Yeah, I had the 6 graduating. I'll get my double home. You know, this horse ran well first time out in a restricted race for horses that were purchased for a little less than this purchase price, but ran well with Lane Leslie aboard. I'm happy that Tom keeps Lane aboard because this horse fought to the wire, has a turf work coming in. I think the horse to beat, but they're, you know, the 9 and the 2 and the 3, Bella Nose and Doppio Espresso, all 3 been working well.
Much more on these freshman fillies as our coverage continues, winding things down. The nightcap is next, plus on Sunday. Mindframe with stablemate Fierceness out west for the Pacific Classic. Mindframe looking to go back-to-back. Foster winner where he defeated Sierra Leone, the Whitney winner. They clash once again Sunday in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire. making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners Whitwater's Ran, Implicated, Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lanes End Farm.
Labor Day weekend is a labor of love for racing fans, featuring 5 graded stakes at the Spa. Plus, enjoy the season's final premium giveaway this Sunday. A Saratoga quarter zip sweatshirt free with paid admission while supplies last. Visit NYRA.com for tickets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Closing week, and on Sunday, Fox Saratoga Sunday, Jockey Club Gold Cup. And it's early. Coverage begins at 1 o'clock as this road to the Breeders' Cup Classic continues. It's a New York Classic, Jockey Club Gold Cup, 1.25 miles. The stars in the handicap division will be there. Highland Falls, Sierra Leone, and Mindframe. The Jockey Club Gold Cup, Sunday only on Fox. The field, 9 strong with $1 million on the line. Breeders' Cup Challenge event, win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Sierra Leone, number 3, Whitney winner. This was early August, Paul. Sierra Leone, Highland Falls, big effort, but too much Sierra Leone in the end.
Yeah, Sierra Leone just powered home. Now, he had his running mate in Contrary Thinking, who's going to be back in here again today. But Highland Falls, I thought, ran a bang-up race, and so did Sierra Leone. I mean, you would think this is the kind of effort you're going to get from Sierra Leone in back-to-back efforts. But you think Highland Falls, I thought, ran just tremendous, JK. And both these horses are going to be contenders.
Yeah, Highland Falls obviously likes this racetrack. He ran well against Sierra Leone. Yeah. The problem is they both are going to have a little bit of a tough fight with a horse like Mindframe. Sierra Leone has his buddy with him, Contrary Thinking, and Sierra Leone is one of those types of horses, when he gets things the way that he wants them, he runs well. Fierceness is the same way. Mindframe has been able to prove to at least overcome a little bit more adversity throughout his career, or at least get close to doing so.
Highland Falls, defending champ of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, right after the Whitney, entering the winner's circle, statement race, Sierra Leone. But yeah, he knows Mindframe. They met at Churchill Downs in the Grade 1 Foster, and on that afternoon, JK, Mindframe able to get the best of Sierra Leone.
No, he was, and look, the pace wasn't all that quick in here, but Sierra Leone had dead aim if he was going to go by. He just wasn't able to do so. The thing about Sierra Leone, fierceness, we kind of know who they are. Mindframe's still a little bit unknown. He proved a lot to us here, but he still could take another step forward. We're not sure exactly who he's going to be. We just know he's talented.
We watched him run well at Saratoga at 1.25 miles with next to no experience in the Belmont Stakes, Mindframe, Paulie.
Yeah, he's talented. And JK, it's nailed on the head. He's tactically just a better horse than Sierra Leone, so he's going to put himself in a better position. And here you see the tail of the tape. And, you know, Mindframe, like, I agree with JK. You know, you haven't maybe seen the best of Mindframe. We've kind of seen the best of Sierra Leone, seen the best of some of the other older horses. Can Mindframe really cross that threshold and be one of the better older horses, if not the best older horse? A lot of people still think he's the best older horse.
Going for gold indeed in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Maggie is with us. Sierra Leone coming off that big win in the Whitney. Maggie, so since then, how has he trained leading up to this Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Steady as he always has been, as we saw him in his last breeze, or I should say the 1-2 back, now as he heads into this Jockey Club Gold Cup with Chancellor McPatrick. Now, he is on the inside where he always has been, because he just leans a bit towards the inside. So rather than having to fight with him in a morning work, Chad Brown and his crew just opt to always put him on the inside. So therefore, there isn't a struggle fest between him and his exercise rider. I like this work. Now, I like this work for Chancellor McPatrick heading into the H. Allen Jerkins. He ran fourth, maybe didn't exactly get the setup that he needed, but maybe apples to oranges too. And Sierra Leone, just like clockwork, has really kind of put it all together, as we've seen in the Whitney. It's good for him to come back and finally get that win too. And he does, as entries have just come out, have his pace setter, aka the Rabbit, in there as well, with contrary thinking again, guys.
Runner Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, the win to celebrate moments ago in the PG Johnson, and they're going to know how they're feeling about their classic runners by the end of this weekend, between Mindframe running here on Sunday and the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Fierceness out west Saturday for the Pacific Classic.
Absolutely. Mike will wake up on Sunday morning and have a good idea what's going on. Either Mindframe runs well, or excuse me, on Monday morning. He'll know after this weekend with Mindframe and with Fierceness. But, you know, I'm excited to see Fierceness out there, but I'm also more excited at this point to see Mindframe out here. Fierceness is disappointed on a couple of occasions. Let's see what Mindframe wants to do, being thrust into that #1 spot.
It makes sense, though, to go out west on the same track where the Breeders' Cup Classic will be, the Pacific Classic. See about Fierceness, last year's, well, 2-year-old champ, runner-up to the 3-year-old champ, Sierra Leone, a season ago. 2-year-olds here, sprinting on turf. 2-year-old fillies, and we're looking at Rebel Toast. Maggie, what's she showing you as she gets set for her second career start?
Revel Toast is one, Lafitte, that I actually hadn't seen in her debut, but she ran very well watching the replay. It was just a very good effort, as Spirit Doll was able just to get up in the shadow of the wire. Revel Toast doing the majority of the dirty work, so to speak, that day. And now she switches to the turf, which I kind of get. Our good friend Tom Ames switching her to the turf because she's a daughter of McLean's Music. The Dam, she won one of her 5 turf sprints, and the Dam is half degraded stakes winner on the turf, Sonic Boom, and she definitely has a bit of a turf look to her. Furthermore, she's just a beautiful filly. I mean, there's a lot of physical maturity with her. She's highly developed overall, and I like the way she's behaving here for her second start. She does have those earplugs in, but a lot of times, you know, fillies that had a bit of pace in the debuts, they can be a little bit nervy, a little bit fizzy in the paddock, and that is not the case whatsoever. She's handling herself with a good deal of class in here, as she's a homebred for longtime owner for Tom Ames, Joel Politti. Moving on to 2 others I did see in the paddock prior to the starts, whom I'm very excited to see on the turf. That includes number 9, Scorch. She took a lot of money that day, but unfortunately was rained off. She just looks so much more turf meant overall, and furthermore, you watch her turf breezes and you can see what I mean. I know the 103-3 looks a little pedestrian on paper, but watching it, she sat behind a pair. She actually was a bit headstrong, you know, kind of going into the breeze. She circled up around them without being asked. The rider just opened his hands a little bit, and she kicked on very nicely, whereas the other ones were under a drive. She has actually done incredibly well physically from her first to second start. I thought she looked a bit weak across her top line, and she has filled out the engine. The hind end has really developed nicely, and she's another one that was very calm and classy in her debut, and it's much the same here again. Love to see it. She is on the right surface today. I mean, this filly just has a massive turf hoof, and she's one too that worked very quickly and nicely at the OBS April sale. As we'll move on to number 10, Gigi Cakes, another one that I think should really benefit switching to the turf. Watching her turf workouts, she's one that really gets over it so nicely, and including a 48-2 in her preparations for this second start, which is around the dog. So that's pretty fast. You know, a normal decent breeze is kind of 49 and change. So for her to go 48-2 around the dogs, it is a very good one, and she looks fast. I think she'll be quicker, especially being in the last stall. So last one in, sometimes they say first one out too. She is stronger as well. She is compact. She's one of those very broad-chested, broad-hip types of fillies that should elicit some speed from her, and there's plenty of pedigree for her as well, Lafitte, to take to this surface change. But these outside two, I'm very intrigued them getting on the turf here.
Something to watch right from the start, how quick Gigi Cakes will be getting out of the blocks. 2-year-old fillies to close the show on this Wednesday afternoon. Riders up, post parade, and the nightcap on a picture-perfect Wednesday in upstate New York. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his 4-go, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
At Saratoga Racecourse, history runs deeper than the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard, a shaded lawn filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Every morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. A tablecloth, blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Then people head out, confident their spot will be waiting when they return. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. As post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see human and equine athletes prepare for their chance at history. When the gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds like it's 1863 all over again. The backyard isn't just where people watch races. It's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
700 tables. You know there were 700 tables? I didn't know there were 700 tables in the backyard.
That's crazy. They're usually full. And that is a great... I'll tell you one thing I've learned over the time here at Saratoga. Don't give out a tip because they bet it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crowd here, the backyard, that energy. Incredible. Just another aspect that makes Saratoga Saratoga. Let's meet these 2-year-old fillies. You just saw Bella Nose, then Doppio Espresso and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, first-timer for Ray Handel. Ray Handel's really turned it on the last few years with first-time starters.
Rudy up, coned and trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, Jose Gomez will get in the irons. They're putting the blinkers on this filly who was eased in her first start.
Number 5, American Mink, Steve Rocco owned, debuting filly on her toes.
Yeah, a little chilly on the board. Tom Morley not known to have him fully cranked first time out.
Revel Toast just missed at 17-1 in her first start.
Yeah, like Maggie said, this horse was giant first time out and just kept on trying, and now gets on the turf for the first time.
Yeah, that was on dirt. Maggie mentioned looks much more turf meant. Number 7, Honor the Numbers, currently 17-1, debuting filly.
Yeah, Honor the Numbers for Honor AP. They get a little bit better with more distance and a little bit more age.
Miss Call, Craig Macklin, debuting filly.
Silver State filly here for Louis Rivera and Kenny McPeak. They've caused a couple upsets, has Kenny.
So number 9, Scorch, debuted in the mud, took money, ran 3rd.
Yeah, look, I thought this horse ran extremely well. This is where I landed, showed some talent last time.
GG Cakes, who did spinner wheels in the mud, first out, 8-1 currently.
She's keyed up, like Maggie was saying, right behind us, along with this filly, too, as well.
Catholic Vice, she's been a handful throughout. You've been watching her, Paul.
She has been a handful. You know, they kind of let her. Carlos Martin, her trainer, had kind of like a little kind of whip or to kind of keep her kind of in her element. They had to get a pony out to get her saddled.
This weekend, there's Angel, Arado Ortiz, benefiting the therapeutic horses of Saratoga and the permanently disabled Jockeys Fund. Pickle for the ponies. Paulie, I know you're not interested in playing pickleball, but many of the horsemen were, and for a great cause, and great to see some of these sports' brightest stars go out there and do their thing.
See, that I don't want to watch it because then I think these guys are athletes, and I have to watch this, and I'm like, man, you're not an athlete. You know what I mean? But I'll tell you what, Tammy Fox looked the best, by far.
Just form alone.
But
form
her
alone.
stance and everything, yeah, by far.
Like the fastest growing sport in America, man.
For people
Just
that can't
saying.
play
I'm
any
being
other
told,
sports.
So is cornhole is what I'm being told. As well. Revel Toast, the favorite at 5-2. JK, who graduates? Who'd you come up with?
Yeah, I landed on the 9, Scorch. Just felt like a horse that has some speed. Took some money on debut. So just one that I thought, kind of checks out as one that I think is interesting and one that you never know what's going to happen when they get on a different surface, but definitely one to consider.
Yeah, Maggie mentioned she looks improved from one start to the second, and the fact that looks like she should be better on grass, and all that adds up, Maggie, to a filly who could be sitting on a big performance today in Scorch. How about Bella Knows, the first-time starter here, the Ohio bred, getting set for her debut?
Ohio, exactly. As she, the dam actually had to a New York bred stakes winner on the turf by the name, I bet Tony knows. But Bella Knows is a little bit green, at least on track. She was well behaved back in the paddock getting the tack on, as you see the outrider having to pick her up there to get her back with her pony because she's just been a little bit silly here on the track. And, just ever so physically backwards. Just looks as though she'll need a start and she'll benefit greatly from getting this one under her belt, though like I said and mentioned, I do like her pedigree. Cantheros, I think, is fantastic with his turf sprinters. The dam, she was 1 for 5 on it. And the second dam is I Bet Tony Knows. Can't read my notes. And so the dam is half to a multiple grade stakes winner on the turf, Toinette. Moving on to a big priced first-time starter, number 7, Honor the Numbers. She apparently only has one eye, as you can see there, with that blinker. So watching her workouts, though, she's on the turf by herself in that on the dirt by herself. Wow. Back on August 3rd. And she just has this big floating action where it really looked and hinted at being a turf horse. And she's just been so mature acting. I love the fact that, she has that kind of sense, even though she's missing the eye, that she just seems so much smarter in a way than some of the horses that don't have that advantage, or maybe that's, I don't want to say handicap, because it's not. They really get over it and handle it well. And she looks fit in here, coming in for Michelle Giangiulio, who I remember last year winning a turf sprint with a 2-year-old and paying a big price. And I do believe Kendrick Carmouche was in the irons too, as he's aboard today here with Honor the Numbers. Lafitte?
19-1. should she win, JK, what's the scenario with the pick six? Who are we looking out for? Who's covered? Who would cause the pick six carryover for the Thursday program?
Yeah, the 1, 4, 7, 8, and 10. 1, 4, 7, 8, 10.
Actually, the lowest will pay in the pick six is the 2. The lowest will pay in the pick 5. The 6 and 9 are just almost dead even.
Big upset to kick off the pick six. That was the DQ race, yes?
Yeah, but it was a DQ from a $40 horse to a $50
Rouge. Yeah. So those are the numbers, 2, 3, 5, 6, 9 covered. Anybody else? Pick six carryover for the Thursday program. Final thoughts here, Paulie, as they've reached the starting gate for the 9th and final.
Well, I need the 6 for my double. That would be nice. And I'm hoping that experience wins over. Sometimes it doesn't on the turf course, but I like the way this horse ran, and I like the way this horse worked on the turf. JK's got the other horse. I thought the 9 was the other horse in there.
Yeah, for me, it's just the 9. I mean, I think that this horse showed some talent. I want to see talent from first-time starters. You get the switch to the grass, and maybe that'll be the thing that finally gets him across the wire.
Similar profile for both. One start, now to the surface, probably designed to thrive on. Let's see how it all unfolds with Rebel Toast, the favorite. Scorch, strong second choice at 5-2. Frank Mirmati with the call. 9th and final from the Spa Live on Fox Sports 2.
Last couple left to go in. Here's Scorch and Joel Rosario. Two more. American Mink. And the last one will be Gigi Cakes. Going in. Well, number 9, Scorch. Leapt out of the gate. Tremendous job as usual by our assistant starters. Hardworking individuals, that's an understatement. Scorch walking back around. She is the 5-2 second choice in the final stages of wagering. She's outside the turf course right now, going to re-enter the course momentarily. There she goes. Others are nice and calm in the starting gate. She comes. Gets the green light. All set. And they're off. Rebel Toast is the quickest out of the gate. Immediately joined on the far outside by Gigi Cakes. So it's Gigi Cakes the leader. American Mink is now racing in second as they head past the half-mile pole. And Scorch is in the mix, 3 deep outside of that pair. It's another 2 back to Rudy up. Doppio Espresso is next. A break of 3 back to Miss Call. Honor the Numbers is third last. And pulling up here is Doppio Espresso. Doppio Espresso pulled right out of the race. The 2 trailers, Bellanos and Catholic Vice, 21 flat. Gigi Cakes blazing the way to the quarter pole. Rebel Toast is called on now, trying to bridge the gap, and Scorch is in third. Gigi Cakes is weary, now confronted and passed by Rebel Toast. From the back of the field, here's Honor the Numbers coming on the outside, and from well out of it, Bellanos is picking it up too. On the inside, Miss Call and Scorch. Final 16th, Honor the Numbers, but in the center, here's Bellanos to run them all down. Bellanos, another for Manny Franco, and Honor the Numbers did everything but win.
From out of the clouds, Bellanos, the Ohio bred, and Manny Franco to close the show at Saratoga. Wow.
Bella knows, somebody knows.
That's what I get. My daughter. I always throw in Bella's. This horse was so far
Second
out
to
of
last,
it.
turning for home.
My goodness gracious. And Lane Lussey did the right thing. He had to press the button to go after the front runner, but everybody started coming. The 7 first, but my gosh, this 2 came from the clouds.
Manny finally straightened her up. And, you know, we're talking about Manny having a meet probably below his standards. But it just takes a couple to go the right way for you. Next thing you know, he's racking up wins.
That's the, but finish strong. Finish strong. And it starts with afternoons like this. Bella knows picking off. Honor the numbers. Maggie discussing both right before post time. Honor the numbers, the first time starter with one eye. Running second at 19-1. Paulie, anything catch your eye right from the start?
Well, watch the 2. She leans in, doesn't break that great, right? And like you can see that Manny's asking her, but she's just not really going. What ends up happening on the front end, the 10 clears the field, and Lane had to go after the 10, I guess, with Rebel Toast, the first one, and then got picked off. It was a pick 6 carryover to not a pick 6 carryover in the jumps, last couple jumps.
2, 7, 6, 8. Bella knows. Deep stretch, Rebel Toast. Lane Lussey going to work. Here comes the one-eyed filly. Honor the numbers. Fires. But too much Bella knows in the end. Trainer Brad Cox had her ready to rock and roll on debut. Manny Franco, the Ohio-bred filly, strikes. Bella knows 2, 7, 6, 8 in the 9th and final at Saratoga. We'll wrap it all up when we return. Look ahead to the Thursday feature with anticipation more 2-year-olds on grass. Of these 2-year-old fillies on grass, Bella knows graduates on debut. Results when we come back.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter, you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting finale at Saratoga. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. From Congress Park to Saratoga and the winner's circle, less than a mile. And for this filly, Bella Knows by Hillendale Stallion Cantheros. Bella Knows. This one's for you, Paul. Unforgivable.
I already got the text.
Unforgivable.
My daughter, Bella, goes to the University of Texas. Hook 'em horns, my man to the right here, JK. Did you have that horse, Daddy? Every Bella horse I better have. I don't have Bella Knows today. That's the double I should have went to.
I would never tell you to lie to your daughter. If there was ever a time to lie to your daughter, that was it.
Well, she knows she's gonna watch on YouTube later, I think.
To Maggie in the winner's circle.
And I'm so pleased to be joined here by half of the ownership. We couldn't get Robert on TV, Sophia.
No, he's being shy. He's camera shy.
I never known him to be shy, but I guess camera shy would be the case. But really exciting stretch run here with Bella Nose.
Yes, she's amazing. My heart's like beating like crazy. Thank you, Nick Saluso. You did a great job as always. Brad and his team, amazing. Mandy, thank you.
And you guys are Aqueduct Warriors for those watching our program that don't tune in all year long. You and Robert are there all the time. Talk a little bit about the passion for the sport.
I'm new to the game. This is 2 years, 3 years now for me. I'm new to the game. He loves horses, always has. His father, uncle, like comes from back generations for him.
And he's just brought you in.
He brought me in, yes. And all these Bellas, they're amazing, beautiful horses.
I was gonna say they're all named for you, right?
Bella Sophia was named for me. This one was Bella, and then Nose because he says I know it all. So I was like, perfect. You know, I looked at the names of, the parents, and I'm like, Bella Nose. This is a perfect name for it because I know everything.
I love it.
Robert.
I love it. Well, congratulations here. Very exciting way to cap off the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Go Saratoga. See you next year.
Amen to that, Lafitte.
That Bella conversation really not doing anything to help your situation.
Not at all. Not at all.
Twist the knife.
It is twisting the knife. But congratulations. This filly really flew home. The more I keep watching that replay, my goodness, she flew home.
Really turn it on late. The late pick 5, as we saw, wrapping things up here on this Wednesday at Saratoga with the 4-1 shot Bella Nose in her debut. In the end, Paulie, 27.45 for the late pick 5.
And 20,000 is the pick 6 player. That was the lowest payoff. Some sharp handicapping by people out there to have that $50 winner and then close out with this one. Nice job.
Closing out with the final week, and tomorrow it's the male equivalent of the P.G. Johnson and the With Anticipation. There is the field, 2-year-olds potentially with designs on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. But first things first, this $175,000 event. We start with number 3, Capital Partner for trainer Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt to ride. JK, how impressed were you by him in his debut victory from well off the pace?
Yeah, I mean, his turn of foot was something to marvel at. And we saw it today with Time to Dream. Turn of foot matters in these types of races, and he definitely, Capital Partner, did have that. So if he can he was a little goofy in the stretch, but he's figuring it out, learning, but he was still just going so fast, it might not have mattered.
Yeah.
Makes it more impressive. Making mistakes, not necessarily focused, all raw ability, and still good enough to win.
Yeah, and he's just, I mean, he ran down a big old colt, too, or a big old, strapping kind of colt. I mean, he's the one to beat here. He was just so good. He's got to be a little bit more professional, but that was pretty impressive.
Lady Eli's son, Paulie, Dr. Agnew, early on in the meet, this was such a popular win, especially with that big white face for him to win on dirt.
He wasn't supposed to do this, and that's the fun part about what we'll see tomorrow is the fact that now he's going to get on the surface that you would like to think, based on what his mama did on it, he was supposed to be on. And so if he runs as well on the dirt for not liking the dirt as he does on the turf, we could be in for a show tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, this
You're
is
never getting a fair price on him.
Well,
ever.
The thing is, we had a horse named A Time to Dream. Well, they're dreaming with this horse after winning on the dirt first time out, definitely.
With Anticipation tomorrow, still so much closing week. We mentioned 11 total stakes races. There are some of the highlights, Jonathan, and 3 races at the very highest level. Still have the Spinaway 2-year-old fillies, the hopeful closing day, Jockey Club Gold Cup Sunday early on Fox.
Yeah, I mean, my focus is going to be the Spinaway, the Gold Cup, and the hopeful. Those are the ones that get my blood rolling.
Gets the blood pumping. And on Saturday, on Fox Business from 3 to 6. All coming your way. Closing week here from Saratoga. We thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday afternoon. More 2-year-olds coming up tomorrow, as mentioned, that With Anticipation. And it all gets started at 1 Eastern on FS2. Exciting final Wednesday of the meet. The funny side earlier today in honor of the 03 Derby Preakness winner, minor inconvenience. First stakes win ever at Saratoga for trainer Amelia Green. She won 2 races today, saddled 2 winners. Ricardo Santana in the saddle for both and this filly. Time to Dream indeed. Sensational in the P.G. Johnson for Mike Rapoli. Todd Pletcher, Arad Ortiz, onward and upward with the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf in her sights. Have a great night, everyone.